Uh,
Nadia, do you work for Wikipedia?
No.
Ah,
Why do you ask?
really? You tend to know a lot of definitions and words.
I don't know what to tell you.
By the way, the question was a joke, but alright. Get it? Because you tend to know a lot of words and,
education. He's just got a lot of education. And the ability to learn fast as well, I'd say. Well, it's more than that, isn't it? Because the way you pick stuff up is quite intuitive, is it not?
I don't know.
Yeah, and also you seem to remember a lot of terms in a very wide group of subjects. All that philosophical terms. I've learnt so many new philosophical terms just speaking to you. Or I've had to run away and go, oh my God, what the hell does that mean? And even reading some of them, I've had to come back to you and go, what does eliminate? No, I can't even say them. That's how much I know them. Go on.
I've never studied philosophy.
Where did you learn the terms from
Olivia.
then?
Stanford and IEP and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Just reading in the past couple of years and so on.
Yeah. That's the
Olivia
brilliant thing
loves
about the internet.
penguins. I wonder who she is. Does anyone know Olivia loves penguins?
No?
I don't know her either. She has a post about Miley Cyrus lookalikes.
There.
Okay, I built the SourceForge deal, and the Hask and Cabal is running the install now on the other package. Oh, it's already finished.
Cabal.
Cabal?
Yeah.
I thought Cabal would have had two L's. Oh well, fuck English. That went very, very quickly. So I guess it offloads its work to a C++ library. Well, C library, whatever.
Right, yes, no, I was just looking.
Welcome back.
Do a Cabal update, just in case. But I think it's updated. Oh, there is a new version. Run Cabal install, Cabal install. That's funny.
That's why I like the Greek gods. I've just read that Medusa story. That's why I like the Greek gods, because they're so interesting.
Oh, speaking of Medusa, how do I share this picture with you the easiest way? I put it in Dropbox. That's what I do.
Dropbox. Just screen share it.
You're going to want a copy. Screen share it?
Well, let's see it first.
Share, I'll share like all sorts of shit. Oh wait, I can screen share a single window, can't I?
Indeed.
Is this where St. Patrick is having cocktails with Methuselah? Or Medusa, rather?
It is.
I thought so. It was very timely for St. Patrick's Day.
All right. Let's see. Present.
Yep.
There we go.
We can only see you so far.
You are screen sharing and presenting to everyone, it says.
It popped up there for a second, and then it went away.
I can still see it.
Let me try that again.
There you go. She looks like the character from Star Wars.
I don't know. It's an old cartoon, obviously, 3/16/2012. The ill-fated blind date, St. Patrick and Medusa.
Looks like the Pope.
Simon, you there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I assume everyone has seen it now.
Seen what?
I'm screen sharing a cartoon.
Oh dear. Medusa's bald.
So
Yep.
this is before she was a Gorgon? You heard? This is before she was a Gorgon?
No, this would be after.
Where's the snakes?
St. Patrick got rid of them. Don't you understand? Don't you know the story of St. Patrick?
That's the joke. He scared
rid
the snakes
Ireland of
off her head.
No, I don't get the joke. I don't know the story of St. Patrick.
Wow. Oh well.
Sorry.
St. Patrick scared all the snakes out of Ireland, so if he's sitting with Medusa, he scared her snakes off her head. But bump.
Although you'd think you'd have still turned to stone anyway, or were the snakes the ones responsible for that particular power?
I think it enhanced her look immeasurably.
Yeah. And of course, you had to be careful when you cut her because her blood was acid.
You sound like someone coughing up a lung right about now.
Size of it.
As long as the food's safe, that's all I care. I'm guessing she left.
Hmm?
No,
I'm saying,
Simon left.
as long as the food is safe, I tend not to care.
Yeah, Simon left. So.
And I'm back, and I'm not alone.
Uh-oh.
Attaboy.
Apparently there was a new version of Cabal, and to install Cabal it said, type Cabal install Cabal. So maybe afterwards I'll have to type install Cabal again or some such silly thing.
Yeah, that'll happen.
I was wondering why my fan was running. This thing is actually doing stuff, unlike the H-matrix deal, which apparently was very, very lightweight. I guess it's just a wrapper over the C++ library.
Yes.
Which does the actual work. And fortunately, I already have Boost built and installed.
Yeah, these are mostly wrappers around the C and C++ affairs, and Fortran for that matter.
Yeah, that some of the libraries in the Apple Accelerate framework are built from Fortran, because that was the language they were implemented in. I'm not sure, but I think the BLAS, the basic linear algebra system, I think that's Fortran, but I'm not sure.
That should be Fortran, yes.
I've got all these wonderful tools and a lack of knowledge of using them. Kind of
Which ones?
sad.
Which ones?
Well, the Boost library, for example, has a crapload of C++ algorithms, data structures, mathematical functions, and such, and it's designed to work with the ANSI C++ 11, and there's a C++ 14 standard now, or it's in progress, but the compiler only supports 11 right now.
Am I echoing?
Not badly. Well, a little. Wait, someone is. Is it you? No, I don't think it's you. Oh, whatever. Maybe it's me. I'm gonna mute.
Yeah,
You
it's
wouldn't
fine.
hear yourself echo. Oh, I tracked down the library. No. Well, hold off on doing much with it for now. I think there were enough of you. I can actually lay down and such. Who knows what my hours are?
Yeah. There's basically a few things that I would have to do on my end for what we've been talking about with this software thing, guys. One is I got to learn to use the barcode recognition, thing. So I'll write a little app event at some point. Just does nothing but scans barcodes and tells me what they say. And then a trickier thing would be OCR to read nutrition labels. Also, I'll search high and low for existing databases that contain that kind of information. Oh yeah, I also want the ingredients lists, obviously, and the allergy warning things. And for things that don't have barcodes, like regular fruits and vegetables and stuff that you buy at a grocery store, I will have to obviously find an information source that provides the appropriate nutritional details for those things. So, for example, an apple, or orange, or celery, asparagus, broccoli, whatever.
Celery is pretty much content-free.
It's actually a negative calorie food. It requires more calories to digest it than it actually gives you. And there are a few others.
So this just became a dietary type hangout. We talk about nutrition and stuff.
No, it's a peripheral topic, though, because Nadia has been working on a nutrition plan for herself, and that inspired me because
Really?
of, well, I, for one, could use better nutrition myself, but other than that, I mean, the idea of, there is a big health kick thing going on with Apple's software products, and I'm a registered developer for them, so basically I got to see what they've got available, see how they've got a thing called Health Kit, which mainly is exercise oriented. The Apple Watch will actually tell you to stand up from time to time. I'm hoping that's a feature you can disable, or people are going to be really annoyed with it. But it can count, like the Apple iPhone, if you stick it in your pocket and you walk around, it'll tell you it'll work as a pedometer.
Darn technology.
It's just stuff that you can blend in with. I mean, if you're talking about the exercise and stuff, you might as well bring diet into the equation.
No, that's
nicely with a good user-friendly interface that is as friendly as possible, and then you can be ripped like your icon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The word diet is like a curse word to me. It's like I can't stand the word.
It's a 4-letter word, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the D word.
Dang.
Don't mention diet in my presence.
Sorry. And the sad thing is I'm not even fat. I just don't like the word diet, because as skinny as I am, it's like, what? That word just makes you think I don't want to eat less. I need to eat more. And you guys are giving me this word called diet to where it sounds like I have to eat less. I don't want to do that.
Well, actually, diet simply means what you eat. So.
Oh.
A diet plan.
I was misinformed.
Let's say you want to fly across the Aegean in a human-powered airplane, and by the way, that's been done. There were, I believe, 3 people in rotation to do that flight, and they were on a 6,000 calorie a day diet.
Yes, I don't even know what that is.
They were eating a shitload of food. They were carbo loading.
Oh.
Michael Phelps eats 15,000 calories a day when he's training to swim to the end of the pool faster than any other human.
Yeah, you build up muscles, and swimming uses almost all of them.
And he's probably got a 4% body fat. He's unbelievable physical specimen. But when you tell people 15,000 calories, that's like 4 Thanksgiving dinners.
Yeah, and because of his low body fat, he probably not only has to work to propel himself through the water, but also just to float. That is, he'd be a sinker rather than a floater. Well, fat is lighter than water, so if you have high body fat, you'll naturally float.
See, that probably makes sense of why I never liked to swim, because I knew I always sunk like a rock. It's terrible.
Oh, you should learn to swim, though. It's a good skill.
Yeah.
I'm a terrible swimmer, but I can do it.
Or we'll just send you over to the Dead Sea and you'll float automatically. Actually, you can do it in the Adriatic as well.
And Salt Lake in the United States.
Well, see, because I always thought, I'm good at diving since I can't float to save my life. But, if you try to say, hey, you got to kick your feet up so you can stay afloat, yeah, I might as well wait till Jesus come back, because that's going to happen faster than, me coming.
Yeah, but Mac, it's arms and legs.
Oh, don't worry, Mac. You stop kicking, Jesus will come.
Really, Prophet, you gonna laugh at that one?
It's kind of funny.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the reference. That was good.
You were supposed to be on my side. Oh gosh.
I'm on your side, bro. I just thought that.
I've been killed. I've been.
I win the internet for today.
Yes, you did.
I'm leaving now. That was foul. I'm done.
Oh, come on! I don't really wish.
My feelings was hurt. Oh.
Mac, what are you from, like Brooklyn or something, bro? Like, how do you not know how to swim?
Brooklyn.
No, if you live in Brooklyn, you know how to swim because you constantly have to crawl out of the East River.
I'm not even going to go there. Oh.
I had so many friends from New York when I was in the Navy. Like, when you join the Navy, like, you have to, like, one of the things you have to learn how to do is swim. So, like, they made us all, like, they had, like, a kiddie pool for people who didn't know how to swim. And, like, everybody from New York.
Oh, that must have been.
It's funny you mentioned pools, because I was going to say, wait a minute, pools don't count.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, what you have to do is learn how to get out through the diving chamber of a ballistic missile submarine and swim up to the surface when the ballistic missile submarine is at its maximum depth. And do it without scuba gear. Just a free rise to the surface. Which will take about a couple hours.
If you're floating, or?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, what you do is you just inhale as much air as possible to make yourself buoyant, and just let your buoyancy pull you up.
Yeah, we had this thing. It was like a it was a training. It's like this training thing in this building where it was like you're in like a mock-up ship, and they actually flood it from the inside, and you're already kind of like in like a foot of water when you go in there. Then they like flood it, and you have to like plug the holes up and stuff. It's like kind of like simulating like a sinking ship, I guess.
Oh yeah, I saw that in submarine.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was kind of freaky.
Yeah, there was a documentary. It was called
Poseidon Adventure.
No, that was not that. There was a documentary about military submariner training. Because
my brother's a civilian engineer.
Naval elites.
My brother's a civilian engineer for the Navy. He test drives nuclear submarines. He runs them through their training drills. He's not even allowed to tell us where he goes or whatever. They go to a place called crush depth.
Mm-hmm.
They get triple the pay when they get to crush depth. I said, what is crush depth? He says, that's where you can hear all the nails and the rivets pinging.
Yeah.
Well, real crush depth, what happens is the pressure hull actually collapses like a tin can you've stepped on.
Well, they try to find the point just before that happens.
Yes.
He said the captains of these submarines are psychos.
Oh my gosh.
He said these guys are down there doing like 360s, end over end. They're running drills like you can't imagine.
Yeah, and they probably do breaches as well. That is like whales breaching the.
Oh yeah.
But that really stresses the shit out of a submarine. Once you do.
And then the dive deal.
Yeah, dive, come up, dive, come up, dive, come up. At that, there's a certain point where basically you have to put that sucker back in dry dock, and inspect the shit out of it and repair all the broken welds, replace the popped rivets, all that
So
crap.
you'd be surprised the amount of noise that these things make as they go down.
Actually, I wouldn't be.
I would lose my mind. I don't think I could do it.
That was my first. That was my first job as a machinist mate on a submarine, and I remember like at the last minute, I'm like, "You got to change my job. I don't want to be on a submarine."
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that one either.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's a good place to start to wig out.
Oh man, and like I was lucky too, and then I got stationed on a destroyer, which is it's a topsider. So like,
Yeah,
but yeah, you can't really go.
yeah,
can't
but
really,
you're not
like-
gonna get seasick in a submarine. You'll get seasick
Probably
in
not.
a destroyer.
Oh no, you can get seasick in a submarine.
I don't know.
When they're below the water,
Oh no, you can still get seasick.
below there's no motion.
Oh, there's motion.
Well, not as
Hey,
much.
Hey Fudd, would you believe me if I told you in 5 years, even in 30-foot seas in the North Atlantic, I never once got seasick. Never
Wow.
once. I don't know why.
Wow.
I loved it, man. I would go up to the bridge in the worst of the worst storm. Now,
Oh, so you're high up and you're getting the maximums.
oh yeah, getting the maximum list, everything, dude.
Well, as long as the boat's in motion, you try to sit where you're just, flip-flopping.
No, the
there's-
ship is trying to throw you off at that altitude.
Yeah, there's a couple times that I felt a little uneasy, but I never like puked or anything. But meanwhile, I'd have guys like,
Oh man, are you
it's
kidding me? Some of these guys get off and they still pitch for a week.
we had this one guy. He got seasick when we were doing a pier. We were just doing a berth swap, right? That's where a tug comes, attaches itself to the boat, and moves you from one pier to the other. And like the first tiny little thing, this guy's like puking all over the place. I was like, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Oh my gosh.
Oh, here's something you should do on a submarine. You string a clothesline from one end of the room to the other. The longer you can run it, the better. And you make it as taut as possible before you dive. And then when the submarine dives down, you can watch, because when the pressure hull compresses, the line will get slack and will start to dip. And it'll continue to do so until you reach maximum depth. If you exceed maximum depth, of course, well, I imagine it's a relatively quick death when the
Yikes.
pressure hull implodes.
I used to call my brother at the office and he'd have to answer, this is a non-secure line. And I would say to him, this is Natasha. Yuri has the plans. And he would start to say, Michael Ann, they're not laughing, okay?
Yeah,
Nobody thinks that's funny but you.
CID has no sense of humor.
They're
How
so
about it?
they're so classified. The subs, like in Norfolk, the sub piers, like you can walk by them, but you can't go down them. Like I mean, everything, even the paint for submarines is classified. It's all like
Oh,
super
it's not- Yeah,
hush hush.
same deal goes with the alloys that they're using for surface ships, too.
See, that sounds like, hey, I got black paint, but you can't know about it. We got this special kind of black paint on these submarines. You just can't know what it is.
Oh, trust me, the Black Ops financing, you can't imagine the stuff we have. You have no idea about.
Dude, the torpedoes that we had, like on the destroyers, they use a type of fuel. I don't know if I should even be talking about this. They use a type of fuel. It's like it's called Auto 2, and basically it's completely enclosed. The torpedoes are completely sealed, and the fuel, as it burns, makes its own oxygen in order to feed itself. It's kind of like a perpetual type of fuel stuff. I don't know. All I know is that if it catches on fire on the deck, you can't put it out. It'll burn like all the way through the ship. So you have to like keep having these like special containers, or I don't know. It's weird.
It sounds a lot like hydrazine.
Isn't the Navy thinking of switching over to seawater instead of gasoline and fuel?
Seawater or what?
in order to propel their engines. They're moving away from fossil fuels or whatever they run on.
Well,
the
they use DFM right now. They have these giant turbocharged DFM engines that. But I don't know. That would require a major modification of.
Well, don't the Aegis class surface ships have jet engines in them instead of piston?
Well, they have two of them each. At least, I mean, I'm speaking for at least for the Arleigh class destroyers. I don't even know if they even have any cruisers or frigates that are still commissioned. Probably.
Well, they also have stealth surface ships. They look really weird, but they're designed to have a low radar signal.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And they also run water cooling through the exhaust stacks, so that they don't put out an infrared signature either.
Interesting. Yeah, I got out in 2000.
Or thermal signature, I should say.
I got out in 2008, and I knew they had some. It was a big ship. I'm trying to think of what the class was. It was a bigger ship, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. It has on the deck they have all the stanchions and stuff. They go inside the ship, and it's real aerodynamic kind of looking. And if you touch,
no right angles.
Yeah, if you touch the side of the ship, it's actually they use this stuff called PCMS, and the side of the ship, if you go up and touch it, it's actually squishy, and basically it absorbs radar signals. It's pretty weird. You have to use a special
radar absorbent material.
Yeah.
I should call it squishy, and it shall be mine. It shall be my squishy.
Yeah.
I'm giving away all kinds of valuable intel over here.
Actually, you're not. You just simply dropped a few names that are probably code words for which people in the know probably know the actual chemicals, whereas you do not.
Yeah.
But anyway, I gotta grab some breakfast. I'll just be a few minutes.
That's it.
Well, it's not going to be a complicated breakfast.
It's not good.
Did you guys see the solar eclipse this morning?
No, I did not. We had one?
It was dark last night. I didn't get to see the eclipse.
Well, I'll put a link if you guys want to watch it. It's really boring. So basically, the moon passed in front of the sun.
Yeah, it amuses me that NASA will do things like live feed of a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse. It's like, what's the point? Before.
I mean, I don't know.
If I have to watch that, you have to put a sound effect. Those epic sound effects?
Yeah.
Yeah, those. No. Do, 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 like that.
This leads to nothing. all of this. It's funny how much you have to slow it down. All of this is happening in a second. Terrible. Yes. Terrible.
So wait, let me ask Commando, is there a blood moon now that's supposed to follow? What's the sequence of events here?
Yeah, April 4th.
What's the frequency, Kenneth? I'm glad you guys got that.
I love that song. Yeah, I think April 4th will be the first of the blood moons on Passover.
But where's the equinox? Is it the 21st?
No, the spring equinox is today, actually. This is the first time in human history this solar eclipse has happened on the spring equinox. It's also the exact middle point of the Jewish year.
Should we be looking for a sign of some sort?
Not till after the next blood moon.
Are we going to crank the CERN thing up?
No, I think pay attention to Israel. There's going to be a war in Israel.
So we need to keep our eye on the Temple Mount? Or Babylon?
No, definitely not Babylon. There's nothing gonna happen. At least not if you're talking about the Babylon north of Baghdad. There won't nothing will happen there. But I'm expecting. We're looking for the Psalm 83 war, basically. All the countries directly surrounding Israel attacking Israel. But and you know, at the rate things are going, there's no telling how soon that'll happen or not.
Wow.
Netanyahu's not exactly making friends over there right now.
I can't imagine that guy even has one friend. How'd he get elected again?
I don't know, but he's him and Obama are so at odds. It's crazy.
They must have that same voting system we have over here.
Wait,
Yeah.
what voting system? No, I'm kidding.
Let the people pretend like they have the right to vote and cast their ballots and stuff. And then tell
It's
them
never about who votes. It's about who counts the vote.
There you go. Yeah, does anybody actually pay attention to that?
I never liked voting because I always thought it didn't mean anything. Not to mention the candidates seemed to be the same to me.
I find no difference between Republican and Democrat. They're the same two cheeks on the same ass. They all follow the same script, and it has nothing to do with we the people.
Yeah.
It makes people feel good. Get out and vote.
What was
Let me tell you something. If voting actually worked, I don't think they'd let us do it.
Exactly.
Ouch. That's painful. What do you think was the last like I would say like best president, one that actually cared for
Ooh, that's a good question. I can answer that. Abraham Lincoln. No, probably JFK.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Just
No,
because.
you gotta go back further than that.
Well,
There's too much.
JFK was a pretty good president.
Well,
Yeah.
he would have. Purportedly, he would have been.
And I have like an outside point of view too. So.
I don't think they would have let him do what he wanted to do. Hence, why he didn't get to do what he wanted to do.
Exactly. He couldn't be bought. Therefore, he got to go.
Oh well, he was going to move the CIA and the federal bank. He was going to do some cleanup.
Yep.
And that's what happens if you want to do some cleanup.
Yep. It don't matter who
You
are.
can't kill an American president unless your own government wants that to happen.
Yep. Nothing happens on accident. Nothing happens unless they want it to.
That's why you got to depend on Nixon for that way. I am not a crook. I'm not a crook.
Meanwhile, yeah, that dude just rubbed me the wrong way. creepy looking old dude.
And that was the terrible part, because even when I looked at him, I'm thinking, when you say that, dude, you just incriminate yourself so much right now.
Oh my gosh.
Your face just looks like you was a criminal hardcore. you was just hard criminal.
It's funny. Last night I was in a hangout, and I forget how we got on the topic, but somebody was talking about they were talking about like different ideas for movies, and one of the guys proposed the narrative for a movie that he had in his mind, where people from planet Earth, or like the government is secretly sending through NASA, sending space gear to the moon, and they have people that they've got living on the moon that are building up this huge base and all this stuff, and then the moon is going to be used to simulate an alien attack by those that are been kind of pre-positioned on the moon, and then they're going to use that attack to unite the world in a front against this alien attack from the moon, which they've completely set up for themselves. Well, it's funny. I was like, "Have you seen that? Have you seen that Reagan video where he addressed the UN back in the '80s, and he was talking about, I wonder what would happen if an alien attack or visitors from another planet or something like that came in. How fast would that unite the world?" I was like, dude, I was like, I don't know that that's so far out from reality. Like that might be like they might do that.
Yep, that was no cute little statement he made. He was more or less making a prediction of the future.
I was wondering that.
Yep, it's in the plans.
These guys are sneaky.
You know, they always like to announce things ahead of time.
Yeah.
You know.
See, but I think that's like the worst type of prison system when you know that people are basically making plans to imprison you, like basically enslave you, but you're just walking around as if nothing is happening.
Yeah.
Why do you guys think that is? Especially in America, I'm curious because I'm in Canada, and we don't seem to have that problem. But in America, why do you think that is?
What problem?
This this foreseen police state that I've been hearing about over the years.
Well, we got some shifty business going on in our country, brother.
Oh, I know.
Shifty business.
But I want to know, like, why you guys think that people aren't, like, why is this
Shit
not like
is
a real
going
issue?
down because the government's trying to take over the freedoms
No,
of
I mean,
America.
in terms of people, like, why is this not like an awareness thing?
Oh, because people are completely. That's a good question. Why are people?
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. Why are people still sleeping? I don't know. You'd think they'd figure it out by now. You guys want to see something funny? I don't know if somebody can broadcast my screen or not. Who in here's got mod control?
You might want to make sure it's okay with Nadia.
Yeah, she's dead to the world.
Well,
Now-
I'll do it on my Abby then. But let me see if I can find. There's some interesting footage going around the internet, man. Okay, okay, it's really small on my screen here. I don't know if you guys can see it or not when I'm talking.
Big.
It's not. Oh, it's big. Cool. So check this out. Do you see this? Do you see this thing right here? The crane the crane cable.
Yeah.
And you see the plane right here. Okay, watch this. This is not an optical illusion. Watch. Okay, so the plane is clearly in front of the cable, right? But then it magically goes behind the crane,
and zero movement in the tower after getting slammed into, which on a windy day, 30 to 40 mile an hour gust, make those things swing like weeds of grass.
breaks the laws of physics.
Well, that video is obviously fake.
It's a really shitty video.
Right.
That's like a terrible camera.
You think that's just all it is? It's just a terrible camera.
Yeah, man, a horrible camera. Because you gotta remember that the plane was going really, really fast.
It's not a terrible camera. I mean, if you look at it.
But wasn't it had to slow up in order to hit the tower?
Yeah, a plane can't fly at this. I don't know. They say a pilot says because the velocity of the plane at that altitude, the air is a lot less or a lot more dense.
Yeah, but the problem is there's also a lot of people out there who write books to make money off of the conspiracies. So my greater concern, regardless of the cause, was our government's reaction to restrict us as a result of someone else's problem, whether it was them or not.
I'm wondering when you was coming back, Commando, because I know.
I don't worry so much about how. I worry about who.
Well, yeah,
but it wasn't the 12 Arabs they told us it was.
Well, the big thing about it is they passed a bunch of laws trying to restrict our rights based on something, regardless of who did it.
That's right. That's how you herald in the NDAA.
Yeah. So it's the fact that they're controlling through fear. That's my concern.
Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah, so it's of course it's difficult to get people high up to actually care.
So So the question is, if the government, some government, decided to bring these towers down in order to assist with this NDAA stuff, it's not a far stretch to think that they're going to roll in some aliens to make us think we have to join together as a globe.
I'm just curious as to what significance the Trade Center had, because I don't even know what its function was or is.
It was the economic setting for the world, just about. At least the United States.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and they did like six months before the 6 months before 9/11, they did a whole CSI show, and the entire plot of the show was terrorists trying to blow up the World Trade Center with a plane.
Yeah, they did that in the X-Files pilot too.
Yeah, what's up with that? Like, that's just so creepy.
It's a big target. It would be something that people would want to blow up for obvious reasons, right? So it's no surprise that a fiction writer would come up with the idea too.
Predictive programming. That's what it is. They did the same thing with the Super Collider. I showed a video.
You know, they say that about Clancy. They say that about Ludlum. I mean, these guys were taken out of the picture for writing quote-unquote fiction, which seemed to be a little too close to the reality of truth.
Okay, so fun fact, and this is true. The day 9/11 happened, NORAD runs a drill, and the drill is that there's terrorists on a plane crashing into the World Trade Center. As a result of the drill, when they actually finally called it away, as far as the pilots could not tell if it was a real event or not. Why were they running the exact same drill for what happened on 9/11 on the same day at the same time?
Yeah, it was the same thing happened on 7/7 in London. They were running the exact same drill. It is weird. I don't want to. You don't want to like jump right to conclusions though, but it is strange. It's a strange coincidence. Yeah.
Oh, see. That's what you had to jump to conclude. This is America.
I'm sorry. I'm jumping.
It doesn't add up. You've got to look beyond what your beliefs have told you.
Like if you wanted to. The thing is, like, I don't know.
Like, why did Building 7 fall? Come on, man. Like, I'm not stupid.
Yeah, no, I asked that question.
How many buildings have caught on fire? How come all the ones that catch on fire on 9/11 suddenly like melt steel and like collapse?
Exactly. No building was ever brought down by fire. Seriously, not of that magnitude. Starting at the top.
Like Building 7 didn't even get hit. It just had some fires going on inside of it, and like.
I'm struggling to see, like, I'm struggling to see how we've got from talking about the Navy to, like, 9/11. I probably don't get how the transition is, yeah.
Hey, just go with the flow, Commander. You know this is your part of the neck of the woods. Hey.
I was going to say, like, we were talking about this before, like.
Oh, Commando, is this something you understand, or do you have insight?
Well, in regards to the whole 9/11 thing, well, yeah, I suppose. I looked into it for a while. I get what it's about. So.
I used to be a huge 9/11 truther. I used to be a huge conspiracy theorist in general.
Yeah, I'm not really like a big. I don't know. I don't buy everything I see as like far as.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. However, I do check out the facts that are presented to me by known liars.
I don't know. Like I'll give you my experience in the Navy. Right, I've seen like in Iraq the oil fields burning. Like in order to prevent the United States from taking their oil, where they purposely blew up their oil fields. I've chased ghosts for 5 years straight, doing non-compliant VBSS boardings, looking for so-called terrorists, and it was just, I don't know if they were messing with us, if the Navy was messing with us, but every time we supposedly had intel for terrorists or something like that on these cargo ships, we never found a single one, and it's like.
Well, this is the whole joke about finding Bin Laden. We searched for him for 10 years and we found him in his own house. What the fuck?
Not only that, but like, how did we can't. The United States military cannot find Bin Laden for 10 years. However,
that's because he was in New York.
That's because Bin Laden died in 2001. Ask Benazir Bhutto.
A small CBS news crew can creep into Afghanistan and interview him but the United States government can't get into
Come and break.
That was prior to 9/11, though, that interview. After that, he was
still wanted, though, for...
that he was going to get tracked down and killed by us.
Man, him and Bush was having tea parties in the White House talking about we can't find them.
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
And of course, he's hiding out in a garrison city in Pakistan.
And why do we still have to get mugged and raped and X-rayed at the airport? Why does that still have to happen?
Because if we don't do it, we'll have to fire all those security people, and they'll be off on welfare.
There you go.
If you think about it, more people choke to death on bowling balls than die from terrorist activities.
Every American should have the opportunity.
That depends where you like. If you're talking about in America, yeah, but in other parts of the world, like terrorism is a daily thing.
I agree. Yeah, if you live like in the Middle East or something, then today in Yemen,
for sure. Like over here in the West, like we don't. There's no real reason to think. Like that's why 9/11 was such a shock, right? Because there's like there's no real reason to think that like
attack ever.
Yeah, it was. That was huge, man. Like
yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
So.
Michael Ann, I got a weather report for you. It's wet snow. It's turning to slush immediately. So my snowblower would not be able to work with it. It would just clog up and be spitting out ice blocks.
We still got the fluffy stuff here. Maybe the changeover's later?
I don't know. What's coming down right now is wet. It's mushy. I mean, it looks white and fluffy, but when you step on it, it just turns to slush.
Well, that's good. At least we won't have to be shoveling.
Hey, at least
I won't be able to shovel. It's water.
At least your state doesn't act like Texas when we get snow, because hey, we act like we just don't know what to do. We act like chickens with their head cut off. We don't know what to do.
They do it up here too. Trust me. Apparently yesterday the supermarkets were all hit by everyone buying perishable items. For some reason, they think that in an emergency you should buy stuff that has a very limited shelf life rather than buying stuff for the long term.
Yeah, we're getting
idiots.
We're getting very stupid. But yeah, bad timing.
No, the roads are completely traversable. I mean, you just have to drive carefully. That's all. And get out of people's way when they're going too fast, because they're not going to be able to stop.
Well, you're going to pull a ludicrous? Like, move, chump, get up.
Slush is very slippery. It really is.
Yeah, it's dangerous, man. You step the wrong way, you're going to wipe out easily.
It's basically, I mean, imagine the ice.
Are we going to get low temperatures overnight, Bud?
And water, it glide right off of that shit.
Are we going to get low temperatures overnight? Is this going to refreeze?
Let's see.
Yep.
The predicted low is right around freezing, so I'm guessing that the roads will be fine because of the salt. Tomorrow, the high is predicted at 54.
Oh, there you go.
With a low of 33, and it'll be partly sunny. Sunday, it'll get up to 46 and be sunny, but the low will be 27. So it's going to be a little chilly over the weekend, so it could freeze, but during the daytime, I don't think it'll be a big issue.
Sounds like you guys are having some bipolar weather right now.
Yeah. I don't think this stuff is going to stay around long.
A vortex.
Oh, shit, that's snow.
How come we never had vortexes years ago?
That was horrible. My snowblower is not designed to go through 3 feet of snow. It just isn't. And it's a decent blower. It's not the top of the line, but it's like just above the mid-range for one that you walk behind. I mean, it's got a...
How long are you looking at a map? Do you know how long the snow is going to fall?
Ooh, that's a good question. I was looking at a weather widget, but let me pull up... I'll pull up the
Get that radar going. Come on, Trump.
Yeah. Give me. Just give me a moment here.
All of a sudden, FUD became our own personal weather app. You know, we just.
There we go. Weather.
Yes.
National weather. Okay, let's see. 7-day forecast.
Tell us what we're having, FUD.
What we're having is this wet shit falling from the sky of a whitish.
Come on, put your meteorology hat on.
Okay, currently we are in a blue-green zone. You're in the green area. I'm in the blue area, so you're getting more than I am. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot left in the direction it normally goes. Tell you what, I'm going to give you a link so that you can see exactly what I'm looking at.
We don't want links.
For a couple hours, you think?
I don't know. I think it'll stop sometime this afternoon unless it keeps building up. But I just posted a link. That's where I get my weather radar. Go to the source, the people who make the weather. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be a big deal for today. Let's see, when is the warning going to end?
Isn't it supposed to be spring? Like
it is spring. Yes, today I think is the first day of spring, or tomorrow.
We are off to a bad start right now.
Historically, at least based on my memory, locally in the tri-state Delaware Valley, we've had our worst snowstorms in March. The coldest weather is usually in January and February, but March is when we get hit with the nor'easters occasionally that dump a shitload of snow on us.
I wouldn't mind some snow right now because it is hot in Florida.
Yeah,
buddy, it is hot.
Florida.
I feel so sorry for you, poor baby.
Where do I want to go?
Ermine, what's it like where you're at?
Oh, it's supposed to be today.
Huh?
70 today, I think.
70? Holy fuck! That is a spring. That's summer weather now.
That'd be perfect.
Yeah, 72 is the high.
It's supposed to be like 86 today or some nonsense like that.
But right now it's only 46. I come from the place that crazy people cut babies out of mommy's. Did you guys hear that story?
Oh, the whole state of Colorado is okay. Winter weather advisory until 8 p.m. Eastern time, Eastern Daylight Time. So,
thank you, bud.
Well, that's quite a while.
But it'll be turning. It looks like it's going to be a rain-snow mix, the whole day.
And we're off to Peripheral Profit, who will give us our sports update.
But wait, I have one final weather question.
Coast of New England.
One final weather question.
Submarines are on their tail.
I'm the worst for sports. I don't even know, I hear about new football teams I didn't even know existed.
Well, wait, I need one final weather question. What's our total inches for the day?
Oh, shit, I just closed the window.
I opened your window and it booted me off, so I'm not opening the window again.
We're firing him.
Off? How could it have booted you off?
It did. I had to come back in. As soon as I opened it up, I got launched.
Weird.
Firefox does that.
You're gonna tell somebody that their weather app isn't working. I think that's bad for business. I think that is.
This is the United States government site.
Right. I can see why.
No wonder.
This is the National Ocean Aeronautic Air Administration. Oh fuck! I can't say it. NOAA. I call them NOAA. but they're like, the National Weather Service is in their under their purview. I mean, they aggregate all the weather data from all the stations around the country and the world and whatnot. They're one of the go-to people for climate, other than NASA.
Well, for being
NASA.
For being a government agency, it's amazing they're not forecasting fireballs.
Yeah.
Fireballs.
Yeah, we're predicting a high today of 10,000 degrees. What? Yes, that's right. We've just noticed that Russia has
solar flare activity.
Well, they're so efficient at everything else.
Yes. If you're inside the blast radius, it'll get up as high as 20,000 degrees. If you're a mile away, you'll see highs only in the low thousands.
Well,
with wind gusts hitting 800 miles per hour.
Well, those who are in that red area, you better smoke a cigar.
Sorry, right next to too close to Philadelphia International Airport and oil refineries and oil storage areas. I am literally surrounded by targets.
Oh, I thought you meant the store. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, no. Yeah. Nah, it's only going to get up to the mid-50s.
How many inches, though?
Oh, wow. Who's showing?
I'm already looking at 2.5.
Oh, that's beautiful, though.
Yeah, it's about that. I've got about the same as you. I mean, we're close enough that we should be almost exactly the same. Although
do we have another 8 hours of this?
8 p.m. Yes, we do.
Yoo-hoo!
Now, Michael Ann, you have outdoor space. That's actually kind of rare sometimes in the Northeast.
I like that stone wall.
Well,
That's
I have.
nice.
Yes, it's nice. I have a corner unit, so and my condo is a 2-story, so I'm back to back, which is nice because it's very protected.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, keep you away from all that annoying street noise.
That's my postage size front lawn.
You make me want that house right now.
Can I tell you, I walked down the stairs, I looked at it, and it's perfect. The bathrooms are in the bedrooms, which is very nice.
Yeah.
I have a full living room, full kitchen, full dining room, full den, and 2 fireplaces.
Wow.
Oh, gosh, you sicken me.
I don't even want to tell you what I bought it for 30 years ago.
$6,000, and it was yours.
How about 80?
Oh.
That's what I was going to say. I can't even imagine what that costs today.
I'm in the 275 range.
Oh.
Jeez.
The pain.
You know, everything's great about home ownership till you got to fix stuff.
Yep.
Well, that's the beauty of the condo. You can get a service that'll do that for you.
You got the old handyman deal.
The problem is inside the unit, too, not just the outside. The outside, it's definitely nice to have a condo.
I don't like the condo association. I would like to jettison them. They're ridiculous.
Well, just get a few of your neighbors together and jettison them.
Well, no, you can't get rid of a condo association.
No, but just get rid of who's running it.
Well, it's the same assholes. You know, people that want to run things
Yeah.
generally are the ones you want to get rid of.
Well, that's the thing.
I tried to go to a community meeting one time. I thought my head would explode.
Yeah, that's the thing. Basically, I have a rule. Anyone who wants to run for president of the United States would absolutely, positively not be allowed to be president of the United States.
That might help.
And it goes also for Congress and Senate as well. And governor and local state government and the school board.
Listen, if all we could do is get rid of the longevity, give them 2 years and you've got a roll.
Well, yeah, 2 terms. I agree with you.
Yeah, term limits would be great, but some
Term limit, flat tax, and nobody wears the king hat.
Yeah. Well, the term limit for president was inspired by FDR. Like he nearly completed 4 terms, and it's like, holy shit, we don't need presidents for life. So the 2-term limit amendment, that was passed fairly quickly.
How long does Putin get? How long has he been?
I do not know the Russian laws.
This is his 4th term.
Yeah, and he was voted in by 99% of the people.
Same thing with Netanyahu. Isn't this like his 4th turn at the rodeo?
Yeah, it is. Israel recently had an election and he won. I don't know how much he won by, but yep, it's his 4th term as prime minister.
Yeah, it's similar here in Canada. Prime ministers, if they keep getting voted in, they stay. We can have like the same guy for a really long time. Like Harper's been our prime minister for like a really long time now.
Do you get to elect your prime minister directly, or is he elected as a member of parliament and then the leading party picks him?
Oh,
like England.
See, we have a federal election, but like the last election, the turnout was terrible. So I think it ended up being what you said, and then his party voted him in or something like that. But our politics are wacky in Canada.
This past election, we had less than a 30% turnout.
Yeah, we had something like that. Yeah, it was so bad. Like,
I mean, it was ridiculous because it was, and essentially it was the election where every 2 years we get a new Congress, and 1/3 of the senators get replaced, and because the president is now in his lame duck period, he can basically do whatever the fuck he likes now.
Problem is those senators and congressmen are dual citizen to Israel. We're a vassal state. Don't kid yourself.
I think the only reason for that is because
there is no good
has
reason.
A strong political action committee in the United States.
Do you think anybody's got dual citizenship in Russia or China?
Well, we're actually more of a property of China in a way. I mean, if you go to Walmart or Target or Best Buy, any of those big box stores, essentially you are shopping China.
We're owned by everybody but ourselves.
Well, we gave up. We just literally gave up our manufacturing infrastructure for the most part.
That's because we voted for idiots and assholes who did that.
Yeah, like at some point, the citizens have to take responsibility for their
voting.
Like the people.
At some point. It's called voting liars and thieves into office.
Yes, well, those are the only people who are running.
Yeah. Like if good people
That's why you don't vote.
Actually, like get people behind them and rally people behind them and like try. I think their country would be a lot different.
Why would you vote for somebody that didn't have your best interest at heart?
Well, because we'd be making those commercials that be bashing the parties that are, well, yeah, possibly that person that is actually trying to do good for our community or whatever the case is. And they'd be talking about this, this so-and-so approved this message. Like, dude, you didn't approve of anything. I don't even know what's going on. I just find
it, to get around finance laws.
No one ever really comes up.
You have all these different committees for so-and-so for president and whatnot, all of them independent. So there's really no chance of campaign finance reform, especially since once people get into office, they like to collect the green.
Plus, you only get to vote for the two they choose you can vote for.
Well, I like George Carlin's...
I voted third party plenty of times.
George Carlin explained, you go to the zoo, you put a monkey on an airplane, you fly over, and at random you kick him out. Wherever he lands, the first person he touches is the next president.
Well, okay, that's a little facetious, but I've always thought that a good way to, well, not always, but for almost 20 years now, I thought, you know how you get picked for jury duty? It's a lottery. system that they use for selecting jurors. Well, not for for calling you into the court to serve jury duty. They should do the same thing for Congress, Senate, and President. Basically, election by lottery.
Regardless of the method, you're going to have you're going to have the problem of who's controlling what with the election.
Controlling everything, because most of these people getting in most people don't have the education to understand what the Constitution says and so on and so forth. Hell, Obama knows the Constitution very, very well. That was his specialty at Harvard Law School. And, well, that's sort of a double-edged sword, because he's doing everything in his power to work his way around the constitutional limitations of his office.
That's not surprising.
But Congress and Senate does the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because it's weird that the Congress have longer terms than the president do, but they're the ones that usually make the laws. They're the ones who usually are the ones.
All spending bills have to be initiated in the House, and also the Speaker of the House is the one who decides what bills go to the floor for a vote. So he's actually, in a way, more powerful than the president when it comes to legislation, because he can just basically not bring a bill to vote no matter what, and that's it. The bill is dead.
Then he just does an end run around and overlooks the Congress and does what he pleases anyway. Big whoop-de-doo. That's a concept, not reality.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's why Boner needs to go.
Boner's not going to do a thing. He's paid to do what he does, which is sit there and be controlled opposition by mouth only. He's not going to do shit.
Also, another thing you'll probably have noticed is that almost everybody in Congress is a millionaire. Many of them are...
Who acquired their wealth once they got there, most of them.
A lot of them acquired the... Well, they weren't poor when they went in.
Harry Reid
certainly come
now
out
owns Nevada. Harry Reid owns Nevada.
Yeah, and you got the Obamas. They were never poor. I mean, Obama is.
Here's the problem: people get away with what you let them, and we've let this go on far too long.
Yeah, but notice how Obama has made talks about his divisionist talks about, like, I know what it's like to be walking down the street and hear the doors locking and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, I'm quite
That's
sure.
A bunch of baloney. He has been a silver spoon since birth. He has never experienced that situation. He's never been in the ghetto or anything like that.
Not even close.
And you don't get into Harvard from that situation.
I think he was the one locking the doors.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, so I'm sure he's had plenty of servants his entire life. But I mean, he had a good launching pad. Rich family, Harvard education. I mean, that's the road to the presidency right there.
Have any of y'all seen that bloodline lineage from Bush, and how a lot of the presidents are connected to that family?
Of course. It's all about the bloodlines.
Yeah, and a lot of presidents have gone to Harvard. I think Harvard is more presidents than any other university.
Bombs and banks, skull and bones.
Oh, really? Nothing, Commando? Even after hearing that, you don't have nothing?
I'm just waiting, Mark. Don't worry.
Okay. As long as you don't keep silent for too long, because I know you're gonna pounce on this like a sick puma. But anyway.
Okay, that's an interesting expression. I'm gonna have to remember that one.
I come up with a lot of things by ear, so just keep talking. I'm probably gonna say something weird in the next few seconds.
Oh, you say something weird all the time.
Exactly.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if they ever do pull the alien card, because they don't have a whole lot to come up with. You know, we're not falling for the ISIS bullshit and the Al-Qaeda and all that crap. You know?
ISIS can be taken care of by inviting them all to a big rally in a football stadium and then blowing it up.
When they come out and tell you that the war that we're fighting today is going to take another 50 years, doesn't that tell you something?
It tells you that they want to keep the war going in order
We've never been out of war.
Profit from it. Yeah.
You know, Iran has never, hasn't been in a fight since like the 1700s. Has never been at war since the 1700s. Why do people think that all of a sudden they're just going to start to jump?
It sounds like all them pictures that they be showing with
United States goes into war weekly. It's how we keep Halliburton working. You know, we gotta make sure those poppy fields are safe, because we gotta make sure that opium comes over here.
Opium.
Yeah, the United States has been at war like since its conception. That's all you guys do is fight wars.
Oh, that's our major export.
Yeah, it's war.
You know, Chocolate. Canada could be helping. No, I'm kidding. I ain't gonna say that.
No.
Our brother to the north. Come on, man.
No, man. None of that. Yeah. That's why we don't get we don't get all fucked up with all this kind of shit, because we don't get involved in nothing, man.
I do be mad at y'all Canadians, because y'all got some great stuff going on, and the fact that you guys are very neutral at almost everything.
Listen, you don't see those Canadian Mounties getting geared up, do you?
No, we don't have military style police. We don't have any of that stuff. We don't have cops killing people. We don't have any of that shit.
Israeli trained military police? You don't have any of that?
No, none of that. No. I know you guys. These guys, like the cops in the States, are getting like MMA style training. Like they're learning like serious chokeholds and stuff like that, like MMA fighters know.
No, they don't. They just shoot your ass.
Well, no, they are, but they're teaching them, like, they're showing them like the elbow strikes and the knee strikes and the body strikes and like the proper way to hit somebody, and that can be very, very dangerous if you hit somebody like good with that.
Oh, so it's basically take you down hard.
Yeah, that dude that got choked out, that was an MMA style chokehold that he had him in.
Yeah,
and he choked him right out and killed him.
Kill him.
Dang, it's like don't worry about getting shot. Worry about me choking the living life out of you.
Yeah, because that could be worse, man. Because cops can get within range of you without any question. And imagine just within like 2-3 feet of you, him hitting you like with the way they've been trained to hit people. They could bust your jaw and like you need like surgery, and you know what I mean. And the chokehold is probably the best example to use right now.
No, you're going to go down, and then they'll taser you for not cooperating.
Exactly. You're resisting.
And then stomp your ass saying you're trying to get away.
But they've been doing this like since Malice Green, the Malice Green beating, Rodney King, all this stuff. This isn't new with the police.
Well, the amount of militarization is huge.
There's more cameras around, and yeah, they're a little more.
Listen, 20 years ago, a cop, if he was your neighborhood cop and you knew him, he would drive you home if he found you drunk. You know, not anymore.
Yeah. Well, there was a big difference back then.
They're not civil servants anymore. They're privatized terroristic groups.
Yeah. The groups used to be smaller. Your neighbors. And when they were your neighbors, they had to be courteous because you knew where they lived.
Yeah.
Now they're not.
Why are they not your neighbor anymore?
Because we live in honeycombs.
Imports are not afraid to be here.
The PBS show. They didn't
bring them in from other places.
Yeah.
They take you out of your own hometown. They don't want you policing your own hometown because they don't think you're going to do that to your neighbors.
Right.
Yeah,
that's why they had the UN come in and say, sure, we're going to help you remilitarize your police stations. This is the problem Ferguson had.
Yeah, isn't there like a police station that they got like a tank? They got like an armored
Oh yeah, they got MRATs and all sorts of shit. I mean,
what the fuck is that, man? And they have like sound wave machines too.
oh
Like,
yeah, the sonic disruptors.
Yeah.
Those
Like what
things
is?
are nasty.
Yeah, they are, man. Like I've seen videos of those things in action, and I saw this other video of this other machine that I don't know if they're gonna use it in America. I hope not. But it gives you the sensation of like you're burning, and I've seen the demonstration for it. And this girl, like, she was in like the middle, like immediate, like was freaking out.
Hey, Bob.
That's what this. I guess it's a crowd control thing, you know.
What?
Yeah.
Like, wait, you're saying she felt like she was burning, but she wasn't. It was just a signal sent to her brain.
It's like a sense.
Sounds like a pepper spray.
No, it's not a spray. It's like it's oh man, if I can find the video for you guys.
It's all the new rage. It's Chanel No. 7.
If I can find the video, I'll post the video.
What temperature?
Chanel number stun.
Yeah, exactly. I was wondering what temperature that the body burns at. It's like Chanel.
It's probably a chemical reaction or a neurological one.
Yeah, there's something going on. There's something going on where it's like the sensation of like you're on fire, pretty much, you know.
Yeah, you're mostly water, so it's very difficult to burn you. That is,
I wanted to say something about the the chokehold thing and teaching them the MMA things. There is a good side to that, because if you teach them how to properly choke someone, they won't end up killing them. Okay, the guy didn't know what he was doing. You don't think it's better to have non-lethal tactics?
Oh, that guy knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
No, the guy had no professional MMA training. He did it wrong. I can get.
He didn't do it wrong. He got the exact effect.
I can get 3 people on here to show you that he was doing it wrong. That's why.
It doesn't matter that he did it wrong. The effect was what he desired.
Because the thing is, the reason why.
There's a different way of doing it. You don't know what effect he desired. For the first thing you got to go on is that he had the guy in the wrong hold. He was doing it wrong, which caused the problems. Okay.
I mean, you're still holding
the reason I brought it up. Hold on, Mac. The reason I brought it up.
was on the ground and cuffed. You didn't need to be choking him anymore.
Yeah, and the reason I brought it up is because these guys don't go and continue training, right? It's that they're shown how to do it. And some of them might refine it and learn it better and all those things. But for the most,
okay, for one thing,
so quick situations, they can defend themselves or whatever the case is, right? So you're right in the sense that
so they don't end up
doing it wrong. It's because he didn't correctly train how to chokehold somebody correctly, and which is part of the problem. Right.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. He did it wrong, and that's why the guy ended up dying.
Yeah.
And another thing is people being handcuffed. Okay, that don't mean crap. I know a lot of people who have the leg strength and the back strength that even though they're handcuffed, they can still kick your ass. It's not the point that you're handcuffed. Okay, if someone is still struggling and fighting and they won't calm down, most people when they get handcuffed will just say, "Okay, I give." But there's people out there that don't do that.
Okay, but that doesn't mean at some point, the person is still probably going to lose consciousness before you wind up killing them, and then they wind up dying if you're still holding them in a chokehold.
Okay, now the thing is too is you weren't in that situation. For people to stand here and talk about things and say, well, this is what I was done when I'm clear thinking and I don't think my life or I'm in any harm. I've been in fights before, and when you're in fights, it's reactionary. You're trying to do something to stop something. You get caught up with adrenaline and everything. It's just not as easy as, oh, he thought this and he did it on purpose, or he could have done this to stop. It's not like that. Everyone, you guys should know this. I mean, people react to things differently. Nobody reacts to the same thing as everybody else. You can't put your mindset on someone else.
One of the big things with me is that things like proving intent. It doesn't. I mean, it's when you really can absolutely prove intent. That's great. But when you can't,
I missed it. I don't know if it's my phone or
I don't care if it's negligence or not. It's wrong.
Lucid, is that a one-use server you have sitting next to your laptop?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Wow.
It's I just stuck Linux on it too.
Serverless tech is all get out.
It's the only thing is the fans. It's a ProLand. What I think it's that DL360 G5, and the fans are really loud. But anyway, the thing about it is it's just like the same thing with people who make up stories, write books, and make money off of 9/11, claiming they have the ultimate truth. Well, I don't really care because you can't necessarily prove any of this. You can make a lot of assumptions, but the problem is what our government did after it, we know for sure was against us. All the laws they passed restricting what we can do.
Yeah, basically the terrorists won.
Yeah, basically, because trying to reduce the amount of privacy laws we have and all this stuff, it's unconstitutional to begin with. But and it's just that's not the proper way to treat people, and we're paying the price, for it regardless of cause.
Mm. Yeah, I don't see any benefit of amping up your police force and disarming the citizens at the same time. Like it's not going to make people feel safe. It's going to make them not like the law. And it's fucked.
It's very questionable,
Yeah. It raises questions as to the motive, right? Like, what's the point? Are they really trying to combat terrorism, or?
They are the terrorists.
Yeah, but thing about it is I can't prove intent, but the fact of the matter is, if there's a car in the street rolling down the road towards someone, and it doesn't appear that it's going to stop, and I can stop it, I stop it. That's the immediate concern. So we can't prove intent. What did the government set up all this stuff? And some people take it off into some pretty weird conspiracy stuff. Aliens controlling the minds of government and weird. But we can't prove intent. We can't prove a lot of this stuff, but we can understand the direction they're going, and vote to change it at least. And
well, the thing was though is that even the 9/11 survivors, or even the people who were part of the building plan of the World Trade Center, when they were speaking out and saying that even with these two planes going into the building, it was impossible. It would be impossible for that plane to actually go down like that unless it was broken down from the inside.
Okay. You know what? Wait. No, listen. Everybody hears things on the internet, and they tend to trend towards what they believe more. Unless you're going to spend 1,000 hours or more investigating each and every detail of what is right and what is wrong, you shouldn't be voicing your opinion on what you think is right and what you think is wrong. You can say, you heard this and it's possible this could have happened, but you can't say these people know this and these people know that. I mean,
are you about to defend the 9/11 official story? Is that what you're about to do?
No, I'm not. I don't know anything about it. I can't tell you one way if it is or not, and I'm not going to voice an opinion on it. It's just that people, it just ticks me off that people get on here because they see 15 videos and they've heard it from 20 other people. Oh, this is fact now. I'm going to keep spreading that around too. I mean, unless you can tell me.
I mean, seriously, if somebody doesn't believe in what you believe in, we have the same argument to say about you. If you don't like it, walk away. Who needs your opinion about something you don't like? Maybe we don't think the way you do.
No, but then
I'm just saying it's dishonest to say that this is true and this is it when
and where are you getting your truth from? If your truth
what
is
truth have I told you? What truth have I told you?
Beat me up about it.
What truth have I told you?
I haven't heard any yet. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then don't give me a contradictory crap and you ain't got nothing on it.
What are you pissed off about?
I'm just saying when people like Mac going, oh, these people said this and these people saying that, like it's fact and it's true. Mac don't know it's fact
Yeah,
and
but
it's
there's
true.
sufficient. Yeah, but he can sort of discern that, can't he? Because there's sufficient evidence to suggest what he's sort
And
of.
there's sufficient evidence to say there's not.
Okay, so we're even.
Right,
Move
so
on.
you are. So you're defending the government. So that's what you've done. You've
Oh,
just.
what I'm saying is it's ignorant of people to sit here and say things with like matter of factly. Okay.
And do you know what else is ignorant? Sort of accepting what we're told in regards to.
I wasn't done. Listen, I said it's ignorant for people to come on here and say things matter of factly. If you want to say, I think this is the reason that this has happened. I think this is the reason this has happened. That's fine. But when you come on and talk about, well, this is the fact, there's people out there that believe that crap. And and like what I'm saying is, unless you have, a couple hundred hours of documentation where you've gone and investigated every little piece of evidence yourself,
but people
that
have
you
done
can
that.
say for sure. Okay.
I would say the same to you about knocking anyone else down.
Well,
I'm not knocking anybody else down. How was I knocking anybody else down?
I don't know. You're having a temper tantrum about something. I'm trying to figure it out.
I didn't knock anybody else down. See, there you go, throwing these accusations of bullshit out there. I didn't knock anybody down.
Facts and stuff like that.
Well, you're talking about people that you think don't have enough information, time, and energy into a subject to have an opinion.
Well, that's fine. That's why I'm saying it's an opinion. If you voice it as an opinion,
we got that.
If you voice it as an opinion, it's fine. But when you voice it as a fact, there's a problem there. If you don't know it's a fact.
Now, here's the thing. Here's my view on it is that there are certain things that are unknowable. I have no problem with that. The problem is, like with the 9/11 thing, what we do know for sure is what our government did to us afterwards. I would rather we resolve those issues that we know for sure.
We were punished because the towers went down. What does that tell you?
Yeah, I would like the attention drawn away from things that
We're
we can't prove
punished.
absolutely.
You can't even get on an airplane without being patted down like a crazed lunatic.
Yeah, see, I would prefer people put energy into resolving the issues we can resolve. And I mean, there are as many opinions as there are people. So I'm not specifically concerned with what someone wants to believe personally on whether 9/11 was aliens, whatever they want to believe. I could care less. But we know for a fact what our government did to us after.
No, but it's great that people come on here and express their opinions. I mean, it's conversation. It takes time out of the day or whatever you're doing. It'll lead you to look into other things and check things out. And it's like I said, it's great that you voice an opinion. But when you state something as fact and you don't know it's fact, that's a problem. That's all I'm saying. I like listening to people's opinions.
But what if you know it's a fact, though?
Like what?
I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. Like, what if you know something's a fact, though?
Okay, how would you know 9/11's a fact? I mean, depending on what it is.
No, I'm not implying that. I'm not getting at that. I'm just throwing it like a hypothetical at you. What if someone knows something is a fact and you're saying, well, that's just your opinion, like,
Well, it depends on what it is too. I mean, yeah, there's lots of things you can know as facts. I know the fact I'm driving in a Ford F-350 Super Duty pickup right now. So, yeah, there's lots of facts out there. That's the problem.
I mean, what I'm saying is that I've researched the Twin Towers. I mean, I never researched the function, but I researched the building structure. And from what and even I have seen videos where they talked about the building that even those planes, both of those planes could go into one of the buildings of the Twin Towers. That thing will not fall down. Yeah, and even when the planes went in it, it should have leaned towards somewhere if it was going to fall down, not straight down. That's like a demolition expert. When it takes down a building, it goes straight down.
But thing is, even different people have different opinions about that, which we can't control. That it's done. But what we can do is the obvious problems that our government has caused us that we can do something about.
Which video are you talking about, Mac?
You can just research.
Dr. Judy Wood.
I was about to say that's a very good sort of insight video as to what.
Oh, okay, that too.
Looked like every other controlled demolition I ever saw.
See, I think to address what the gentleman was saying, because he's saying try to focus on, what the government's doing and everything.
Yeah, plane or no plane is not the issue. We've got to get this fascist boot off our neck.
But I think it is a good thing to focus on who did it, because if you can show that it wasn't terrorists, that there actually is a criminal element in the United States trying to make it a bad place for citizens, then
I'm thinking if I were a terrorist, I would want to do as much damage as possible, which means I wouldn't drop those in their footprints. I would make them fall over and take about everything else out I could. This was as clean a job as you could have done. It was fucking surgical.
I always found it to be weird too, but I don't know. I don't like to jump to conclusions.
I mean, it's 2015 and people still buy the official story. I mean,
are you kidding me? There are people that still think there was a one-bullet theory and the Warren Commission and the Zapruder film were the way to go.
But the thing is, arguing over, like, the amount of time it's been and the fact that we have no good way of proving exactly what happened, and especially when you get into too many details. That's time and energy that could be put into fixing the problems we have that the government decided to take action
against. But the problem is you can't fix what we have with what we have. It's going to take an outside-the-box, total cleaning of the shithole and a re-up.
Well, it's just like all the restrictions they're doing on our rights. Slowly but surely, it's changing. Generations down the road.
I mean, seriously,
it could result in rebellion.
Why can't an American go to an agency, declare themselves, let them know I am who I am not a terrorist, not now or ever. Why do I have to be frisked and mugged every time I want to get on a plane? What is that?
They talked about doing that. I don't know if they ever did it because I don't fly anywhere. I don't have any need to. But they talked about doing that where you get a special ID and all that and everything, but most people wouldn't do it because, okay, now you're going to track me more,
No, and you're not going to be. It's to get you off the freaking list. Since when did it? They're frisking old ladies and babies.
Oh yeah, I mean it's totally stupid, and it's just a bureaucracy.
Well, because the sheeple just allow this shit to go on, thinking they're safe.
Yeah,
well, a lot of it is that these people that they train to do a spot, they get power trips.
It's a Stockholm syndrome.
Michael, please don't interrupt people. I don't interrupt you when you're talking. When they train these people, most people that get trained, they're not trained properly, and a lot of them go on power trips because they think they gotta look at. Let's do what I want, and they go on this power trip where they feel like they're the king of the world. They can do whatever they want.
And why do we allow that?
This is
they don't always. I mean, you see the videos, and there are people that in the TWA that do get suspensions, that do get things on their records. So it's not. I mean, but you can't stop it before it happens.
Where's overreach?
I have no idea what that is.
You don't know what overreach is?
No, what do you mean by overreach?
How about if you're carrying anything over $1,500, you have to tell them why you have it, otherwise they can just take it?
Wow.
Don't ever travel with money.
Yeah, you can't travel with cash in most places like that.
Yeah, that's a result of the drug war, though.
So what? It's illegal and no reason. They can't just because it's the drug war decide to take your money. People are crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
You've been so beaten down by the system. It's like Stockholm syndrome. You'd rather appease the abuser.
I mean, the government itself legalizes drugs. I don't see what the heck. I mean, they making us being the criminals.
That's right. You're a criminal unless proven otherwise. And if you allow it, then you can't whine about it. But keep voting these same people in, and you might see a change.
For those who don't think that there is more to the 9/11 story, I posted a link in the side chat. Over 1,500 architects and engineers confirm there's more than to the story. You go to that website, they present all the evidence that you need.
Oh, that's only for
A911truth.org.
no, that's only for that's only for Bob there, because I mean most of us here already know that.
Yeah, and my thing is that I can't research and know everything, but I can know the effects what our government's done to us, and that's what I want to fix. Because that's what we can fix if we get enough people.
You had the Patriot Act, Homeland Security put in, TSA, getting more powers.
Yeah, all this stuff should be done away with.
Absolutely. Homeland Security? Absolutely.
And the biggest thing you can do is bring awareness to enough people to make a difference, and unfortunately that takes time, and it's also battling against other opinions.
Homeland Security couldn't find their own fucking office.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's
jeez.
Anyway,
yeah, I gotta look up. I was seeing what was it? The direct from Homeland. He was on one of those Sunday talking head shows, and using this whole ISIS thing because their funding was to go. The budget was up, so of course they're gonna use feet, to get the American people to say, "Oh yeah, we need Homeland Security." Look what they're doing over there. What a joke.
You gotta, if you guys gonna have to go deeper in the intent, because the fact that these people are trying to control us, the question is why? Because the fact that they already have all the power in the world, all this money, they pretty much run everything. Why do they still want control?
Well, they want control because they don't have control. They want to make us like the North American Union, like the EU. They're trying to tidy this all up, get it into one big little package, and one guy runs the show, one world order.
I have a question about that. What is wrong with globalization?
There's no problem with globalization, but the plan they have set out for us is not the one I'm thinking you're going to enjoy.
Michael couldn't say it better than myself.
What if it's not as sinister as you think, though?
Oh no!
What if it's just people misunderstanding?
No, it's all anytime.
You read Agenda 21.
Oh.
Have you read Agenda 21?
I have gone through that. That's pretty messed up. The
script is unraveling. You just have to see the script. The script is unraveling in front of you.
What was the other one? The Codex Alimentarius or something? I was reading about that one, and that sounds pretty messed up too.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so there's a few things that
depopulation, live it, learn it, love it.
But
you guys need to quit talking about it on here and actually go out and do activism, protest, get out there in the streets of Washington.
Wow. Right behind you. Right behind you, dude.
Right behind me.
Lead the way.
I don't care.
Me neither.
And that's the problem. No.
But then you bitch about it. I don't care, but I'm going to bitch about it. I don't care, but I'm going to bitch about it.
I thought we were discussing.
No, discussing is discussing, but the way some people have been saying things is not discussing, it's bitching.
Well, how do we expect we sort of implement change, like walk around on the streets with a load of placards? Like, do you think that sort of solves problems? Like,
no, there are.
But what's the thing we do then? What do we do?
Hell, I don't know. I never formed an activism group. I talked to somebody who formed activism groups who are actually doing activism. Go do that.
Now, it needs to be a takeover. Takeover and do-over.
Yeah, most activist groups just kind of want to go out in the street and protest.
Well, change that.
I would more suggest a passive-aggressive approach, and the best way that you can define those ways to get out of the system.
I'm thinking we call all the heads of government and world bankers, and we invite them to a banquet. And just like they did in the old days, you slip a little something, everybody goes to sleep. We throw the coup and let them wake up to a new world. Nobody's hurt. The mission is executed. It's a beautiful thing.
She's going assassin style right now.
The security for that would be better than anything you could imagine.
Yeah, you listen. You gas them so they sleep for 12 hours. They wake up, and it's a new day.
We need to get rid of them Bilderberg meetings. That's what we need to do.
We can't just call them up, tell them they're fired?
I'd like that, but a lot of people have been trying to do that over the years. That doesn't seem to work. There's a Teflon shield somewhere up there.
Yeah, you better.
You can't get rid of these guys. I mean, we've been looking at Kissinger for 75 freaking years. How old is that damn dude?
Yeah.
I mean, they're called politics for a reason.
But the thing is, I don't understand is the population of the United States is supposed to be 78% Christian. Okay. Why are these? If the population is 78% Christian, why are these Christians letting these things happen? It's against their Christianity. If they're in office,
because these things were set up by the occulted elite, not by the Christians you're speaking about. We wouldn't have set it up this way.
So they can't get in office.
Say what?
They can't. The Christians can't get in office.
A fundamentalist Christian would never get into office ever.
Oh, okay.
Back then, back then.
We only got a Catholic there, an Irish Catholic at that.
Yeah, I mean I think he was probably one of the best Catholics. JFK was probably like the last good president that we ever had.
Well,
people used to think they'd never elect a Catholic.
Right, but
just like they thought they'd never elect a black, and just like they thought they'd never elect a woman.
Well, Catholics aren't Christians.
No, they're not. But
that's mad. Catholics aren't Christian.
I know. Well, that's why you're not going to see a Mormon one either.
I mean, we was doing so well, and you had to bring that up. But the thing is though, is that you can bring up statistics about this country is 78% Christian and whatever, but if you actually look at the doctrine of Christianity, it's not what you think. And an office like this would make God throw up.
Amen. As a matter of fact, if God doesn't rain down hellfire and brimstone, he better go apologize to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Because that is true. Because Sodom and Gomorrah was doing all kinds of wrong, and they got rained hellfire. It's not like they got a warning though. They didn't look up in the sky and had the weather forecast tell them, "Hey, there's a new weather forecast today. It's hellfire, right?" No, they didn't have that. But we're getting chance after chance after chance, and even there's people out there who are fundamentalist Christians like me, or anyone else out there who does what the Bible says and goes out to tell people that this is the last days. It's coming to an end because the government's jacked up, people's mindsets are getting jacked up, crime is on the rise, things are getting worse than getting better. It's getting horrible.
The delays for 2,000 years. Come on.
Say what?
It's been the last days for 2,000 years.
Yeah, 2,000 years of any day now. You know what I mean? Like,
it's not talking about.
It sounds like, brother, that you're fulfilling prophecy right now.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. I didn't think so. See, them 30 years is really.
We've been in the last days. We've been in the last days since I was a little kid.
No, fulfilling prophecy. In case you didn't know.
I don't know about that, man.
Every decade, every generation, every young folk think their days are the last days.
Yeah.
Brother, thanks for fulfilling prophecy.
Many people have lived and died thinking that it was the last days.
The last days is referring to the age of. It's referring to an astrological age. It's not referring to like some sort of specific.
The age of Aquarius.
Indeed. If you look at the sort of astrological stuff, you'll sort of get what I mean.
Yeah, a guy named Michael Tazarian, he would go through all that stuff. I remember. He would talk about the different ages, and yeah, we're in the age of Aquarius, all that. But it's interesting though how they
Anything
pointed out
I
like
see it, they saw these things coming. When they wrote in the New Testament and Revelation, they saw Rome was coming in, the destruction of the temple. They saw it coming. The last days happened already. It happened in 70 AD.
Can anybody hear Brother John?
No, we heard him. I just don't want to respond. I just don't want to respond to that because, I don't want to. I don't want to hurt feelings. Again,
You're not hurting my feelings, bro.
I mean, no offense, brother, but when you told me that you know Christianity, you've been I'm sorry, that you was in Christianity for 30 years, and right now what you're saying right now is you're like laughing and scoffing at the Bible, and you're saying it's not it's not the last days when if you read the scriptures, you're clearly doing exactly what the Bible said you would do. I find it ironic. I didn't think I would get a response out of that. Okay.
No, you will get a response. The thing is that I'm sure you can find anything in the Bible for any kind of response you get to kind of confirm your own bias.
Really?
Before this sort of kicks off
Sure
a bit
can,
more,
because even when people mock the idea of miracles or whatever, or certain beliefs, you say, well, yeah, look, you're fulfilling what the scripture is. There'll be mockers. Look, you know what I'm saying? So you can find you always find something that will it's confirmation bias.
Yeah.
And the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true. Can I just sort of interject quickly before this sort of kicks off a bit more? Can I just ask, like, what it is, you subscribe to, Brother John? Like, what sort of stuff do you believe? Like,
more of pantheism.
Okay. No, fair enough. Okay, it's like, yeah, continue this amazing
No
battle.
dogma. I have no dogma, no gospel to preach, no hellfire for people to be afraid of.
Well, technically, that is your gospel to preach.
I just think that God is bigger than the book. I told you this yesterday, Mac. Don't mistake the menu for the meal.
There's a lot more, I'm not going to say truth, but there's a lot more sort of information, within sort of pantheistic views as opposed to, the Bible, because we have to remember the Bible is just sort of astrology. It is just a giant sort of commentary on an astrological shift. Yeah. And that's sort of fused with orders.
With you, Commando. We need to sit down and talk. Dad, come in.
No, that is an interesting concept though, because I've heard of that.
Well, I mean, of course, it's astrology. 12 disciples. Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
And then Jesus is like the fish, and there was something in the Bible about a man carrying water on his head, and apparently in like those times you would never ever see that, and that was supposed to be like symbolic of was it Aquarius or something, the water bearer sign. Yeah. It was interesting.
Yeah, I've heard that also.
It was really, really interesting. I was like, this is interesting. It made the Bible seem really interesting. So yeah.
Commander, we gotta sit down and talk, man. I'll tell you, I'm still trying to figure out, because even when you told me what you believed in, I looked it up and I couldn't find jack squat. Like it doesn't match up to what you. It's weird because it's like you fall in your own group and I can't figure out what the heck you are.
Well, actually, if I could jump in, Commando, how did you come to your understanding? Like. I hate to say like what happened to you, but like what, how did, and I mean this because I enjoy every word you say. I'm on the edge of my seat trying to fill in what you speak about into what I've come to know.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean this because I enjoy every word you say. I'm on the edge of my seat trying to fill in what you speak about into what I've come to know. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot more, I'm not going to say truth, but there's a lot more sort of information, within sort of pantheistic views as opposed to, the Bible, because we have to remember the Bible is just sort of astrology. It is just a giant sort of commentary on an astrological shift. I mean, I suppose. Are you asking like? I mean, how
Well,
long I've sort
obviously
of
you
known my
didn't
position?
come through a traditional, or maybe you did come through traditional to find the, I don't want to say extreme, but I believe in what you say, and so I'm in a phase where I'm able to set my own beliefs aside and try to integrate what you're speaking about, because I have found that some of the things that you have found to be true, so I kind of have to leave behind some stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it is sort of a progressional, thing, isn't it? If we look at, how timelines are sort of relevant. But yeah, like I came to sort of understand what I, believe through. I mean, if you're asking for the sort of transitionary, religious phases, if you will, I suppose, like I subscribed to like sort of soft atheism for a while. Then through that came to, subscribe to the New Age stuff, and then from there, sort of, went through the Christian phase. Realized that was a load of shit, and then sort of woke up and came to, where I am now, I suppose.
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Oh, okay. Your voice would lead you to believe otherwise.
Yeah. But yeah.
Interesting.
Wait, Commando. You're 20?
Mm-hmm.
How the heck am I older than you, dude? You sound like you're like 30 years old. There's no freaking way.
Yeah.
I dislike you.
Listen, he got the message early. What can you say? Can't hate a man for that.
I'm thinking this is like one of those spiritual journeys where, he went through the desert.
No, I say. Listen, for all we know, it was a bad mushroom trip.
I mean, it's like he went. It's like he had a whole Jedi training, and when he came back, he was like Master P or something like that, and he just. I just want to.
I have spoken to people that are sort of members of, like esoteric schools and secret societies, so I've got a lot of my stuff from there.
Speaking about Sage, look what he's wearing. See that? That hooded.
See, it's the dark side is strong in this one. Now this is fun. Now Sappho, what do you believe in? Because I don't know you.
Oh no, for now I'm a non-believer.
Oh, you're a non-believer?
Yeah.
Good, I could shift in. No, I'm kidding. What's up with the icon though?
Oh, was this a joke?
Oh, do you know anything about it though?
Well, enough to understand the joke. Yes.
Do you know of what your do you know if that joke is like actually real?
I don't. I think some of the facts of the.
I love how there's some sort of like layer of mysticism to this. Like, what could the joke be? Like, let's just say it. Right? What's that thing on your profile picture, man? It's looking kind of weird, man.
Hey, we have to help Sappo out because brother's got jokes. I appreciate his humor side. I just want to know if he actually knows anything about the jokes that he's saying.
Fair point. First you have to understand the frame of the card.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you have to know the gameplay. Right?
Can you read what it's saying on the card? Because to be honest with you, I can't read it. It's not close enough. I can't zoom in or nothing.
Well, I can't even see my own avatar either. I gotta get the original one. It says Illuminati is in all zones, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to play Magic, there's a graveyard, you have your deck zone, then you have like where you put your lands. So it's just saying. So if you were to get Magic the Gathering, you get the joke.
Yeah, it sounds like my Yu-Gi-Oh days, but I never got into Magic of the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering is basically like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, but for adults. Like, it's the sort of real version of those games. Like.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Because like once you realize, I think Magic of the Gathering made Yu-Gi-Oh though, didn't they? Or
yeah, it's older. It was the first one they sort of made. Yeah.
Right.
Does this help?
Oh yeah. Illuminati is in all zones. This applies even if Illuminati would not otherwise be in play. Oh, okay. So that okay. But do you kind of do you know like what the Illuminati is?
The original Illuminati. What was the purpose of it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the first one has to do with enlightenment.
Yeah. So basically, to sort of speed this up, it's a Luciferian science cult. It allegedly went away, but it didn't. It just sort of re-established itself. Infiltrated loads of aspects of other secret societies, and then sort of ties into the whole modern timeline, I suppose. But yeah.
All right, Commando. Name all the list of secret societies. Go.
Yeah. I was gonna say, just wait for me to just get this list to my side now of like all the ones
I'm curious though, cause I'm pretty sure, and I probably know this for a fact that you know way more about secret society, the insides of secret societies than I do, because I know a lot of names of them, but I don't know what all of them really talk about, except for the Masons and the I would say Bilderbergs. I think I know mainly those two.
So the Bilderberg group isn't. It's not a secret society in itself. It's like it's more to do with sort of surface stuff like government and banking and whatnot. It's not, I mean, the people that make up the Bilderberg group are more than likely in secret societies. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But yeah.
Well, because I could never figure out what these other groups were, like the Templars. Even though it's kind of ironic that they made a game out of it, based on.
The Templars are the Jesuits of today.
Yeah. Them too. The
Templars were basically like sort of Jewish mysticism faction within, the sort of. I mean, we all sort of know the story of, the siege of Acre and whatnot. I mean, that's out there for people to sort of read. But yeah, it's a legitimate secret society that still exists. Has a lot of ties to Freemasonry, but yeah, like basically Jewish mysticism cult that that sort of understood the mechanics of the Kabbalah and yeah. Has a lot to do with Solomon's Temple and yeah.
Yeah, I never understood how they got mystic with Solomon's Solomon's Temple.
It's because Solomon's Temple had the Ark of the Covenant in it, didn't it? And the Ark of the Covenant is obviously a demiurgic battery, which is the demiurgic battery that was in the Giza pyramid. It goes back to Moses and the Exodus and all that. It's a very, very, very important artifact. Where it is now, I don't have a clue, but someone's got it.
Chocolate, Sappho, Fudd. See, a lot of you guys can learn something from this guy. Because even though he doesn't believe the same things that I do, he at least knows that the Exodus is real and a lot of things in the Bible are real.
It's a real event, but the sort of chronology regarding it in the Bible has sort of been fabricated. I think it happened a lot earlier than it's sort of, made out in the Bible.
So it really should just be looked at as a historical vehicle.
I suppose, yeah. But you have to understand. With the Bible being, pretty much astrology, it'll have been. This event will have been sort of presented within an astrological context.
Does it have anything to do with helping people move through this transition, or has any clues about that, or any of that, or is it just a historical document about events that were and who knows about what's coming?
It is a historical document regarding what happened, but it's like I said, it's been presented within an astrological context to sort of suit the Bible's, framework, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So the Exodus.
What about Revelation?
Revelation is a work from a man called John of Patmos that was spoken to by an archon that was told to recite things. That was told to recite an agenda, basically. So the same, it ties in with the whole, Muhammad thing with Islam.
Revelation.
So the agenda is to be believed?
Well, the agenda, you see it sort of manifesting around you now. This is where the whole end times thing comes from. It's all sort of by design.
So would you call it a blueprint or a fictional novel about the events to come?
Are you referring to Revelation still? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say it's more of that's a good question. It is a blueprint, I suppose. It is an agenda in manifesto. Yeah.
Like, you would probably agree with it being both and, because there's a lot of metaphorical and allegorical.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of sort of apocrypha in there. It's presented within a sort of
It's like it's still showing. It's still trying to get to to show actual events that are coming, even though it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
Based on the symbolic form of it.
Yeah.
Even as a Christian, I love Revelations, but I cannot, for the life of me, I could probably not even with eisegesis, exegesis, and hermeneutics, you'll be lucky enough to get anything substantially, rooted as to something someone will actually know.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. But the thing that's spoke of in Revelation that's referred to the Son of Man isn't I mean, I suppose it is this sort of Jesus Christ fabrication that we've been fed, but it's by no means the original a scene that was Yeshua. It's complete agenda, if you will. It's very interesting. It's also
Commando, you keep doing this to me.
It's sort of I mean the whole thing's sort of an inversion of a specific timeline as well. I mean, it's a very interesting codex, is Revelation, but it's by no means anything, benevolent. It is an agenda. Yeah.
See, it's Michael. What are you exactly? I think this is the first time I've ever actually met you.
Well, several weeks or a couple of, maybe not even a couple of months, a month and a half ago when I first started, I would have told you that I was a Catholic. But now I've decided that I am a conspiracy theist.
That is, I can't even knock that, because that's I'm serious, because that's kind of interesting, because I will almost call myself that if I was not.
I wouldn't, because now you're going to get the Book of John thrown at you by G-Man, and you're going to be called a heretic.
Listen. Once you've been addressed by Jesus, G-Man's nothing.
I've spoke to Jesus. He's a very, very, very clever person. He knows a lot.
He does. I love his information. His delivery is brutal.
Yeah. Like Jesus is clued up in regards to this. Like, I mean, that guy knows what he's doing.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
You know what?
I'm a Hamite.
You should call a new.
What's a Hamite?
You should call a new thing of baloney that a Hamite. I'm sorry.
It's almost like a Vegemite sandwich, right? I'm from the line of Ham, and apparently we were like white people that fell out of a cave, and so we're just doomed to be, slaves or something.
Yeah, he basically believes that all white people are evil, but
Well, Commando, no offense to you, but you do kind of show the icon of a person that was just brought up out of pure evil. He looked like he just had a bad day and he's taking it out on the world.
Indeed.
The rain wasn't started; he started it.
Is that depressing for him?
He's bringing rain.
Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that.
Now, it's funny that now I do have to get back on Sappho. It says Sappho or is it Sappho?
You can say Sappho.
Sappho. Okay. Because you say you was a so it's like you don't have a legitimate like anything that you truly believe as far as anything outside of the world or.
I'm non. I forgot the D word. Denominational. I'm not denominational.
Okay. So. Okay. So what? Dang.
Non-denominational. Ever, or is that just like once in a while you might pick something?
Thank you. Like Michael, because I would say I'm not denominational, but I'm a.
Well,
you gotta be a something.
You should be. As a Christian, you should be, right?
Well, yeah.
Right.
I'm just a Bible-believing Christian.
Right.
So I'm asking you, like like do you even believe in anything, as far as like something, as far as like spiritual world or that God exists or what?
All I can say is that I'm willing to be open about it. I'm willing to hear what you have to say.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like I don't, even though I don't believe in a God,
Well,
I don't consider myself an atheist.
If you stick around me and Commander long enough, you'll wind up being like Michael, a conspiracy theist. No offense to Michael, because
meetings are Wednesdays at 7.
Because and the funny thing is that me and Michael Michael and Commando, we could probably go on our conspiracies all day and like run with them like there's no tomorrow, but
I just seek out truth from people that are generally lying to me. You know, like if you want your doctor, you can keep your doctor kind of shit.
Me on the other hand, I just stick to the Bible. Commando, he's I don't know how to describe Commando. Just like I don't know how to describe his icon. He's everywhere, but at the same time he's rooted as a Gnostic.
Yeah, was leaning towards the sort of Marcionite Gnosticism, but I'm sort of.
Trust me, I've tried to research what he is, and I cannot find it for the life of me because I don't know. He's hiding behind a hood that I cannot get through right now.
Well, that's because I think he's got tapped into the 4th dimension, and you were dropped off at the 3rd.
Commando, I have a question. Are you part of the Demir?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I put a chat in the. If you see in the chat, I said Demir is
part of the what?
I got that. No, he's talking about
he's part of the what?
Demir.
He's talking about a secret society in Magic the Gathering, which is one of my sort of favorite decks to run actually. So, yeah.
Never heard of Demir.
He's talking about the card game Magic the Gathering. Yeah. It's like a secret society that's. I was going to say, what colours is it?
You guys are into that black magic shit.
Whoa! First of all,
are you doing that voodoo like you do so well?
Hey, what? Anyhow, correction. It's blue and black magic.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's one, blue and black. Yeah.
Showing your age there, Michael.
I know. Sorry about that.
I get the reference.
I don't. What was the reference?
Hang on one sec. Be back in a bit.
Voodoo and what?
That's an old song. You have to be older than 25.
But I'm 27.
Oh, you missed the boat.
See, but Sappho, like that's what I mean, I'm curious as to why. Do you know anything about witchcraft exactly?
Wait, hold on. Oh, wait. I think you're jumping the gun. Oh, sorry. Yeah, is it a gun? Yeah, you're
I
jumping the
think
gun
it's
here. I don't think. Where's that coming from?
No, you said that is with like when Michael made the joke like you're into that black magic. You said, well, first off, it's blue magic.
black and blue.
Well,
Well, black.
I was referring to the thing that me and Commander was talking about.
No, okay, but I was just asking if do you know anything about witchcraft exactly?
Well, since I said I'm not in a denomination, it's fair to say I'm not with Wicca. So,
Oh,
right?
you don't have to be.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm just saying.
I mean, heck, I mean, I've talked to Satanists on here, and I didn't realize that there's actually a branch of Satanism that does not think that Satan is their god. They believe that they are God, which is interesting because that's what I think atheists are.
I'll say I'm my own God.
Yep. See,
that makes you happy. I'm the only one. I think I'm the only one out here that will admit that that I think I'm my own God.
I wouldn't be so presumptuous.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm just God having this Brother John experience.
There you go. That's more like it. Well put.
If I was an atheist, I wouldn't think that I myself would be a god because I'm only human. I don't have powers like a fictional character named Magneto. So
Well,
I mean,
I didn't say I had powers like the fictional character God. I think I am my own God. I mean,
right,
I have powers over myself, nobody else. I'm my own God.
but that's not really a power. That's not a godly power.
Oh no! In the Bible, it talks about people like what Bob is speaking because in Psalms 82 it says that these people have claimed themselves to be gods, but they will die like men. So these people, like Bob here, will claim that he is God. He's gonna still die like a man, and he's going to face an actual real God.
No.
Right, but as Ann said, don't be the P word. Sorry, I forgot what it was. Because he doesn't have magical powers, right? So what's the
No, he
point
doesn't
of
need
declaring
that.
yourself a god?
No, that doesn't make him. No, he doesn't need that to be to make himself to be God.
I have magical powers over myself, not anyone else. I'm my own God.
But how do you know it's magical powers?
That's a great concept, but the government won't allow you to walk around being your own god.
Oh yeah, they do. The government can't stop me from doing anything. All they can do is punish me for when I do something wrong. But they can't stop me from doing anything I want. If I want to do it, I'll do it. They can just put like there's consequences.
You decide what is right and wrong.
Yeah, there's consequences for what I do, but they can't stop me from doing it.
I just want to know how does this make you a god?
Well, because he's basically if you look at the biblical definitions of of God, little g, it shows that all you have to do is just to be. There's various things that you can be to be called God. You can. There's one true God, the God of the Bible. Then there's angels who are called gods, but they have a different name for them. Demons, people, and kings, lords. All you have to do really to call yourself God is to rule and reign in your life or over someone else's.
Yeah, you have to.
I didn't want to interrupt you, Mac, but I have said what did I say before? What makes you think you're God? So are you implying that you're a god, Mac?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, see, no. The other definition I've gotten is from G-Man, where if you think you're your own final authority, you are your own judge on the day you die. If you think you're your own judge, then you're your own God. And they look at it as, if you're Christian, you're going to be judged when you die by an almighty God. So the God is the judge.
Well, I don't agree.
And I'm my own judge.
I don't agree with the first half of that statement. I mean, obviously that's totally false.
What? Are you talking about me or Bob?
Bob.
No.
And explain why.
To me, a god has to have some type of power, you know?
Well,
Satan has power.
This is how I see it. This is how I see it. All knowledge, all power, everything comes from source, that which some call God, or whatever name you want to attach to it. Everything comes from that. This is equivalent to the tools you have. How you choose to use it for good or evil, that's up to you.
The thing is, the Bible even says that God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power, love, and a sound mind. He has given everyone on this planet, I would say a degree of power. What you have to understand is that when people say that or call themselves their own God, or basically they judge God and basically put themselves on the high seat above God, they're doing exactly what Satan did when he was on the throne of God. He basically said, "I will rise."
I do not throw myself above source at all. I mean, I understand that everything comes from source. We are all equal in one way, and that is we all have 24 hours in a day, and you have the ability to choose, except if you're very mentally impaired.
And we're not, and I'm not judging a God. I'm judging the description of something in a book. Okay, it's the description of this thing that I'm judging.
See, this is the arrogance that I'm talking about, Sappho, because the fact is that he doesn't know anything about the God of the Bible, but he has the audacity to judge him with finite knowledge and finite understanding.
Well, we
which
do
is very interesting.
With the God of the Bible,
wait, hold on.
Yeah, but Mac, because God is, you can't know God. Nobody can know God. But Mac seems to know him. Everyone I talk to seems to know what God is and what God can do. You know, they tell the atheists, "Oh, you can't know God." Nobody's supposed to be able to know God. For them to tell us that we're arrogant and we can't know God when they don't know God, they have an understanding of what they think this God is, but they don't know what God is either. So that's arrogant in itself.
No, it isn't.
Sure, I agree with you there, your name, because we are a finite mind trying to comprehend something that's infinite. Yeah, not happening. And once you start putting God in a box, which I call dogma, this is where your thinking becomes very limited.
I'm not disagreeing.
You can't think outside the box.
I'm not disagreeing with the fact that I can know God. I'm disagreeing with the fact that I'm disagreeing with your little notion that God cannot reveal to us characteristics about himself or what he does. What he is.
The Jews sort of wrote it down and made the Old Testament, didn't they? So.
No, I'm agreeing with you on that, Commander, but I'm saying it's kind of stupid and fallacious to say that a person cannot know God in a sense that what he reveals to us, we know that he's revealed something to us about himself or about something that he has shown us. And that's not hard to tell you that you don't know God, but we do because he has shown us these things.
So what you're saying is you don't know the intent. You don't know the intent behind this, apparent ultra-terrestrial, but you do know that it can sort of communicate with you in specific ways. Right. So what if I could tell you that I do know the intent of this ultra-terrestrial then?
What would
I'm saying, Mac, God in his fullness. You can't know aspects of God.
brother.
I believe God communicates.
Okay,
Hello?
BJ, I just told you I agree with you on that. But at the same time, it's not like God cannot reveal to us something about his character or about his nature or about himself to where we can know that is from him and that he is talking about himself.
But see, there's the thing. You don't know the character gods. You don't know if what you're.
It's like nothing I just said made any sense. And that's
because no, but what I'm saying is, wait, let me finish. The thing is, you don't know that what you're being revealed is actually from God. You can claim it's from God all you want because you want it to be from God, but you have no clue if it's from God or not. You don't know.
You know what, Bob? You know what's funny about it? Where's your defeater for this?
Defeater for what?
That I don't know that God has revealed something to me.
You gave it to me yourself because you don't know God. You cannot know what God is. You have no clue. Wait. You have no clue what God is. So you don't know if it is God that is giving you this information that you get. You have no clue.
That's the best you got.
You are making assumptions that it is God, and you want to make assumptions. That's fine, but you have no. You don't know if it's God or not.
That's the best you got, Bob. So you're telling me that the only way you can prove me wrong is tell me that
I'm not trying to prove you wrong.
That's from God when I clearly say it is, and you don't even know what God has revealed to me, what God has shown me, and you're telling me that that's the best you got, that you cannot know that.
And you know what? And you know what? It was revealed to me in a dream by the Hindu god that your God is bullshit. Your God's just a 13-year-old infant child who has no idea. That's why he's so jealous, because he's just learning how to be a man.
Name me a Hindu god.
So give me my defeater for that. It's not about a defeater. Don't you understand?
Wow.
Name me a Hindu god.
Defeater, okay? It's the statements that are coming out of your mouth. You have.
Okay, Bob. I just asked you to name me a Hindu god.
You can believe all you want, but you don't know. You can't say you know.
Bob,
you can believe. That's fine.
Bob, name me a Hindu god.
There are no gods.
He's looking it up. Look at that. You see that?
Exactly. I can tell he doesn't know anything about Hindu gods because they have thousands of them.
Because there are no gods, and I don't care to look into them because there are none. You know what's
funny? You know what's funny about Hindu gods is that Hindu gods, the thousands of them that they create with all their little different forms and all that stuff, have various different functions. So I'm curious as to how he can, what god can he pull up out of his behind, and he had to pick a Hindu god, which he cannot even give a name of, and tell me that Mike, are you kidding me? Because this is the ridiculousness of Bob's thinking when he tries to come up with another god that he himself does not believe, that he has no name of, from a different culture that he does not know the name of and cannot describe its characteristics of any kind, and he's going to tell me about my god. Are you kidding me right now, Bob?
Mac, you completely missed the point. You completely, it just flew over your head completely. You see, that's the problem. I wasn't saying I believe in this God. I was giving an example of what you said. Well, God has revealed to me in ways that I know. Well, I threw out this thing. It's the same statement you said, but I just changed a couple words in it to show you how ridiculous it was. You just told me how ridiculous
you must believe in a Hindu God.
Wait. You just told me how ridiculous that damn statement I just said was. Lay it back on yourself. Can you understand that?
Wait. You know the difference?
You're not saying that with true sort of conviction, though, are you, Bob? Do you know what I mean?
Thank you, Commando.
My conviction is there are no fucking gods. Okay.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Okay, if there's no, all right. Okay, so you know your picture that you
said hundreds of times there are no gods.
Okay, so all right, so that picture you've got is your avatar.
Right. He just said himself was a god, and yet there's no god.
You see how idiotic that is?
You can say anything you want. It don't mean shit. When you're talking about God,
he's so arrogant as well as ignorant of the things that he says. It's ridiculous.
So Bob, you can believe whatever you want. That's what I'm saying. Don't you guys listen? It's so arrogant to say you know. You can believe whatever you want. It's fine. Believe what you want, as long as it doesn't affect other people's lives. I could care less if you believe you're a freaking carrot.
You know your picture, Bob? Your avatar picture, which is sort of an inverted sort of pentagonal shape. Do you know what that is?
It's a star with tribal shit in it or something or another. I don't know.
Right, okay, but do you know what it means, though? Do you know the significance of the sort of, the pentagram shape?
Yeah. No, my daughter's middle name is Star, and she was looking for about a year for a tattoo, and she come across this design and liked the design, so we got matching tattoos.
Uh-oh. Lay it on them, Commando.
The tattoo, if you read that thing about tattoos, you're not supposed to tattoo yourself of the dead. I don't have anything of the dead on me.
Right, okay, but if you... Alright, so this is what I was sort of getting at. So, the inversion of the, the male pentagram sort of, symbol is obviously symbolic of the female. If you apply that to the sort of, as above, so below thing, could be...
I turn the star upside down for people like Christians just to... tick them off a little bit, to let them know that I don't believe in a God.
All right, okay, so you have the capacity to understand that it has some sort of, reference to something that would oppose, the idea of Christianity. Then, right? So you're not that sort of stupid and innocent when it comes to your picture. Then, so you obviously are aware that, that thing you've got there could cause, some sort of agitation. So I'm not buying it that, I don't know what it is, bullshit. You know exactly what it is.
Well, that's why I turned it upside down.
So if there was no sort of God to believe in the first place, why would you need a sort of, antagonistic, if you will, sort of symbol, sort of clearly putting across your position in regards to this, ultra-terrestrial that you claim not to exist? I mean, I don't see the connection there.
Well, just the same way people put the Christian crosses and their Christian icons up there. I could have left it turned around the other way, like we got the tattoos, but it turned it over. Just so people would say shit about it. So people would start a conversation about it and ask you, why do you got a pentagram? Well, for one thing, it's not a pentagram; it's just the shape of a star inverted. And if you want to push it to believe
it's got 5 points, so it is a pentagram.
Yeah. And if I turn it over, does it mean the same thing?
Yeah, it does. Right, okay, from a symbolic context, but it's still a pentagram, isn't it? There's no sort of getting away.
Yeah, but if I turn it over, does it mean the same thing?
It's along the same lines. If you were to invert, the symbol you've got there, it'd just be, the sort of male aspect of the same thing. It's still the same thing. It's pentagram, 5 points.
So if I turn it over and make it a star, then it's no longer a star. It's still a pentagram. It still means satanic stuff.
I won't say satanic. It'd definitely be a reference towards pagan sort of understanding. Yeah.
But there's things everybody does in their lives every day that don't. I mean, I haven't looked into the whole symbolism crap, but if that's the way you want to go, that's fine.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. It sounds like rebellion to me, which is what Satan did in what?
That's because I hate God, Mac. I hate him. I hate him to the core of my.
Yeah, but you don't exist though. So what's the point? I mean, what's the point of channeling?
Exactly, Commando. Exactly.
So,
it's like Santa syndrome with this guy.
I'm done kidding around. I'll be serious now. I'm done kidding around. I was being a dick. I'm done though.
Okay. Right, so you weren't serious when you were sort of, Okay.
Huh?
Never mind, it's fine.
No, but it was just a star, and I don't see any symbolism in stars. That's like people who have the cross. You can consider that idolatry because it's idolizing a cross instead of Jesus or whatever. All right. It's whatever anybody wants to put into it. Me, it was a star. I turned it upside down.
Right. Okay.
But it's not against anybody. It's not it wasn't really to stab at anybody or
You just said it was. I mean, not a couple of minutes ago. You just said that you purposely inverted this pentagonal shape, knowing full well that someone would sort of inquire about it. So you can't sort of go back on that, can you?
Hear me say I'm just.
We can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I just said it is a star, and I just admit it. I said I was just playing around. If you want to call it trolling, fine. I said I was just playing around with you. It is a star that me and my daughter both have, and it is. I just turn it upside down. But the stabbing stuff from people, it don't mean crap to me.
Break it down.
I just explained that to you. Did you miss that part?
No, I didn't miss it. Yeah, anyway.
It's like if someone stuck a needle into Bob and, you know, took the blood out of him. I'm pretty sure it would say contradiction in every drop.
Really? Really, Mac? I didn't state it as fact. I didn't state it that this is what I believe,
No,
and
Bob,
I'm going to take my life on it. I just told you I was joking and bullshitting. Did you miss that part?
No, Bob. This is what I find
So
hilarious.
it's not a contradiction. Okay?
No, Bob.
It's not a contradiction. I just told you I was joking and bullshitting.
No, the whole time you was arguing with me, that's what I'm talking about. And I just find that very hilarious that, you know, it's like I'm wondering how far the rabbit hole goes with this one, because with you, when I get in conversations with you and you say certain things, I just laugh at how many people can actually just see right through you.
See right through what? I tell you what I think.
Yeah, and sometimes you shouldn't do that.
No, I'm not going to lie. I just like I did, I told you I was lying to bullshit. I'm not on here to lie. I could care less what anybody thinks about me. I could care less what you know. People can laugh all the way at me. It doesn't bother me. I'm a fat bastard. Hell, I got to weigh 100 pounds overweight. I've been fat all my life. Okay, since I was like 15 years old, and it doesn't bother me. Otherwise, I would have went on a diet a long time ago. I don't care a damn what anybody says about me, because not one person out there is any better than me. Okay? Not one person anywhere is better than me. We're all people on this earth. We all got to get along. And as soon as people realize that and work together and quit doing this bullshit, oh, you're sinning, you're this and you're that, you're bad, you know, my religion's better than yours, I'm smarter than you, and people realize it's just our brains that are making us do what we do. Okay? And you get that shit behind, get all that other bullshit behind us. It's what I've been trying to tell people ever since I've been on here. Is get all that other bullshit behind us, life would be so much happier and easier.
No, for a person that does not care about somebody, you know, talking about them, you sure do care about if Christians say something about you, though.
No, I don't care what people say about me. Okay?
Right.
I care about what people say about other people. Like when you spew that bullshit about Nadia, okay? When people spew bullshit because of a book, okay?
But it's coming from a sort of, you know, certain convicted, you know, intent, isn't it? It's not as if these people are throwing this out there for no sort of reason, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, Commander, that you see that he doesn't.
All right, but you can pull up scientific facts and scientific brain scans and all the science that we have now.
Yeah, well,
that'll show you.
Okay, but we can also pull up sort of metaphysical evidence and sort of, you know, spiritually inspired scripture, and, you know, so we can do that as well. It's not as if, you know.
It's great. It's a book that nobody can prove. Okay, it's an opinion of something. Okay, and you can look at a brain scan and you can compare a female's brain to a man's brain and you can see them different. Okay, it's in front of you. You can touch it. You can see it. It's right there in front of you. And if you're going to
say the same about you know, sort of scriptures.
If you're going to pass up that evidence, okay, you're going to pass up that evidence to believe in a book and believe in something that you can't see.
But what do you mean by evidence, though? This is the problem, isn't it? What do you mean by evidence? Do you want us to sort of give you a test tube that sort of says, drink this, you'll sort of get what we're on about? Like what?
Listen, we can go to a morgue. Okay, listen, we can go to a morgue and you can take brains from dead people. You can compare the two, women and men. You compare the two. There's a totally complete difference between the brains. Okay.
Right.
You believe that, or is that just bullshit coming out my ass?
No, I get what you're saying. So go on.
Okay, so now is somewhere in like transgender women, somewhere like just there's people that are born where the embryos didn't split apart all the way, like twins. You know, you got conjoined twins. So let's say a transgender person is a conjoined twin. It didn't split properly. So they were supposed to be a male and a female baby, but it didn't split properly. It ended up with a male body with a female brain. And
that's possible.
Okay, that's
I was gonna say I'm not the sort of person that sort of, you know, runs around with the Bible saying that's wrong. Like, I mean, I sort of get where you're coming from.
What I'm saying is that is possible and it can be proven because they have taken brain scans, live brain scans. They've compared dead brains, and they can show you the fact that these brains are like that.
Right.
And then now this person that's transgender, that's in a male's body that has a female brain, because we all know female brains are different than men's. gets attracted to males because that's what their brain is wired for.
Right.
Now they're homosexual and it's a sin because that's where their brain is.
According to Christians, I'm not a Christian, so I sort of agree with what you're saying.
That's what I was going to say. See, that's the point I'm trying to make with Mac and all these other freaking idiot Christians that believe it's a sin because it's a choice.
Aww.
It's a choice. Okay?
Aww.
If this person wants to be happy and they're a male attracted to males because they're got the female brain and female chromosomes and female genetics inside a man's body, because like I said, there's a genetic defect in the birthing process. Why is that a sin? Why are they condemned? Why are they cursed on? Because of a book. Because if a book didn't realize and didn't have this information 2,000 years ago. But it's in his book, and we got to believe it.
Oh, they did. The reason why they didn't have this information 2,000 years ago is because they didn't need it. There's a reason why homosexuality is abnormal for a reason. There's a reason why it's a minority, because heterosexuality is actually normal. The fact is,
normal.
Hold on, Bob. I let you speak. Now you're going to hear me. The fact is that we have testimonies from people who were in that homosexual lifestyle and no longer homosexual no more. Why is that not relevant? Oh, because we want to stick to science, and science has been proven wrong on how many times, as well as testimonies of people have been proven how many times wrong. Oh, we got this, we got that. The truth is there. The fact is that the person with a so-called female brain in a male's body,
okay, Mark, I see where you're sort of going with this. Let me sort of throw in something then. So, what if we look at sort of a metaphysical aspect and we say, well, what if this person, sort of taken on a female soul, but is sort of, I don't want to use the word trapped, but is sort of experiencing this reality through a male body? Then is that not plausible?
Doesn't work.
Okay, but what if what if I was to sort of tell you that, well, the things that sort of govern these metaphysical realms can sort of enable that to be the case?
No, it doesn't. The reason why it does not work, Commando, in any scenario that you bring us, because
but is the soul okay? Before you go with there though, but is the we both agree the soul is transcendent to the flesh, though, don't we? We both get that.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not seeing how that doesn't work then. It's perfectly plausible for these, beings to direct or, switch up some sort of metaphysical flow in which, certain souls can be distributed into certain bodies. Does that not sort of correlate with what,
No. God is the one who makes the body.
Right, okay, but Satan, according to you, is the one that fucks this shit up, and we understand, obviously, that Satan can sort of influence the metaphysical, so would it not thus be plausible for that to be the case?
No.
Why not?
He can't.
That's exactly what Satan's purpose is, to mess up the sort of, parameters that your God has set in place.
Satan can mess up the body, but he cannot.
Right, but he's a metaphysical being as well, isn't he?
He cannot mess up the soul of a person until they come.
Because these beings obviously take sort of control over your soul when you die and distribute you back into this sort of, system. So that doesn't work, does it? So these things do have an influence over your soul.
That's until after, though. After you come into the age of accountability.
Right, but you are aware that the physical and the metaphysical or astral and etheric realms both sort of exist simultaneously. It's not as if, something happens and then...
Yeah.
Right, okay, so I'm still not seeing how it's not plausible for a female soul to be sort of, switched.
Okay, the reason why is because God is the one who puts the body in the soul. He is the one who's in control of all of that. The only thing that Satan can affect is the body of a person. And
okay, so you're sort of downplaying, you're downplaying sort of Samael or Satan or whatever as to some being that can only influence the physical now. Is that what you're saying?
You can go to the scriptures and notice that Satan has no control over anyone.
Okay, but I could also go to the Jewish scriptures and read that the archangel Samael, which is the real Satan, does have sort of influence over how all this works. And I'd rather go to the sort of orthodox, where it comes from, as opposed to a comprised book that's been proven to be sort of wrong and out of context and whatnot.
So.
Bam!
Was that you, Commando?
Yeah,
really? I never had that high pitch again. I'll smack.
Commando, can you expound on Samael? I was just reading a little bit about it. Can you Explain how he's Satan.
The Samael is basically the archangel attributed with physicality and sort of soul distribution in the seventh heaven. It's where the Satan. It's where the Christians get the sort of idea of Satan from. It's it takes on an adversarial role to sort of perpetuate the mechanics of what we experience. It says this in sort of Jewish scripture. It's all there to see. He is a member of the heavenly host, if you will. This is why sort of God allows Satan to exist. What was that, sorry?
He's like an orchestrator?
I suppose, yeah.
He's part of the bad angels?
Yep, all of them are. There are no good angels. They're all sort of...
What about Michael the Archangel?
Yeah, same thing. I mean, Michael, Raphael, Samael, they're all sort of the Elohim. You see where I'm going with that? I mean, that's where the Jews get the sort of Elohim from. It's a collection of 7 archons that sort of have control over specific. This is where the Christians sort of get the Satan idea from. But obviously they won't read the Jewish scripture, which sort of tells them that mechanic, but they sort of stick to the sort of Bible, which is a watered down shit version of that. And yeah.
I am going to wrap my hands around it. Don't deep.
But yeah.
But I thought Michael helped kick those other bad ones out.
Right, exactly, and that's the sort of duality mechanic. It's the good bad thing, and the whole point is to sort of transcend the good bad sort of paradigm. Whereas Christianity sort of caters to the good sort of pillar, if you will, and this is why we've got this sort of perpetual state of duality, if you will. So, but all these sort of angels conspire on a level to sort of maintain that function. And obviously, as we know, Mac can't respond to that because he's just...
Are they the ones that are also considered to be called the Watchers? I mean, do we not have...
a Watcher could refer to, like... I was going to say, a Watcher could refer to an Archon, or it could refer to something in the service of it. So that could be, what we understand to be sort of demons and angels, if you will, sort of, beings that are sort of in command of these Archons. Yeah.
Are there benevolent ones that are helpful to man?
By benevolent, if you mean sort of within the sort of duality, paradigm of good and bad, so yeah, I suppose there are, yeah. But it's like I said, they're still sort of on the same... You see what I'm saying? They all sort of maintain reality, so it's still sort of the same thing. But, yeah. This is what we're actually...
Because they're working for someone else and not their own...
I suppose, yeah. Yeah. And then, and it's, from there you can sort of go into the sort of war paradigm and where that sort of comes into it. That's another topic, but yeah. Is
there any good scenario out of this?
He said,
"Oh dear."
How do you mean, like, good scenario out of what?
Out of this dimension.
So by that, are you referring to like sort of the universe and what we experience? Is there any good sort of thing about it? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I not only here and now, but to come and what's to be expected.
Well, obviously, from my perspective, that'd be a no. But yeah.
Hey, don't bring me into this. You're the one who started that. You're answering Michael. I didn't have anything to do with your worldview, sir. Don't bring Michael.
You know where I really get stuck is there like so many names for things that are extra or ultra terrestrial. You've got demons, archons, angels, shit flying around.
Yeah, I was gonna say all those things I've explained. Like
the UFO thing. The funny thing about it is that there's actually been reports that a gentleman was researching different reports about UFOs, and I think he was like one of those UFO watchers or finders or whatever the case may be. He came up to some documents that showed that when Christians were abducted, and they were basically saying the same thing that other people who saw aliens would say, that they saw like these gray aliens or whatever the case may be, tried to mess with them. they would sing either Christian hymns or call in Jesus' name.
Why the fuck would you sing a Christian hymn if you're being abducted by greys? Like
Shut
that
up.
would not be the first thing that goes through my mind. Like if I'm being abducted by grey aliens, the last thing I'm gonna do is start singing "Kumbaya." Like what the fuck?
Really?
Jesus loves me. Yes, he does.
Oh shit! There's these grey aliens about to kick my ass. I need a weapon. Oh no, fuck that!
Listen, I don't think I mind about the gray aliens. It's when they start talking about like the 40-foot tall insect things, the iguanas and shit.
Oh yeah, like the insectoid sort of thing. Yeah, that's quite interesting. I've been looking into that as well. Actually, that's an interesting sort of topic too.
I love how you just took control of that, Commander.
I was gonna say, yeah, sorry, carry on, Matt. Like, yeah. But, yeah.
Oh yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna have you sanctioned, Commando. Just letting you know. They would like cry out in Jesus' name or sing Christian's hymn, and what would happen? The reaction that would happen was that the aliens would like shriek back or something like that, and they will beam them back down.
Oh man, it's Jesus! We gotta scoop, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you, Commander.
I'm gonna make sure I perfect at least one Christian tune.
Commando. See, this is you say there's a duality thing, and I'm glad you noticed that, because I feel like the fact that you represent the dark side and I represent martial law, who's on the light. I feel like this fist has the perfect.
There you go again with your duality.
See, I feel like this is the perfect opportunity for martial law to show you his lightsaber nunchuck. Because he has a bone to pick with you.
But I think I know what you're getting at, Mac. Like basically people who sort of reported, getting abducted by, greys and whatnot, have like sort of called out, to Christ and whatnot, and they've sort of, let them go and whatever.
Yeah, but the thing that was interesting about it is that when he brought it up to these so-called experts of like alien, finders or whatever the case whatever they're called, they said that they didn't.
You were into that field.
Yeah. When he brought it up to the experts, they was like they don't know what to make of this. Because he was asking,
what is the difference between an interdimensional and an alien? Are aliens just like, the Greys hopping around from planet to planet, and interdimensional is like between time and space and whatever?
Yeah,
well, the interesting thing is I think, I don't know who wrote the book, but there's a book called Aliens and Demons. I think that's what it's called. Where it talks about how the things that people say that these aliens are doing to them are no different than what demons do to people.
Right, but aliens, if man's mission to say is to rise to or ascend, is the word that seems to be floating around these days. Aliens don't seem to have a part in that, but these interdimensional people seem to.
No, okay. Aliens don't. Aliens are still
like aliens are like people, just from a really far country.
I like people. Wow. I had
as opposed to like a being or a demon or I don't know, somebody that's cruising around in the sixth dimension.
When you said that, Michael, no offense, you gave me a joke that's just not appropriate right now, so I'm not going to say it. When you said that aliens are like people from a different country, I'm not. I'm not going to go there. Oh.
Well, I didn't mean that. I mean like a crazy planet would be like a different country.
No. I just find that funny because that's the first thing that just came to mind, and I'm not. If I said that on air, I don't need people saying like, "Oh, yep, this is what Christians think right now."
I know.
I don't need that. I'm trying to maintain.
I don't know. Maybe for all we know, Commando is an interdimensional being, and that's why he's hooded. He actually doesn't have a spine. It's just the only way he can present himself so that we understand who he is.
Well, Commando,
Bam!
it's okay because the fact that you don't if you don't have a spine, I can't give you a fatality. So at least that's good for you. Hey,
There's always the splat factor.
Yeah, I forgot about that. My fist do carry some damage.
Well, hold on. You're talking about a physical fighter versus somebody who probably has magic. So I'm sorry, you're going to lose.
Wait a second. Don't you realize martial law? I'm sorry, Bruce Lee can almost do anything. Like you do realize he jacked up Chuck Norris, so that pretty much makes him almost like unbeatable. Well, except when it comes to God. But other than that, he's beat up Chuck Norris. I mean, who can challenge him at this point?
Well, it's not fair to say that because he's dead. So I would like to say me, but he's dead, so I can't.
I'm just saying. That aspirin was cheating because it got him on the inside.
Okay, so you're helping my point. I said
no,
that guy could be magical.
The guy was poisoned by possibly poisoned by Chuck Norris. No, I'm kidding. He wasn't poisoned by Chuck Norris. No, don't go with that. Nobody, don't.
No, I know you were joking.
Okay. I'm just saying Chuck Norris did seem kind of jealous when he saw the movie and he realized I did lose pretty badly.
Lose pretty badly of a fake fight. Sure, I'll take it.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying. At least Bruce Lee tried to be nice, and he didn't bring out any nunchucks like he did with those gangsters. Now, no gangsters that was trying to get Bruce Lee, and he had 2 nunchucks. I'm telling you, they were insane. The money that they must have been wasted because now they had to pay for all the medical bills because now. Their teeth is so down their throats and coming out of their anus so fast right now that you might as well say it's Niagara Falls back there. Okay? That's how bad it was. That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying, you don't know the avatar of that picture, therefore, by default, Law will lose.
I'm still waiting for somebody to come up with a Chuck Norris avatar icon so I can, prove them wrong. Because this fist is not just waving around for nothing. I mean, it is trying to aim at a target.
I'm talking about Commander's avatar. He has magic, right? Let's see.
No, he's just a guy in his hood.
Does he has magic?
A bad day. He looked like he just came from a funeral. Like that's.
Yeah. Whose funeral?
Oh, I see what you did there. That was a good one. I'll give you props, Sappho. You actually got me there. But know this. It ain't my body in there. So I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, what you talking about, Willis? Don't make me have to bring you back to Return of the Dragon. Come world champion.
Well, I'm waiting for Commando to respond. He's not like.
Wax on.
I need to know. Does he, if he were to fight, does he fight physical or does he use magic?
I mean, that's so cheap. Somebody's got to use magic just to beat a mere mortal. That's so horrible. But then again, since I am no mere mortal, I can understand why he has to resort to cheap tactics like that. I'm just saying, it's kind of sad. It's like I have to use all these kinds of tricks just to beat down this guy, but he's not like anybody I've ever fought before. He actually has skill. He beat Chuck Norris. I mean, he beat Chuck Norris. How can I face him?
Hold on, I just noticed something. What's so good about Chuck Norris again?
Well, they say that Chuck Norris is so tough that he has a third fist under his chin. Like there's the chin hair that he has is to cover his third fist.
Chuck Norris.
So surprise attack.
Chuck Norris will even lose in a rap battle. All right, so don't break up Chuck Norris like he's something special.
You do realize when Bruce Lee was in a rap battle, he says, "I jacked up Chuck Norris." I mean, he clearly said that. That was confirmation. That's confirmation right there.
Well, then I guess Bruce Lee has low standards.
Oh, wow. Wow. Michael, don't laugh at that. That's not even funny. No, that's not funny. No.
No, I was actually laughing at when you did the wow. I'm new to these hangouts, and I notice, when people hear something like wow, and it just cracks me up, as if that's like the I don't know. It's like the battle cry of the I don't know, kicked in the shins or something.
It's the battle cry of desperation. That's what it is.
Could be.
See, but the sad thing is Sappho, I just feel the haterade just emanating off of him. It's like he's sweating hate right now. I'm just saying, like you could feel
I don't know. He seems like a pretty calm guy. It's just been a pretty mellow morning session, all things given.
I mean, hearing him talk is like watching those Gatorade commercials when those people were showing themselves like sweating Gatorade. I mean, he's sweating haterade, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but this is a good room. People have got good filters. Some of that shit just rolls off.
Yeah, just like off my abs. I understand where you're getting at.
I think. Would you like some water?
Would you like some water?
Because I think you're feeling pretty thirsty right now.
I'm thirsty for greatness. I appreciate the water, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
Oh, that was a good comment. I'm not gonna lie. I expect you to turn that around.
See, I told you. I mean, I come back, son. I come up with stuff just on the ear. I didn't even think that up. I didn't even script that. That was fun.
I know. He pulled out his butt.
He's got no filter. When he gets it, you get it.
Oh, that was funny. Oh, come on, Commander, hurry up! I don't wanna lose material. There's still so much stuff that I wanna just get on you about. You suck. Oh.
Is he really AFK or like?
Yeah, he said he would be right back, but.
Oh. Yeah, I see it now.
I'm mad because I like Commando as crazy as he is. Like, I'm not even joking. He is crazy. Oh, I like Commando. He's
like Mr. Lucid said. We got to find the resolution because when they do decide they're going to pull out that big fake spaceship in the sky to get us to relinquish everything again. How are we all going to respond?
Well, we're going to be like Spock, and we're going to say this is not logical. Oh, was that too soon? Okay, never mind.
No, well, it was reference to something else. It wasn't reference to his death, so it wasn't too soon for anything.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure because I noticed that like people was like,
Mac, the Native Americans have a. Do you know why they hold their hand up and say "how" when they greet people?
No, I didn't know what.
Because which they're all convinced of, and these are Indians, indigenous to all continents. We're considered 5 fingers, and they're considered 4-fingered, and so that's how you could check to see who you were talking to.
Oh.
No joke.
Wow.
How?
Wow.
Yep.
I did not know that. Oh, all right.
He's
back.
He's back. You can ask Commando. Yep.
Yo,
Aliens coming with 4 fingers, and the Native Americans, they're well acquainted with their brother from the sky.
Oh yeah, they knew about sort of, yeah.
and that's why they always raised their hand up to say hello. So that they were doing 4 fingers or 5 fingers.
Yeah. This is where sort of mythology and folklore about sort of pixies and gnomes and whatnot. I mean, that's where that sort of originates as well, with in regards to greys. But yeah, if that was anything to do with the topic, sorry if it's not. But
No, it was right on time.
Okay.
Yeah, we was wondering if
See,
your icon.
Commando is really an interterrestrial visitor. I'm not thinking he's from here.
Well, before you came, oh, that's funny. Before you came here, Commando, Sappho was saying that that if your icon and my icon had a fight, who would win? And he was basically saying that could my icon win if yours was using magic?
probably not. I mean, if it was a physical fight, yours would probably win. But if we if we had more sort of variables, then I doubt it.
Yep, you're a goner.
See, that's just cheating, man. It's like
Commando's got a bag of tricks.
So wait a minute for clarification. So using magic, your icon will win, but if not using magic, you will lose.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, okay. Oh man, I was trying to get both, but I only got one.
See, the fact is that I mean I beat Chuck Norris, and then Commando's icon comes along and he's saying, "Oh crap, I got my work cut out for me." Okay, Shazam! He's like freaking he's like freaking Indiana Jones, where I'm like the guy with the swords, and when Commando's icon sees me, he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that, and he pulls out a pistol and he has to shoot me. So he's not. I appreciate the honesty that Commando's icon is not gonna take any crap, because he knows that if he gets his hands on me, I'm gonna get whooped. Just saying.
He'll just dematerialize.
He'll dematerialize me like you.
And your roundhouse will leave you on your bum.
My icon versus Max. Who do you think will win?
I mean, all I have to do is poke you in the eye. I mean, what defense do you have? You talking about my icon versus your, dude.
So you pull the hood over his eyes and you knee him in the chest and you're good to go. Maybe a little lower.
I mean, no.
Not that I want to take you out, Commando.
But the only good thing that you have for you is that you don't have any vital points below the belt for me to kick you, because you're a triangle. So the only way that I can hit you is poking in the daggum eye, and I'm not going to apologize for it because you saw it coming, literally.
Actually, that is totally false. Here's why. I think actually your avatar will win for a different reason. Here's why. It's just a card. It doesn't actually have eyes, so it wouldn't be able to fight.
Well, hey, I tried to give you a handicap, so it was kind of fair.
I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a diss, but.
Although saying that, if you're referring to sort of the name of Sappho's icon, who would win between, the Illuminati and Mark, I think we sort of both know who would sort of win that.
Me. What the heck?
I highly doubt that.
All right, hold on. Let's put this. Michael, I'm gonna need you and Commando to commentate on the fight. What's going on right now? Let's look at the stats. Me versus Chuck Norris, I won. The Illuminati versus the world. I don't think you guys are gonna win.
Well.
So what we're gonna do is that since I'm undefeated and you clearly are, Sappho, your icon has been defeated. No offense. I don't think you have the championship status that you think you have.
Yeah, but we got a little ultra-terrestrial horsepower you're not aware of.
Dadgummit! I keep pulling the goalpost like so much. I can't kick that high, dadgummit. I'm only.
But anyway, like, what was the topic we were sort of on? I mean, was it like sort of extraterrestrials or something?
It was still about the I think the angels before you left.
I'm just trying to figure out if I should finish reading the Bible.
Yes, you should. Yes.
Depends sort of where you're up to. I mean.
Quiet, Commando.
I'm at Genesis 4.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'd probably use it as a reference point, but I wouldn't rely on the
I'm
chronology
digging
of
the
it.
historical stuff. I want to know, though, Commando, how do you think they could have hidden all of that power that seems to come from the Covenant or the Ark of the Covenant? Where could you put that? Where you know what I mean? Where you could keep it safely?
Well, that's why they built Solomon's Temple, isn't it? I mean, like, what they sort of hijacked from Egypt was a demiurgic battery. It can look after itself. Anything that sort of that it deems
what is
unworthy.
its purpose now? Like, what is its purpose now?
The same thing it did in Egypt. It's basically sort of the physical artifact, if you will, that sort of maintains, physicality, through the visible light spectrum. It's a very, very powerful thing.
I believe the Ten Commandments are inside the Ark of the Covenant. Or am I wrong?
The Ten Commandments thing is just a sort of the cover story for what they really did. Mount Sinai.
How about the judgment seat? Isn't that there too?
What was that? Sorry.
The judgment seat, I guess they call it. Between the two wings.
No, that is
Isn't that considered the judgment chair?
Well,
that's where sort of.
Yeah, it's not exactly like I think you got to go to the original language because I don't think it's referencing an actual like sitting place, because when you actually look at the measurements
it's where this sort of thing can sort of manifest if
yeah.
It's where a thought form of some sort can sort of manifest and do what it needs to do. I mean, this is why they sort of did sacrifices at the temple, because whatever sort of hovers on that thing is the thing that feeds off the traumatic energy released. So.
Which I don't agree with that Commander just said, but in a sense.
Well, why else? Well, think about it. Why else would they offer this thing? Like dead animals. Like, what does that really achieve?
I've given you the New Testament clarifies why they even had animal sacrifices in the first place.
That's exactly why they had animal sacrifices, because it generates a traumatic energy, and whatever sort of sat on that thing feeds off the energy released.
No, that's not why that was the case.
Okay, well, why did they do it then? I mean, to me, that seems like a sort of plausible reason as to why they did this.
The Old Testament was a foreshadow of the New Testament. It was to show that.
See, what you're doing there is you're falling into the duality trap there. That's what you're doing. Old Testament, New Testament, good, bad. You're not.
The Old Testament is the New Testament concealed, and the New Testament is the Old Testament revealed.
Exactly.
By the sort of duality.
The Old Testament was to show that you were a sinner. That's what it was. That was
okay,
what it was to show.
Okay, so establish. Okay, so let's understand what sin is then. So what is sin according to Christianity? What is that?
Sin is transgression against God's law.
Right. Okay. So from my perspective, sin is obviously, the fact that you exist. Like being in physicality itself is sin.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, think about it. Why do so many people sort of violate this law that's attributed to them then?
What are you talking about? Like in Christianity, why people violate the law?
Exactly. It's impossible to fulfill the law that's sort of put forth by this.
No, it is not.
There's only Jews that can fulfill it.
No, it is not.
There is. That's why it's sort. I mean, it even says this in the Bible with the sort of comparison between the Jew and the Gentile. It explains that only the Jew can.
No. The Bible clearly says that that the teachings of Christ, that the love of Christ, when you love God, that's when the love of Christ is truly perfected in you. The love of Christ
sounds a bit new agey, that, doesn't it? You think?
No. The love of shut up, man. The love of Christ.
Well, it does. I mean, it ties into the same sort of philosophy, and I can tell you why. Because it's the exact same thing. It's astrology. So.
No, it is not. Okay, the love of Christ is supposed to keep you. It is supposed to show you not only that you're a sinner, but that you need a savior. And once you come into the knowledge of God and you obey Christ, you put your trust in Jesus Christ.
Okay.
You that shows your love for Him and that you appreciate.
So what about the Jews then? Because in Christianity you believe Yahweh is manifested through this Jesus Christ character. So why do you need a middleman then? I mean, the Jews obviously don't need the middleman. They sort of communicate with this God directly. Why can't you do that? If it's the same God, why can't why do you need the middleman Messiah?
We both. We both do. What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Like it's like I said. Like if the Christians subscribe to the idea that Yahweh, which is the God of the Jews, is in fact some sort of benevolent, ultra-terrestrial, why do you need the salvation mechanic through what?
Jesus Christ is the mediator because He is the only one who walked on the earth as a man, and was tempted as we are, yet without sin. He's the only one that followed the law of God perfectly, without. And that's why He's referred as the perfect sacrifice, as well as the only sacrifice. He's the only.
I get that.
Sins.
Okay, I get that. I get where you're coming from as well. But it's like I said, if that was Yahweh, why is it necessary? Why does Judaism still exist then?
Because there are still actual lineage of Jews. I mean, they still believe the same thing as we do. We call they're Judeo-Christians. They're Jews, but they still follow they still follow the biblical Christianity. I mean, but their lineage is Jew.
Right, so all Jews are Christians, is what you're saying, though. I mean, be very careful when you say this, because there'll be people who watch this that disagree.
No, I'm not saying all Jews are Christians. Because
exactly, right, so that's my point. So why do those Jews that aren't Christians still exist if the God you worship is the same thing?
The same reasons why they existed back then, because they did not trust Jesus Christ. I mean,
okay, fair enough. So, but if this thing, if this Christ figure was sort of, the physical manifestation of the God, why didn't they trust it then? Why would they have that discernment to go, well, wait a minute, something doesn't sort of fit here? And this is where I can answer that, and Christians sort of can't.
Well, because in the New Testament, you realize that they knew that Jesus Christ was always equating himself to be God, and they knew that and some of them knew that He was God.
So that'd be messianic sort of Judaism, wasn't it? But what about the sort of Orthodox Jews who went, hang on, there's something not right here. This isn't how it's supposed to have manifested. I mean, this is where sort of understanding the astrological cycle and understanding, the sort of Kabbalah science behind it. It's a lot deeper than, oh look, here's a guy that's God we sort of following now. It's a bit deeper than that.
Wait, are you talking about back then or now?
I'm talking about all of it.
That Kabbalah shit's brutally. I mean, that's total bloodline bullshit.
The Kabbalah is basically just sort of a schematic that explains the astrological cycle, but with their sort of God included within it. Whereas astrology itself is sort of the explanation of the other 6 archons split into the duality sort of paradigm. This is where we get the 12 from. It's the male and female aspects of the remaining 6 archons. Whereas the Kabbalah sort of includes the 7th archon, which is Yahweh, and that's why it's sort of structured in the way that it is.
See, but the irony of it is that they missed a boat because they literally did. No, because in the scriptures, in the scriptures, it clearly shows that they had prophecy after prophecy showing that that a lot of the Jews were going to be the ones responsible for killing the Messiah. But
why wasn't that prophesied then? Why wasn't the killing of their own Messiah prophesied then? If it was all sort of set up and they sort of, had to accept it, why wasn't that prophesied? I mean, it was. I mean, I can point you to a prophecy where it was sort of prophesied, the whole Aaron's rod thing, which is in Exodus, I think.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying, like, why did they kill him then? If he was the walking sort of God and he was their God, do you not think they'd have sort of clicked onto that and gone, oh, fuck, he's here? Do you know what I mean? Like, why would they sort of,
why would the children of Israel go after another god and in Exodus when even after Mount Sinai, when he spoke to them and they were fearful and afraid. Not too long after that, they
how did he speak to them then? I was going to say, it's good you brought that up actually, because what is Mount Sinai and how did he sort of speak to him? Is Mount Sinai a mountain, do you think? Or do you think that could be something else?
No, Mount Sinai was a mountain.
Okay, so what if I told you that Mount Sinai wasn't a mountain and it was actually it was the pyramid at Giza? It was the Great Pyramid at Giza.
Well, because if you go to where Mount
How else
Sinai,
can you receive some sort of divine thing? Like, I mean, logic says, right, the only sort of divine thing that exists physically is the Ark of the Covenant.
no, because if you actually go to the location of where Mount Sinai is, the people that actually live around there will tell you, we know exactly where that is.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm talking about the thing that's referred to in the Old Testament isn't that mountain. It's the pyramid, and there's scripture to back that up. Actually,
you would have to go against. Then you're going against the actual residents that actually live there, and even when it talks about describes that the mount, I believe it was either the mountain or it's talking about some other place where it turned black. Like after God's presence hovered over it like a cloud, and a burning cloud, that the area around it turned black. You can actually go to that spot and it is black actually around there. Like, it doesn't even make sense because all the rocks around that formation are red. They don't understand how the middle part of it is black. Like it's been burned, like it's soot, like on that thing. It's dark black. And it's they don't understand how that's possible, but it clearly shows why in the Bible that the presence of God was on that mountain, or it was in.
Right.
Notice he was.
Okay, but would it not be more logical to presume that this sort of divine artifact, the Ark of the Covenant, could sort of generate that amount of energy to cause a sort of burn mark?
No, but this was
that'd be plausible.
This was before the Ark of the Covenant.
Right. See, this is where the sort of chronology of the Bible sort of messes up, then, doesn't it? And that's what I was saying from the beginning, the sort of... I'm not saying none of this didn't happen, I'm just saying the order in which it's presented within the biblical context has been suited for an astrological sort of, thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to
articulate it very well, but
I'm seriously trying to understand. I'm seriously trying to get understanding of your position, and I just can't. Like, anytime, because it's weird. You use the Bible, but you don't. Well, no.
Yeah, because it's a good reference point. It's a good reference point. It's like I said, it's a compilation of texts that already exist. So yeah, it's a decent reference point. But I can see it for what it is, which is a book of astrology. That's all it is. It's just it's taken documents from different fucking religions and beliefs, compiled them within an astrological context, because that's what it is.
Okay, but that wouldn't make any sense though.
Well, why not?
Because if you're taking something from different time periods, in so-called different cultures and things like that, they would not be talking about the same God.
How I was gonna say, I don't know where you're going with that. What do you mean, like?
Well, you said that they took different texts from different religions and in different time periods.
No. What I said was, I said these sort of texts that are in the Bible exist, on their own. They don't sort of exist only in the Bible. It's like I said, the Bible is a compilation of specific texts and prophecies, that sort of attribute this coming Messiah, etc. So I'm not saying that it's a different God. I'm just saying that these things have been presented in a context that are in an astrological sort of.
Okay, never mind. I misheard you. My bad.
That's probably me. I probably didn't explain myself properly. My bad. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Then it's not my fault.
Cheap chops much?
I mean, hey, I'm Bruce Lee. Why in the world are you questioning me, sir?
Well, technically, you're Here, I hear echo. Anyhow, technically, you either the son or the father. Which law are you? Are you Marshall or
I'm Marshall.
Okay, so yeah, you're the father. Yeah. So yeah, you're not Bruce Lee.
Wait, which one? Which one are you looking at though? The one that's that has the fist out or what?
Funny you mentioned that because there is two icons. There's the one where he's like, I don't know, and then when you talk, I'm looking at the one with the red. I'm just gonna call it rag.
Oh. See, I don't know how to. I tried changing it to the sun. I don't know if I did it right though. Because I thought it was supposed to show up even when I changed it to the sun, but I guess it didn't.
Yeah, because you have to give it time for some reason.
Oh. Well, dang, it's taking a long time. I did it
Yeah.
like. Okay. Aside from that, what I want to know is, Commander, 'cause I think there's no point in asking the question because I've already asked you this before. Where I'm trying to get at is why is the Bible not reliable in what it says?
Because there's other texts that sort of, put it in its place, that sort of add the context that's missing. You know what I'm saying? It sort of shows, what is, supposed to be there, if you will. It's like I said, the Bible itself is a compilation. This goes over a lot of people's heads. It's a compilation of texts that are sort of in their own sort of, context, and it's, it's being added to that. It's not a book in its own right, if that makes sense.
Okay. But would it not make sense that these series of events that are even being described in the Bible have some significance of a connection to every single one of them, based on the fact that the Bible had has an omnipotent being who runs what was in it, what he wanted in it and what he didn't want in it.
I was gonna say, what was the first bit? My mic sort of spacked out at the beginning. I got the last bit. What was the first bit again?
Would you not think that there's that even though they're like books of their own right, instead of like a whole book, that they would not that they would still have in a sense of a connection to each other.
Yeah, I suppose that's why they've been presented in the context that they are. Yeah.
Yeah. But why is it that you do not believe that what it says in there to be true exactly?
Is that part of the deception and the diversion?
Basically, yeah. It's like I was saying, there's other texts that exist that back up, what's sort of missing from the Bible, if you will.
What do you think the intent is? Like, what are we missing?
So what's the intent behind the compilation of the Bible, is what you're asking?
Well, the fact that, if you wrote the Bible to be a blueprint for how people should, come into the Lord and conduct their life or whatever, that it would be truly almost like a great deception, that there's much more going on, and what is the intent of all that? Like, what is our...
To sort of accept this Messiah figure that's going to come. It's like I said, it's astrology. If you get astrology and sort of the avatars that arise after certain amounts of time, that bring people into, new astrological ages, that's sort of the agenda behind the Bible. It's sort of to condition people for this false Messiah figure that you're going to see return, and what the Christians believe to be this, Jesus Christ thing.
So that's just a distraction from keeping us to attain higher levels as humans, or... What is the intent? Why?
I suppose, yeah. I suppose it is that, yeah. But it's also sort of a commentary on how this sort of astrological age is going to come about. So it's sort of both, I suppose.
Huh.
That's what I would say.
It's basically there to cause division and confusion, and to, that's what Christianity is. It's a parasite on the truth. So it's.
Is this an energy that they can also feed off of, like blood or whatever?
I suppose, yeah. I mean, like through sort of confusing, people as to how this sort of thing functions, it creates certain timelines which will bring about, you know,
So are we just like an ant colony?
basically, yeah.
Great.
Wow. I am offended. Oh. Oh.
This is like a bad Seinfeld B movie.
Directed by Camilo himself. Oh.
That almost sounds like the Bible conspiracy type speak, sort of.
Yeah, which is weird because it doesn't make any sense.
There's that duality for you.
I mean, I suppose there's like some other fundamentalist religions that would look at, other belief systems that way, just like the Muslims and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's funny you should mention Islam, actually, because that's the new covenant that this sort of...
That would be the biggest hoodwink of the world.
Well, it is. It is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Yep. You got to be kidding. You got to be kidding me, Commando.
I'm legit.
Now you're going to need oxygen about now, Mac.
I'm laying down just a couple.
Mac needs some CPR.
Shoot, that's why I'm laying down. I'm like, I can't breathe taking this in.
A case of the vapors.
Help me.
I mean, seriously,
Look how much of the story of 9/11 changed in just 14 years, and that is with all the eyewitnesses and videotape. 14 years, right? And you're gonna tell me nothing can change in 2,000 years?
Exactly. It's like I've said in previous hangouts. Like, if I was the devil, the first thing I'm going for is them scriptures. Like, so,
Well, see, and that's your problem as well as Brother John's, is that you're assuming that the devil can control something that God has orchestrated.
Yeah, because he allows him to exist. That's like I said, it's a conspiracy, so of course.
No, but that doesn't fly. I mean, again, this is God's word we're talking about. He's a perfect being. He said, "I'm going to give my word that is perfect, that will remain here forevermore. It does not come back to him void. That his word, that the world will pass away, and the lust of it, but his word will always stand." I mean, that's what we have, his word. And again,
yeah. The only devils are the ones that are in charge, and they're the victors write the history.
Yeah, that doesn't work. But anyway, the point.
It does. That's a fundamental sort
Sure
of law.
it does. It works all the time.
No, not in the case of the Bible though, because always.
But why is this book sort of exempt from corruption? I don't get why this has sort of stood the test of time. I'm not understanding the faith in this.
You and I both know that that we can go historically, with archaeology, different things that you can go to that do not. I mean, the Bible has never been contradicted in anything that when it says something that you can actually
only because it's been presented within an astrological context. So obviously it's going to look as though there's no contradictions, but if other texts exist that sort of refute that, then you've got a problem, haven't you?
I don't know, because I don't know what your astrological context is. That's the only thing that I don't know. I don't know what that is.
That's what I'm saying. If you understood astrology and how that works, and you sort of correlate how that science can be applied to the sort of structuring of the Bible, you get exactly what I'm talking about, because that's what it is. That's what the Bible is. It's a commentary on the transition of ages within the astrological framework.
That's the thing, though. Why would it just be limited to something that is astronomical?
I think your mic sort of broke up.
Why is it limited to something that is astronomical?
Astrological. and it's not limited. It's it's like I said, it's these texts that have been presented within that context. It's all astrology. It ties into the sort of syncretist perspective as well.
Is the Talmud like that too? Is it astrologically based?
To a degree, I mean, that is sort of the law behind that. That's why Judaism sort of differs from it, because Judaism takes into account more aspects, if you will. You think of it like an astrology plus, like.
And more mystical. I mean, those Orthodox, they got some deep shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like I said before, in regards to the Kabbalah is the schematic that encompasses astrology, but with the sort of divine aspect of the Yahweh, ultra-terrestrial.
But can you? Because what I'm trying to figure out is what would give it that kind of understanding to where you look at it and you come with that type of view. But at the same time, you can go back to the Jews, but there were some Jews who believed that the Messiah is the same Messiah in the Bible that was Jesus Christ.
And this is where sort of the whole what I've said in previous angles is the Yeshua, Yeshua of the Essenes, took on that role as the anticipated Messiah and sort of fucked the astrological game up, if you will. And that's where sort of Christianity comes from. That's why they hijacked the Gnostic text, because they needed to sort of validate why that happened. And thus, that's what Christianity is. It's basically just astrology, Judaism, with a little bit of Gnosticism that they stole. That's what it is.
That doesn't make sense. They would hijack the Gnostic text when they was talking about the Gnostics. They were referencing them in a basically bad light. I mean, they weren't good people because they were. The scriptures are clearly showing that these people say that they possess this so-called extraordinary knowledge or this special knowledge.
Right.
That they were the ones who were who Paul, Peter, James, all the epistles that were referencing about them. We're telling them that they were the ones who creating doctrines of devils. How they were just walking after their own. They were the ones that
Well, how do you figure that? Like, the disciples and Paul were Gnostics themselves, so I don't know where you get that idea from.
But if they were Gnostics, they went against the Gnostic. They were going against the Gnostic teachings because they were clearly going against them.
No, not at all. What do you think those letters are in the New Testament? They were addressing churches, where they Paul wrote the letters to churches, didn't they?
Yeah.
Right, so what do you think those churches are? They weren't Christian. Christianity didn't exist back then.
It did.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't. Christianity is when I mean, come on, those churches that it was referencing weren't Christian churches.
Yeah, they weren't, but after, because in the book of Acts, those were the churches that Paul was sending the letters to because he had visited visited.
Right, but let's run with the idea that Paul was a Gnostic then. So he's not going to write to churches that aren't sort of,
I mean, these people already believed in God. They just didn't. They were doing things that were contrary. They were that were contrary to the Word of God, and they were trying to correct that.
Right. So think of I mean, it's sort of hard to expand upon because it is sort of bridging topics, but yeah.
This is why I can talk to you all day, Commander, because it's like I don't even know.
Someone's got some sort of background noise. I think it's Dimitri.
Is it bad?
Yeah, it's quite loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry about that, by the way, but yeah. Anyway.
See, the thing is that you like. I'm still trying to figure out the
It's quite
idea.
simple. Christianity is a hybrid, and it's a parasite on the truth designed to keep you
That's
sort of oppressed.
exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, just get Like, because I can say the same thing about the Gnostics. Because I mean, that's what the Bible was warning us from. Because y'all was like, go ahead.
Well, why do you think that then? Why do you think it was warning you against the Gnostics then? Like, I mean, what scripture are you talking about here?
When it was, gosh, that hurt. Believe. Was it? Oh crap! Because there's they had certain references in the scripture, and I can't remember.
So find me the scripture where it warns against the Gnostics, and we'll go through that then.
Crap! Where'd it go?
If anyone else brings another gospel, those kind of scriptures. One about, I think, looking at vain philosophies.
That. All right.
Mac, you know what you're doing when you're saying, like, you know, when you say the command on me, you know, you're fulfilling prophecy is exactly what the Bible says. Let me take it back to the 9/11 example, okay? Or, you know, even when the government is trying to, you know, they have an objective. And you know from, you know, you guys know from your own conspiracy theories, all right? You know, bear with me here for a second. You have the media, which will portray people, whoever opposed to a government, right? They portray them as nut jobs. So, you know, so when someone comes along with a different idea, you know, but the media told me there's people like you. They expose people like you that are going to come against the government and the official story. So it's almost the same idea when you say you're doing just what the Bible says. It's just like the media saying, well, you're doing, you know, you're doing just what the government is warning us against. You know that? Can you get that?
Exactly. Yeah, propaganda 101.
At the same time, no one predict. Okay. At the same time, the Bible is not only doing this in a time period that is thousands of years ago, but it's also predicting specific reasons.
It wasn't that long ago. It was only like, you know, 2000 at most. It wasn't. It's not really that old.
Well, okay. Well, you still get my point though. I'm saying very, very long time. Okay, we'll go with that. Do you disagree with that, Commander?
Well, 2000 years isn't that long, so.
Oh, okay.
Not that long in the span of things. Considering Gnosticism's been around since pre-Fourth World.
He just has to live that long enough, and then I'll say that, you know, while I'm in my grave. The thing is though, it's not just saying saying that in the time period that it's saying it, but it's also giving specific reasons of why people would do it. And
exactly, so it's a perfect sort of, you know, protection agent, isn't it, against anyone that could sort of, you know.
And I believe it's in the book of Ecclesiastes, or Songs of Solomon. It's one of those books where Solomon said that there's nothing new under the sun, and and that's true, because the very things that you're saying right now, Brother John, are the very things that is specifically written in the Bible, that there will be scoffers in the last days. Like specifically, it was saying that in the last days there will be scoffers, people who mock the Bible and basically say that it's not true, walk after their own lust, do what they want to do, say and show characteristics exactly it's not showing anything different. In fact, the only way you could not contradict the Bible is that the whole world was Christian. I mean, I'm sorry, the opposite of what I said. The only way you could contradict the Bible is that the whole world was Christian. There we go. My point, because again, Brother John, the issue that I have with you when you say that you was a Christian more than I over 30 years, like more than I've been alive on this earth, is the fact is that you're still. It's like these things should not be new to you, and I'm explaining this to you as if you're a babe, as if you're a babe in the Word right now.
because you know better that the prophecy is still going on. You know that.
How are the prophecies still going on?
Obviously, a great apostasy has to come before the
Well, I don't know. I
tribulation.
what you see as apostasy, I see as an awakening.
Oh, right, like homosexuality.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really.
You know, there's an old saying: one man's orthodoxy is another man's heresy.
That's ridiculous, man. That's what I'm talking about. Because you and I both know that it's never been normal ever on the face of this planet to be a homosexual. And the fact of the matter is that people are so-called awakening to evil. They're basically just giving in into their fleshly desires. And that's exactly what the Bible said they would do. And in the last days, people will be lovers of pleasure instead of lovers of God. That they will be boastful, backbiters, different kinds of
going on forever, Matt.
Disobedient to parents.
But this has been going on forever. Do you think that homosexuality is something
No,
new?
it's getting worse.
It's not.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't. You can go 100 years ago or 50 years ago. It was never like this.
No, but it was never accepted. They were still homosexuals.
Exactly.
They just had to
There's
be
a
in the
reason
closet.
why it was never accepted.
I think we could go back in time's points of history where things were a lot worse.
Yeah.
Homosexual? No. I'm saying if you was in any, this is the United States. I mean, even back in the United States, you as a homosexual would not last long. And not only that, it would be a cold day in hell if you was in the time, like even in the time of I would say a time of the Revolutionary War, even the Civil War, something like that. It would be a cold day in hell before you would even have a gay pride parade, and someone would be boasting in the streets saying, "I'm a homosexual." A cold day in hell.
And at the same time, who was burning people at the stake or torturing them because they had a different belief,
wasn't us
a
Christian.
different religion? They thought they were practicing, witchcraft.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm sorry, Mark, but
so again, what are you talking about, Brother John?
hang on, Matt. But
This is what I'm talking about. I mean, why is these things like I'm the one who got to tell it to you, and you've been in Christianity longer than I have.
But Matt, appeal to history doesn't work.
Doing that.
Just because something was normal in the past doesn't mean it was right. So that really doesn't work at all.
Okay, Dimitri, again, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that homosexuality has never, ever been right since the beginning of time.
I don't know what you really mean by that. Because there is societies that accepted it.
Saying that it's okay to accept evil. That's what you're saying. And the sad thing is that you don't even know what good is. The Bible even says that you have a distortion of. You basically make a distortion.
Let's to the top.
Well, Mac, is interracial marriage okay?
Say what?
Is interracial marriage okay?
Arranged marriage?
Interracial.
I'm sorry.
Oh, interracial. I don't have an issue with interracial. What's the issue? That's not something.
For a long time.
McKay.
For a long time in history, it was not okay.
Okay, what's your point?
In the United States, for example. So I'm saying that preferences of people in the past
that is
are not justification for our preferences in the present. So interracial marriage was wrong for a long time in the past.
No.
That's just the way it is.
No, it wasn't. No, because even in the Bible there was interracial marriage. There's no issue with it. God didn't have an issue. God didn't have an issue with it. The only issue he had, the only thing he said, that he made it apparent. One man.
Once again, I don't care. I don't care what the book says. I care about what history says. Because we're talking about history specifically, right? Your justification was we didn't like it in the past, therefore we shouldn't like it in the future or in the present. So, and I showed you how
That's
that's
not what
wrong.
I'm saying.
That's it.
Stop misquoting me.
So, now the other thing is, you keep bringing this up, and you brought this up yesterday too. This whole idea that the Bible predicts that there's people who are going to be saying that it's wrong. This is propaganda 101. Every single point of view, what communists were saying that people in the Western world were going to say that they're wrong. The people in the Western world are saying that the communists are going to say that they're wrong. I mean, this is the basic thing that you do when you want to create an ideology is you create the claim of that ideology, and then you say that everybody who dissents from it is wrong. And obviously there's going to be dissenters. So this is not like this is not a supernatural prediction or anything. This is just common sense. To have that written in a book, I mean, so Karl Marx must have been a prophet of some sort, because he predicted that the capitalist would be against him. Oh my God. So you have to start.
No, Dimitri. It's one thing to make a prediction, okay?
Right.
Another thing to make a prediction specifically about various events.
What do you mean? No. It's really simple. If I specifically say that if I specifically make a claim, I know specifically that somebody is going to counter that specific claim. It's really easy.
There's the easy way to prove. There's the easy way to prove the the claim in the Bible where it's saying that there will be a great apostasy of the church, that people will start being lovers of pleasure instead of lovers of God, that people will start hating their parents, being boastful, backbiters, covenant breakers, various things like that. This list that goes on and on about the various things that people will do to leave Christianity or to hate God. There's only one way you can go against that, and that's if every man, every woman, every child on this planet became a Christian. That is the only way that you can say that that's a contradiction in the Bible, because no one is walking away from God, and that is the point. The Bible says in the last days.
I've walked away from your concept of God.
Yeah. So what are you saying? That all it takes is one person to walk away, and that prophecy has come true?
No. I'm saying that.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying no one is walking away. No one is walking away from God. They may have like their sin. Okay. You can say like 100 years, for instance, like 100 years ago, there are various things that you knew not to do. You knew, because back then, at least 100 years ago, or even more than that.
I knew not to let black people ride in the front of the bus with me.
No. Stop, Dimitri. Focus. Okay.
Sorry. My bad. Yeah.
You always stop that. 100 years ago or so, okay, there were certain things that you knew not to do. Like, for instance, if you was a homosexual, everyone knew, except for the homosexuals, obviously, that it was wrong to be one. Everyone knew that because they had most of everyone had most of the United States had a basis, a root in Christianity to some degree. Okay,
right.
You will not have these churches today of like Episcopalians freaking being homosexual pastors. That would not fly.
I agree. What's your point, though?
My point is that various crimes, various things that were morally wrong in the Bible, people did not compensate. I'm sorry, no, not compensate. People would not. What's the word I'm looking for?
I understand what you mean, but look, first of all, this is based on your preference. So basically,
not based on my preference.
What you prefer is changing. What you prefer is changing. You don't like it, so you were saying that everything's going against you.
No.
I'm okay with that.
You need to stop doing that, Dimitri.
So,
misrepresenting me already.
I'm not misrepresenting you. Well, I'm trying not to. So correct me if I am wrong. But
okay, again, Dimitri, you can. This is how I'm going to correct you. If I have something that is good,
right.
and I exchange what I have that is good to something that is evil, is that a good change?
Of course. Unless that's your preference.
See, never mind. Never mind.
You know, because the whole problem here is that
no, Dimitri, you've already said you're
judging people based on your moral preferences.
You're saying something is good, like literally good. It's like saying I'm gonna exchange love for hate, and that's a good thing. If that's my that's ridiculous.
Why? Because you prefer it. So how can you not say it's good?
I don't prefer it.
Do you mean like morally good?
Oh my goodness.
Right?
Okay.
Is that what we're talking about? I mean, in that case.
Okay, I'm gonna put it simply, so you will stop. So this preference crap could just stop coming into play. If I have a wife that loves me, and I love her, we never cheated on us before. We have a good marriage. Everything is good. We have our little issues every now and then, whatever. I mean, it's perfectly normal marriage. We love each other. Okay. If all of a sudden she cheats on me, is that the fact that shows that she hates me now, or she no longer loves me? Is that a good thing to me?
Of course not, because that's not your preference.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's a change from something that is actually good until it's changing into something that is evil. It's always been evil. It always has been and always will be. And
I realize that, and I respect your preferences.
You're talking about where you don't like change, and it's not good for you. I don't care for change. I don't mind it. Okay?
Right.
I don't mind change. But as long as that change is actually good and it doesn't result in something that is evil. If I again,
that's your viewpoint though. Right. No, I understand that you think that, for example, homosexuality is evil. I respect that. I think you're wrong though.
You can't prove that. That's the problem.
I can prove that.
No, you can't, because we've already been through this yesterday with your lifestyle. I'm sorry, not lifestyle, with your moral system, and all you can say is that you don't like that, but you cannot say that it's wrong. That's an absolute statement, and we've been through this.
Well, it's really simple. We discuss it, and I eventually convince you that there is no harm to society, that somebody is actually gay. So at that point, you are going to accept my preferences.
That's a lie.
We can have a discussion about that.
You want to go to the statistics, and I'll show you how that's a lie?
Statistics. We can do that.
Okay. Do you know that homosexual males live 30 years shorter than heterosexual males?
Homosexual males, 30 years. Are you sure about this?
Yeah, look it up.
Okay. Okay, so life expectancy. All right. Oxford Journals, gay life expectancy revised. Okay, so 8 to 10. Okay, so in our paper we're demonstrating so 8. So this is in Major Canada, and center is 8 to 21 years less than for all men. Okay.
Why?
I don't know.
That's a good. No, wait. Now, you're telling me that just because someone becomes a homosexual that they live a shorter lifespan than a heterosexual? Why is that?
Well, that's not true.
No, he just looked it up. Time out, McKay.
Right.
Well, sorry, if I may chime in here. It was based on a 1994 article written by one person, not peer-reviewed, and then it was backed up by an ABC interview in 1997, also not peer-reviewed. Not true. Well, can you provide me another link? Because that's all I found on it.
Give you the link, because he just read it, and I don't know.
I'm sure he read the 1994 study, which was not peer-reviewed.
Why does it have to be peer-reviewed to be true?
Because that's what peer review is. For example, if I severely stilt an article that says all Christians are stupid, I'm Christian by the way, but anyway, so that I wrote an article that says all Christians are stupid, and then I interview Christians with a low IQ, right? Well, then my obvious findings are going to be that all Christians are stupid. So then the peer review would come into play and say, this is a biased study. You're reviewing Christians who are stupid before you even started the process. So we don't know why these LGBT people live shorter because it wasn't peer reviewed. We have no idea.
Yes, we do. McKay, if you're a Christian, yes, you do.
Because God says so.
Exactly, Commando. Good job.
That was sarcasm, but...
But yes, you do. Yes, you do, McKay. If you actually are a Christian, and if you read Romans 1, it shows exactly
through the Bible. Oh.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you that it's a sin, but I also wouldn't agree with you that that means you live shorter.
There's multiple reasons. There is multiple reasons, yes, on why a person lives shorter lives. Because even the Bible says that there are various ways that you shorten your lifespan because of the things you do. But homosexuals do it. Their lifestyle literally kills them. Literally, their relationship is toxic to each other.
Well, I'm trying to read this study here. So the Cameron's study is statistically wrong because the sample size is all off. But I'm trying to find the one that Oxford Journal refers to, and I can't. So, anyways, so let's say that this was somehow the truth. Correlation and causation still need to be proven in some way.
The Bible clearly says what their correlation is.
The Bible can say whatever it is. I actually want facts.
Okay.
I actually want facts. Like why does this happen?
Here, you want facts? Okay. There's nothing else. The only way that is so-called STD free, that does not shorten your lifespan, that's actually a good relationship to be in, is one man, one woman in a monogamous relationship, in a marital relationship between each other. That's the only way. Anytime you go outside of that, you have diseases, you have issues. It's way more than a marriage.
Right.
Than a marriage does, I mean, you don't have to do any statistics, Dimitri, because apparently you already know that.
I don't accept that because you can't judge.
Dimitri, you already agreed with me.
Stop.
Well, I think
stop.
I would agree with Mac. Oh,
so
sorry.
You can't judge that based just on the diseases. Okay, diseases are not the only factor in a healthy and productive relationship. But that is all that you mentioned.
No, I didn't.
So, yes, it is. That's all you talked about.
No, I said less. That's less problem. I said also that it's less problematic, that you have less issues. Oh, of course. Dadgummit. But this is exactly what I'm saying. The Bible even says, I mean, there's various issues. Fornication. It's not just homosexuals. Lying, stealing, getting drunk. I mean, the things that is saying in the Bible are clearly showing to be true every time. There's no disagreement.
I'm sorry. I have to go. I have a meeting that I have to get to. I would love to continue this, please. Okay? I know. I'm pissed off too because we had a really good one last night and we got cut off and again. I'll be back in a little while, though. All right, I'll catch you later.
Dimitri.
All the best.
I was this close in converting him. I was this close.
I mean, I would agree with you. Like, there's no like converting, but I mean, it's food for thought that maybe he would think about.
Yeah, no, it's funny. But where's Brother John? You need to be up. Man, it's like only Commando's like left. But there's nothing I can do about Commando because he's like stuck in his world.
I'm just at a boss level you can't beat, Matt. So.
Oh really? You're that boss level? Wait till I get up there, son. I'm taught. I mean, you only saw the first stage of my awesomeness. I mean, because I mean, even you complimented me, even though I don't take it as a compliment. When you said that, oh wow, Mac, you're actually more rooted in what you believe in now. It's like amazing. It's like
yeah, I noticed that. Like you were as convicted when I first spoke to you in G-Man's Hangout, like a long time ago.
I'm still waiting for that because I was still trying to figure out what you was referencing about that because I don't remember ever sounding like I was not confident.
No, you were like in the middle of an argument with someone and you were like going like, "Oh Lord, on their ass," and like, I was like, "Wow, man."
Hey, Xbox.
Hey.
She was desperate. She was selling memorabilia, things that he had.
I'm sorry, Xbox. I only do PS3, so we can't be friends. I don't know if you was in the conversation before. We was talking about. Dang, I don't even want to continue it now because I still need Dimitri since he's the one who brought it up.
Yeah, I just got the end of it, just so I don't know what the actual argument was about, but I heard what y'all were arguing right there last minute or so.
Oh, okay. We was talking about how in a relationship how homosexual relationship is basically toxic to them. Is toxic for them.
In what way? Or like what way were you arguing that it was toxic for them?
That basically the only one that is less problematic, and the only one that is actually right, that is not like disease and that is not like disease ridden, that cannot be infected by disease in any sense of it, is that one man, one woman in a monogamous relationship between each other. That's
only true if they have, I guess, like what you're saying, if they've never been with anybody else their whole life.
Yeah,
there's a minute chance that you can pick up other of those kind of STDs without having sex, but even if you're monogamous, you could still pass it to your partner.
But no, what I'm saying, but I'm saying if people had actually kept that idea. No, they are not, Brother John. Please stop lying. But
you're saying homosexuals can't be? Right, they can't like be in a relationship with just one person.
No.
Homosexuals all have to like have sex with other homosexuals, even in marriage.
No, because they've done a statistic. They've done a statistic before to where they even said that homosexuals have over what? Like 40 I think it was like in the hundreds of partners.
Promiscuous ones do.
And okay, I would agree with that. You have to realize why that's stilted, though. That's stilted because males generally like to have sex more than females. So of course, when males are attracted to males, it's just bound to happen more. But that doesn't like mitigate all the monogamous relationships that do happen between homosexuals.
Okay, but again, McKay, what you seem to not understand is that it's lust. It's not love.
You're talking about sex at that point, though, right? When you're talking about sex, that's totally different than your sexual orientation.
The
act of sex, the act of that is maybe you're arguing is problematic, but I don't know why it would matter homosexual.
Like it seems.
Or straight.
Right, like I agree with the Xbox. You're arguing against monogamy being monogamous and just promiscuity rather than being homosexual or not.
Right. Because
how they besides that, why is monogamy the norm?
He's saying it's better. He's saying it's better because it transmits less
Right,
disease.
yeah, I understand that. He's making it better, and he's trying to make the case that you don't get disease in a heterosexual monogamous relationship, and therefore the point I'm trying to make with the homosexual, it disproves his point. If homosexuals can have a monogamous relationship, right, and not have sex outside their relationship, they won't catch the disease any more than a heterosexual.
I didn't make it just based on disease. It's less.
Oh, to one of your points.
It's less problematic in a heterosexual marriage between one man and one wife, and the fact is because one, marriage was instituted by God, and two, when you understand the concept of marriage and what it actually is and what it does, you realize that homosexuals can never, ever, ever, ever have that. That's why
it's funny that the divorce rate in the church is equal to, if not more, than in secular society.
So what?
And with this next side,
and also, if I may,
you're arguing that
you're arguing a church building, not actually
in the religion of Christianity. Okay, you have the same divorce rate as you do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Also, if I may intervene, does that mean only Christian marriages count, or do atheist marriages also count?
No. I'm saying that I'm saying that one man, one woman in a monogamous relationship that are married to each other. Okay, that is the best. That is the best, and that is holy matrimony. That's exactly what that means. Holy matrimony. That's what God permits. Anything else outside of that is wrong.
How many Christians are in America?
And you're not showing that, because even with the sex, when you're arguing that vaginas are less problematic than buttholes, like you're not arguing the point that you're trying to make. You're not backing up the point.
Okay, first off, that doesn't even make any sense. Okay, first off, that doesn't even make any sense that someone would stick anything in it. I mean, just because there's a hole there doesn't mean you have to stick your penis in it.
I don't know. That's the way we. That's pretty much how we.
I mean, that's what I never understood. That's what I never understood.
I make a hole with my hand. Like, I don't have to stick anything in it, but I.
It's the
Thank you, Xbox. Thank you.
Do you not understand the digestive system?
Sorry.
That's what I didn't get. Ever since someone told me about homosexuals being attracted to males, and when I even heard of a homosexual, I thought that that's just not normal. It just sounds so ridiculous that someone would think that. And I mean, the fact is that it's like homosexuals just lose their minds because all of a sudden they think that or even heterosexual males for that matter, or women or whatever, because they think that sticking your penis or sticking anything in your butthole is a good thing.
Hold on, George Takei, the guy from Star Trek, the Asian guy, he has a monogamous relationship and been married for years to his partner, and they've never had sex.
Okay.
They do other things, but they've never had, like you're saying, they've never had the sex you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
One other thing is that holy matrimony is a marriage in a church, and a legal marriage, which is the thing that most people are concerned with in regards to our law, is a marriage recognized by the state.
Right.
They're different things.
Right. A church can do holy matrimony or
contract, business contract.
Yep.
Yeah, basically.
Oh my goodness, and find that very ridiculous.
You're just talking though, like a guy being attracted to another, or a male being attracted to another male. That's all you're talking about when you're talking about homosexual.
No, I'm saying even someone outside, even someone who cheats on his wife, even someone who doesn't even, who's sleeping with his girlfriend, or some like people having those so-called partners or friends with benefits. I don't believe that crap. That's BS.
What's BS about it?
Because people don't have. There's no such thing as having friends with benefits. There's no such thing as that.
There is.
Yeah, there is.
I mean, there is. You could just argue it's bad.
Yeah, you could argue it's bad or that it's detrimental to a monogamous relationship because it's not monogamous at that point. If the other partner thinks it.
I mean, no. What is a relationship and what does it mean to love someone? That's what I'm trying to get at, Xbox.
It just means you have strong feelings for them. I mean, I could be in love with someone just like you used the pizza analogy yesterday. I can say I'm in love with pizza, and then I can say I'm in love with my wife, and then 10 years from now I could come across someone that I fall more in love with. It's the intensity that you're measuring there. You're just using the same word to describe the same overall feeling, but they're all different. They're all different feelings.
Yeah.
It's just easier to say love instead of I have this different kind of love attraction to my pizza than I have a different that would be ridiculous like to use all the time. Every time I said I love something that I'd have to qualify it.
Okay, this is the level I'm talking about because I love how the dictionary changes, you know, the love that I'm talking about is things that will please do content. All right. Welcome to Chain of Fun. No, not that one. Where is it? Oh, okay, never mind, it's the same one. To welcome, to entertain, to be fond of, to love dearly, of things, to be well pleased, to be contented at, this one, I'm sorry. To be well pleased, to be contented at or with a thing.
All right. I'll go with that.
Okay, so with you being content with whom you have, the person that you so-called love.
All right.
You, in a sense,
that doesn't exclude me from ever loving anything else.
Of course not. I'm not saying that. I mean, but what I'm saying is that if you cheat on your wife, you would you not say you don't love your wife now?
No.
You would not say that.
I would still say I love my wife.
Even after you just cheated on her.
Right.
That makes no sense. Because it shows that you never loved. It shows that you never loved your wife. Because after the definition I gave you, it shows to be content with something.
Right.
So you're not content with your wife.
Not every instance of cheating on someone, or I guess if I slept with someone else would mean that I wasn't content with her. Overall, maybe with sex I wasn't content.
Okay.
If you want to word it that way. That doesn't mean that I don't love her. That doesn't mean I wasn't content with her.
So okay. Why in the world? No, Xbox. This is what doesn't make sense. If you're not content with your sex life, figure out how to change it, or talk with your wife. Figure out how to change your sex life. But that does not mean to sleep with someone else.
Right? You can do that. It doesn't mean that. I agree.
So why in the world would you still say that you love your wife after knowing full well that you cheated on her, betraying her trust, betraying the fact that you're supposed to be faithful to the time of death, if that's God's will.
So Mac, when you
was part, I don't see.
So Mac, when you sin against God, does that mean you were not content with your relationship with God?
No, that doesn't mean I'm not content. It does not mean that I'm not content with the relationship with God.
It means you don't love God if you follow your scenario.
Yeah,
exactly. Right, X.
So what were you getting at?
I'm using your analogy that you're trying to use with X in a marriage as just like you are married to Christ, right? In essence, in the Bible.
Yes. That's what ties in with the bride of Christ thing.
Yeah.
So you replace those words God with pizza, just like you'd use your thing. I love pizza. Just because I eat something else,
it's not the same thing.
That I don't love pizza. Just like with your God.
Yeah, that is really different, though.
Sorry, McKay, what'd you say?
I was just saying that is really different, though.
Exactly, that's what I'm getting at. Like you're using, this is why I love the Greek version of love, because it has two definitions, agapeo and phileo. agapeo is basically the love of someone. You love them, you want the best for them, regardless if it goes if they never love you back or never show you the same I would say the same emotion back. You want the best for them. So even if they even if they like stab you in the back, you're still willing to give them a jacket, or if they're cold, or give them food if they're hungry. Now,
Are you talking about
phileo.
unconditional love?
Say what?
Are you talking about unconditional love?
I would say
that's what's associated with agape, no? Unconditional love?
no. It wouldn't. No, it wouldn't be associated with this, because in the sense you can't say God has unconditional love.
Right. I think it's unrealistic to even have unconditional love. Sooner or later, there's conditions.
Yeah, there's always conditions with someone, because at the same time, I can still love you, but if you're asking me for money and I know you're going to use it for drugs, I'm not going to give you money.
Right.
So then someone would say crap like you don't love me, which is retarded. But
you stepped out of that definition you were using, then by adding other qualifiers to it. So I don't know.
No, you want the best. You want the best for that person. That's what I meant. And what I was getting at is phileo is the other definition of love. This is like an emotional feeling, like you said before, Xbox, but it just applies to like a time, like a situation. Like I love pizza. It's not the same emotion as agapeo. I'm not going to.
I would agree with that. That's why I was saying you're stepping out of that dictionary definition that you were using, that we were going by adding qualifiers to it, which I don't mind. I follow down your path. I'm just letting you know. You are going to.
Well, sadly, it's not. I don't know. The one that I'm using, it was supposed to. I'm looking at the Greek, but it doesn't have the same one that I was looking at before in a different dictionary of the Greek. They shortened it a lot. I don't know, but I was trying to hurry. I was trying to hurry up with that. But
No, you're fine. That's what's good to show how we use dictionary, how we use definitions, and why just because something meant something in the past doesn't mean that we have to stick to it today.
But getting back to the original point. Homosexuals do not have a love for each other. The Bible says that they have a vile. It's called a vile affection. There's a reason why God declares it an abomination to the children of Israel when it says a man sleeping with another man is a man that lies with a man as with woman is an abomination. Likewise,
I would argue that verse with you if you have time, that it actually is talking about, because the last end of that sentence is like or lie with another man the way you lie with a woman, and it's speaking on more of a marriage type thing, not on actual sexual relations.
Well, yeah, you could say that, but it says the same thing in Romans 1, and it doesn't apply. Both.
I would argue every verse in there doesn't actually go against homosexuality. There's some things on a literal reading that's what it would be clear, but not on a what's it called, exegesis. On an exegesis level, you wouldn't come across all that.
Well, okay, I can agree with you on that, but in Romans 1, it clarifies even deeper. Like in any relationship, you should not be sleeping with as a male, you should not be sleeping with a male. As a female, you should not be sleeping with a female. And it's the same. It's like the same thing with bestiality. Everyone knows. Well, I would say a lot of people know, except for the ones that are doing it. Everyone knows that bestiality is wrong. That people sleeping with animals is disgusting.
I don't know that it's wrong, but it's against nature. Maybe it's against.
Why would you not say it's wrong?
I don't know that I would say that it's wrong. I don't know. I would say it's not wrong. Yes.
Okay, is a full-grown man sleeping with a child? Is that wrong?
Abnormal, maybe, is what I would say. It's not.
Okay, is a full-grown man sleeping with a child? Is that wrong?
Sleeping in and of it, I don't want to get in a pedophile argument because you won't like what I have to say about it. But try to keep it away from the emotional. Stay on the animals.
You know, the thing about it to me is basically just like the bestiality thing. It would be because at a minimum, it violates consensus. I mean, there's no consensual agreement because they can't agree. Same thing for a child; they're below the age of consent, and that's a problem.
My only issues with harm and well-being on it is why I was saying what I was saying. You have to show one as more harmful or not promoting the well-being.
Yeah,
and then you can wrong.
But generally, I mean, the very minimum standard would be consent.
I mean, at the same, I mean, you can't use that with the. That's just ridiculous.
If there's no harm, I have no problem.
Here's why it's ridiculous, Lucid. For an animal can't even say no or yes, either way.
Right. Therefore, they can't consent. Therefore, they can't consent. Therefore, it's wrong at a minimum. I'm not saying that's the only reason. It depends on the viewpoint.
So if a dog humps a woman and the woman is consenting to it and she likes it, is that okay?
It's up to the individual. I really can't say because it depends.
No, that's just ridiculous.
I don't.
That's just ridiculous.
Well, no, not exactly, because it's like, I was raised in America, and personally, I would think it's disgusting, but I can't criticize people in other cultures.
Why not? You clearly.
Right, yeah, that's what I was trying to take it out.
The reason I can't judge people in other cultures because I am not their God. I mean, I can't. That's not my place.
You're right. That's why I don't say I'm not their God either. I just tell them what the Bible says. What the God of this universe said in His Word, that it's wrong. It's wrong to sleep with animals.
Why you say it's wrong
with children. It's wrong to be a homosexual. It's wrong to be a lesbian for various different reasons. It is wrong because God says it's wrong. Plus, you were made in God's image. Plus, you know right from wrong.
So it comes down to, even with the animal one, that it's wrong and disgusting to you because God says so. You find these other ad hoc reasons.
No. It's different from the animal. You know that, Xbox.
Hang on. I'm asking. You throw all these other ad hoc reasons.
Okay. Here's the difference between the animal and you, Xbox, which you guys seem to not comprehend this. You're not an animal. The Bible says that you're made in the image of God.
Right.
Unlike the animals, unlike the animals, God created the animals. When He created man, He formed man out of His own hands, and He breathed into man.
No, I understand that. I understand that's what the Bible says. I do.
Okay, that's a reason. One, that you're not an animal.
That's
Two,
no reason. No, hold on. That's not a reason to believe it. That's not a reason to believe that I'm not an animal.
So then it would be no issue for you to say anything wrong that for an animal to sleep with someone or someone to sleep with an animal. Because if there are animals, all they're doing is just crossbreeding to a different animal. That's not like them.
I didn't understand necessarily the question, but if it's kind of like the lion you were asking about, why you can't just go kill the next of the kind, and it's because you're not that animal. You're not that lion. You're an animal, but you're not a lion.
Okay. Again, no, that's not the point. That's not the point that I was trying to make. Why is it that I cannot do what that animal does?
You can.
If that animal
but if you want to be in our society, you can.
So you're saying I can't do that?
You can. Nothing's stopping you from doing it. But if you want to be part of our society that we've structured, then you're going to be removed from it.
That doesn't mean anything to me. I want these kids to die. I don't like them. I want to eat them.
Right.
So why is it wrong? In a sense, I'm asking you, why is it wrong? Because all I'm getting out of you right now, Xbox, is just opinion.
No,
because all you're saying is that you want to live in our society, you got to do our ways. When I brought it back to Nazi Germany, all you guys kept saying that what they were doing was wrong because it violated human well-being, which is crap.
Right. No, that's the same thing. I don't know how far you and Art got with it, but that's what we've set our social structure up on, is promoting well-being.
They obviously did it.
Lessening harm and suffering.
No, but they did exactly what you did, Xbox. They had a human well-being, and they picked the exact race that they wanted to have well-being. For you guys,
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't
minorities,
depict.
they didn't want to have
No.
well-being for them.
No, they didn't have. They might have had it in mind. I want well-being for humans, but then they didn't. They went across and actually decreased the well-being of humans to try to accomplish this.
Isn't that a good thing?
Isn't what existing?
Then okay, if them eliminating a so-called weaker race or a group of people, they didn't. It's not like they eliminated everybody. They just limited a certain group of people. Is that
Right.
really? Is that?
Right. That's where they were flawed, because that didn't promote human well-being.
Why not? They're making room for them. I mean, they're making property values of the people who used to live in those homes down to zero.
Right.
So how's that an issue?
I'm not sure how you're not, or where you're losing that on.
Okay, again, in their so-called view of human well-being, they are doing exactly what you said that they can do.
Right. They had a flawed view of what the well-being was.
What is human well-being to you, Xbox?
The promotion of human well-being. It's not a thing you can ever reach. I mean, it's the struggle.
It's the struggle. Oh, okay. Oh, it's the struggle. Oh, wow. It's the struggle, man. I tell you, Nazi Germany had
the motion. Is that better? It's the motion. It's the direction you head towards.
Well, I would say this: Nazi Germany had a struggle, but in a sense, it's
they
funny.
thought they were. They thought they were heading towards promoting human well-being. They thought they were doing the good.
Right, and they kind of were until their final solution, right? Like they brought their country out of a Great Depression, but they did that by, of course, killing all of the Jews.
You see the irony of. I find it interesting because the thing is that even now, millions of those Jews died, and you're seriously in my face, well, not in my face directly, but you're seriously telling me right now with a straight face, possibly, that they were not wrong for killing them.
No, I don't think anybody was saying that.
McKay, this is the thing, though. He's not saying that they were wrong for doing any of that.
No, I'm not.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait,
That's
what?
an issue. That's a problem.
Why weren't they wrong for killing all of the Jews?
Exactly. Thank you, McKay. Why aren't they?
That's what I said. I'm not saying that. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood the last thing you said, Mac.
I did misunderstand it, right?
I'm not saying they didn't do anything wrong. I'm showing that they did. And that's what McKay showed too.
Okay. What were they doing wrong?
They were increasing harm and suffering and not promoting the well-being.
So what?
It's a properly basic belief that we come on.
Again, they are promoting human well-being, and I showed you how by promoting their well-being and not the well-being of the Jews. They want
human well-being. At that point, you're talking that they're only.
Well, that's Xbox's point. Xbox's point is you can't asterisk human well-being at the end and say except for these people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what?
So human well-being for everybody.
Okay, but you're okay. This is the problem, though, McKay, because you're assuming that everyone agrees to human well-being is the idea that to either not cause harm or to cause harm. You're assuming that these people agree to that.
It doesn't matter if we agree on it.
Well, I think I understand Mac's point. I think Mac's point is like somebody who has an urge to go kill somebody. We can't improve that person's well-being. We obviously have to set a boundary. If your well-being depends on impeding somebody else's well-being, well then that doesn't count, and you just have to either go to therapy or we'll find some other way to help you. But you obviously can't go hurt somebody.
Right. Yeah. It would lead to our extinction if we didn't set up a society that put these limits.
But you cannot do that. You know that doesn't work because even if, like for instance, but Xbox. Here's the thing. Even if I killed everybody on the face of Russia right now, I nuked the heck out of them. Okay, you cannot say I mean, you cannot put me in jail because I could seriously say that you're violating my human well-being because I feel like I'm being tortured because I have no freedom.
Right.
Okay?
If you did it in my...
You're impeding on my human well-being. So what structure system can you possibly give for something like that?
I would. That's what I said. And if we set up our society with these boundaries, using those properly basic beliefs.
You cannot do that.
Then you're removed from that society.
You're violating someone's human well-being because that's not the good for them, and they see it as not being the good for them, but you do.
We're not talking on a personal level. We're talking about everybody.
The Nazi Germans did.
We're talking about everybody. We're not talking about every single person as individuals.
Okay, I'm gonna run through this again. If I kill
maybe I could say it, violating your well-being promotes the well-being of everybody else, pretty much.
Okay, that's exactly. Okay, that's. I keep saying this, and it's amazing you don't see the correlation, Xbox. That's exactly what the Nazi Germans did. They violated.
See, they did it on a much more mass scale, right? They did like your scenario where you say you nuked Russia, basically what they did to the Jews, right? So Xbox's point is for the greater society, which includes the Jews, which includes the children, et cetera, you can't like let people go around killing other people because that impedes on those people's well-being. We can try to find you therapy.
On their well-being. That's what I'm saying. He is impeding. Someone else is impeding on someone else's impeding.
Well, right. But see, that's why we have to get therapy and help for those people who have those urges to go kill people.
But I mean, they don't want therapy. They know exactly what they're doing. I don't care. I want to kill someone. Dadgummit, I'm gonna slash them till their throats are bleeding.
Right.
Well, Xbox's point is for the greater society, like not just your personal well-being.
That's something that's never going to be achieved.
Progress. That's why he conceded that point. He conceded that it's always pushing forward to that standard. It can't possibly be achieved, but we're trying.
But it's not a standard. All it is an opinion.
No.
Because now at this point,
that's where I got into the objective, showing you objective moral facts, where my opinion doesn't matter that harm is there. Like if I harmed you, it's whether or someone else has harmed you. It's outside of my opinion whether that actually causes you harm because of the creature you are. Now, that's why I said if all of a sudden we had a race that lived here that developed the immunity to bullets, shooting them would not be wrong. Because of the creatures they are at that point. That's outside of my opinion or of anybody's opinion.
What I'm saying is that God is the God is the only answer how we can have objective moral truth.
No, that's maybe how you can have absolute, or how you put an absolute standard, but that's not the only way to have objective.
The only, again, because he is the only one who has infinite knowledge, infinite wisdom, and the only one who can agree.
No, not really.
Commando, I'm gonna get to you next. Keep doing this every time.
How are you denying the objective standard that I put out? How are you objecting that is objective?
I'll show you how. And I did it actually before, but again, you're striving for something. You're striving for a so-called perfect society when you know that will never be possible because no one will agree to what a perfect society is. Right. Some people, a group over here say rape is part of a perfect society. We should rape every female or male or whatever thing that we see. Some people say
that example right there. I agreed with you up until that because there is an objective standard of the harm being there. Because of the creature you are. There's an objective standard that can show harm.
Xbox.
It doesn't matter if it's my opinion that it hurts them. It's outside. Okay, when it boils down to it, I make the decision whether to follow that system or not. That would be subjective. I subjectively agree whether I should follow that or not, or whether I want to follow that or not. But it's objective with those facts that I'm making my decision on.
Xbox.
Like
I'm gonna tell
Matt,
you now. I'm gonna tell you now. You don't
Sorry.
follow your system.
I do.
Really? Okay. Have you ever lied before?
Yep.
Okay, so you don't. You clearly told me that you follow your own system.
Yep.
So you just lied to me.
Right.
Okay, so how are you promoting human
I didn't
well-being?
just lie to you that I follow the system. I just
You don't follow the system. Okay, I just asked you.
Hold on. Overarching lying is within my system. There are not overarching lying. Overarching lying is
Okay, how in the world is lying how in the world is lying to someone when you can clearly tell them the truth, a good thing in society? Because you, in a sense,
because lying can promote well-being and lessen the harm and suffering. The Bible, I don't even know how you get confused with that. The Bible goes through that with the Ten Commandments, talking about coveting or bearing false witness against your neighbor, which is not overarching lying. That's just that is just a subset of lying.
No.
Bearing false witness against your neighbor is bringing false allegations against someone.
Okay, bearing false witness is still lying, and even if you, okay,
it is a subset of lying. I agree.
Xbox, and even if you went there with that, I can go to various scriptures where lying has never been shown to be a good thing, ever.
But there are cases we could come up with where lying is the better thing.
No, you can come up with the cases in the Bible where it shows. I think it's like twice.
I'm not talking in the Bible. I'm talking in reality. I can come up with cases where lying would create the better scenario. It would promote well-being and lessen the harm and suffering.
Show me.
With the Nazi Germany example, the one that always gets thrown out, that if you're hiding a Jew in your house and the Nazis come to kill it, you lie to them and tell them it's not there.
You see now I'm going to go deeper in that, because who do you think you're harming? I'm sorry, no. Who do you think you're not harming when you lie?
I didn't say I wasn't harming. I said I'm promoting well-being and lessening harm and suffering of another person. I'm keeping someone from being killed in that scenario.
Now you do realize, well, I would say it like this, because it's very interesting.
How is lying bad in that scenario?
Oh, in my world, in the Christian worldview, it's always
in whatever worldview you were asking me the question.
Well, in your worldview, no, it's not wrong, even though it doesn't make any sense and it's very contradictory. In my worldview, it's never okay to lie, ever.
I know that. That's what I don't know where you get that from the Bible, but no, that's what I'm saying. In my system, I don't have an overarching rule like that, an absolute. I have no absolutes in mine. Mine are based on objective moral facts, not absolute moral facts.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Okay, never mind. So let me get this straight. If you have a wife and she lies, she cheats on you, never tells you about it,
mm-hmm.
and you have evidence against her that's saying, okay, where did these draws come from? These ain't mine. I mean, let's go to Maury and find that. There's an actual DNA test or whatever the case would be, and it proves that she. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. And she still lies in front of your face and tells you that I did not cheat on you. And there's actual 100% test that proves that she's lying to you. Is it? I mean, is it still okay for her to do that? Should she not
lie to me or to cheat on me?
I mean. Well, okay, I'll just keep it simple. To lie to you.
Would it be wrong for her to lie? Here, all right, lay it out a little bit so I can understand, now that I know what question you're asking. Would it be wrong for her to lie to me that she
about cheating on you?
About cheating on you.
Yeah.
What harm? I'd have to just look at it at that. At what harm and what well-being are that?
Okay, so you're telling me that you have all this evidence against her, I mean, you probably even brought the guy himself who even said, "I slept with your wife."
Right.
And she's still telling you, "I never slept with this man." She's still lying to you in front of your face. You're
Right.
telling me that there's no wrong done there. There's nothing being.
That's what I said. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at. It would have to be. I would have to look at that case and see where the harm and well-being would lie in that. No, it would never. Whether I would be okay with her lying or not, wouldn't have anything to say on her actions, on the cheating part, whether that was okay or not.
What about the cheating part? Was there any harm done? If she's lying to you, and even though she cheated on you and she just lied to you about that,
Right.
was there any harm in the cheating?
No, not overarching. That's that's how I'm thinking of it, because I think the lying too. I couldn't say it would always be wrong. I can only give you my personal opinion based on my relationship. But overarching there on both of those, that cleared it. That cleared up for me. Overarching both of them, her lying to me about cheating on me would not always be wrong, and neither would her cheating on me.
That's insane. That's insane, man. I'm telling you, that's insane. Because I would never.
That's how
I would rather have my wife.
As a Christian, even as a Christian, that's the system I followed. I took things by the evidence I had, by the knowledge that I had of each case.
No, there's times where you can't go to the Bible in certain situations, and God either has to prick in your conscience and let you know, hey, you shouldn't do that, or it comes down to you do have to ask God about it. You can't use the Bible as the reference, because it's not the scriptures doesn't tell you about every scenario to where something like is actually wrong.
I agree. Even as a Christian, I didn't go to the Bible for every reference, like you're saying. I didn't. It didn't make me less of a Christian. It just made me less of a Bible follower, I guess.
Well, no, I wouldn't say, because at the same time, my wife, if my wife ever cheated on me, I would rather have her tell me the truth than going off of a lie. And
I don't know that. Like, if my wife cheated on me and never told me she cheated on me, all these other people accuse her of it. But then there was no harm to me. There was no STD brought over. They didn't go on and continue the relationship. And I went through my whole life just never, not knowing, but never having an inclination that she cheated on me. I don't know what harm would have come of that on my end.
So she's not violating your trust that, the whole...
It might have been violating my trust, but I don't... that's what I said, overarching, I don't know where the harm is.
Violating your trust is not harm to you?
Well, Xbox is saying if he doesn't know it, what you don't know doesn't hurt you.
Right.
Like, I would agree with you in this situation, Mac. Like, I don't think that justifies the lie, but.
I mean, what I
don't think it justifies the lie. I don't think it justifies it at all. I'm just saying in that case, I don't know where the lying would be wrong if no harm comes from it.
Well, because I
don't know that can even happen. I don't know that a lie can even happen without other things following.
I mean, okay, in a scenario where, because I don't know who did this to me before, but one atheist gave me that scenario with the Nazi Germans, that if I'm hiding Jews in my house, if I was hiding Jews in my house and the Gestapo was asking me, hey, are you hiding Jews? And if you tell us the truth, you'll live, but they killed the Jews. Whether they was lying, whether they be lying to me about it or whatever the case may be, I would tell them the truth. But at the same time, well, if I actually had to give an answer, I would tell them the truth. If I didn't, I would just not say anything.
From my worldview, telling the truth would actually cause more harm.
No, because the problem is that I have an all-powerful and all-knowing, omnipotent being who says that lying is wrong.
Yeah, I told you I'd argue that with you, but I see what your standard you're putting out there.
No, and that's my point. I'm not going to. Okay,
But then nothing you do could be judged as good or bad.
Wrong.
You can't make that judgment at all.
Yes, I can.
You just said your standard is God. If God is your standard, then you aren't making the judgment. He is.
Exactly. And he judged
Right,
that
so
line is
I'm
wrong.
saying you can't ever tell the difference between a moral or not moral,
Yes,
but
I
a good or bad situation. You can.
Yes, I
you can only
can.
go what God tells you a good or bad situation is.
Because anything that anything that is shown to be evil is anything that is apart from God's nature. That is
Right.
apart from God.
Why is it evil? Because hold on, why is it evil? How can you judge that?
How can I judge that?
Right.
Simple, because God has God has given us a conscience to where we know right from wrong. The fact is, we know
so your conscience is your standard.
No, God is my standard because He's given me my conscience. My conscience is a product of God's
That doesn't
law.
follow.
Yes, it does.
No. Just because someone gave me something and I make that my standard doesn't make the person that gave it to me the standard.
Yes, it is because it came from Him. He is the source of it. The Bible says that the law of God is written upon a person's
Morning,
heart.
Ellie.
That's the conscience.
Conscience is part of God?
Yes.
Well, then it's back to you not evaluating it. Your conscience is, which is God. So God is evaluating it, not you.
What do you mean God is evaluating it?
If your conscience is part of God, then if your conscience evaluates it, then God is evaluating it.
No, God is
not
the
you
one
evaluating it.
God is the one who is the alarm clock for God's law is the alarm clock in your head to let you know that something is wrong. And the only way that something does not become wrong is by suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. Basically, if you keep doing something wrong in the eyes of God long enough times, it stops buzzing in your head that this is wrong and it'll no longer do it anymore. That's when God says He gives you up to reprobate mind, because He no longer he realizes that you're going to keep doing what you're doing regardless of all the evidence that is showing you that what you're doing is wrong, and He's just going to let you go to your own devices to where you're just going to be a little play toy for the devil until the day you die. He's not going to talk to you anymore. He's not going to give you any more warnings.
So you can lose your salvation then.
It's not losing salvation. It's something else. It's like saying it's like losing your a preacher explained it better than I ever can. He called it like eternal security. Like right now, when when you come into the knowledge of God and you obey Jesus Christ and you do what He says, you're saved. Right. You're sanctified and everything. You're saved.
So there's a different line for born again. So born again can't ever cross the line where God actually lets them go to their own devices.
No, that's not true.
Well, that doesn't work, does it?
Yeah,
it
would be a contradiction.
When you're being born again, when you are born again by the Spirit, that means that you have given everything. You have given your life unto God, and the things that He tells you to do, you do, and the things that He tells you not to do, you don't do.
What if I don't do something at that point that He tells me to do?
Say it again.
What if I don't do something He tells me to do, and I just keep doing it until I get that line where He's going to let me go?
Then yeah, if you're truly because it depends. Because at the same time, when you're truly called by God, He's going to keep trying to call out. He's going to keep trying to call out to you.
If I can't do something He tells me to do over and over, then by your standards I've lost free will.
No.
Okay.
But no, because you yourself are separating yourself from God. It's not like God is separating Himself. God does not separate Himself from anyone.
I think that's a distinction without a difference.
Huh?
I think that's a distinction without a difference.
No, there is a difference.
So what if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit then?
Huh?
What if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit then? Because that's unforgivable, isn't it?
Then, yeah, that is the unforgivable sin. Yeah.
Right, okay, so if you do that, then is that the point at which you lose your salvation?
I would say you will never. At that point, I don't think you will ever receive it. I don't think you even get close to even.
Okay, but let's say I did. Let's say I, went through the whole process and I was like, man, fuck the Holy Spirit. Like, what then?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I'd lose the salvation, wouldn't I? If it's an unforgivable sin and you keep sort of doing that,
You know better than that. Oh.
it's a simple question though, isn't it?
Well, the problem is that the problem is with you, Commander. You was never part. You were not part of God. After when you was talking about how you was in Christianity and it didn't do it for you. God was still calling out to you, but you still went on to your own devices.
Exactly, because I understood what God was about. I understood what I don't really like God. He's a bit of a,
That's what I'm saying. You still did what you wanted to do, and you blaspheme. Oh gosh, I cannot believe you.
It's a relatively simple question. If you can't lose your salvation, right? If you can't lose your salvation.
Oh, guys, hold on a second. Guys, hold on a second. Guys, hold on. Listen. Oh yeah, Michaela, awesome. Because Nadia disconnected apparently. That's why.
Yeah, but Nadia is like knocked out. She's dead to the world right now.
No.
I tried calling her to make noise to see if she'll message me back. If not, and this one goes off air, I will open a room to move to.
Oh my goodness, I got it.
Nadia is awake. I saw her on camera just a few moments ago, so that's okay. But
no, she woke up and gave me mod. She woke up, gave me mod, and then laid back down.
Oh, did she? Okay. Well, William, could you please disconnect because the host is gonna come in probably.
Yeah, well, he's fine for a minute. She'll message me if she needs in, and then I can make room. But if I'm just trying to say, if not, and this goes off air, I'll open a new room and give everybody the link.
I've been trying to get in since yesterday.
Yeah, same here actually. I've been yelling at the screen. I think I broke the join button actually. I'm good.
Yeah. I enjoyed the conversation, Matt, because it makes me think about some of my stances as we're going through. That's why he didn't get me too riled up.
Yeah, I'd like to address actually.
I hope you enjoy it too, Matt.
Oh yeah, I love these. Shoot, I was thinking about Art because I know Art is going to say something and he's going to try to chime in, but Art doesn't realize that I hope he doesn't think that his little drunk night yesterday got to me because I didn't forget when he contradicted himself.
I wasn't drunk and I didn't contradict myself.
Yes, you did.
No, it didn't.
Hold on, before you go into it, because Nadia did respond, can someone let her in real quick before the room goes off air? We'll work to get whoever drops. I'll work to get you back in, like right away. I just need to get her in quick before the room goes off air.
All right, hang on, I'll go.
Okay, I'll message you in a minute.
Okay, thanks, Sean. So back to Mac. Okay, even if I contradicted myself, so fucking what?
You really don't remember, do you?
No, I do remember. Yeah, it's the whole well-being and violating agenicity, and I thought about this a little bit.
Maybe you can tell Xbox how he's contradicting himself.
The thing is, violating agenicity has also some kind of value, and when a person is actually, by his own nature, violate his other well-being, it's actually a net gain when we violate his own agenicity by making him lose his freedom. So it's not really a contradiction. And I wasn't drunk yesterday. I was sleepy. It was fucking in the middle of the night.
Exactly.
But even if I was contradicting myself,
I called it that just to call it that. I mean, I know you wasn't drunk.
Okay. Sure.
Really.
Congratulations. Even if I grant you that you make me contradict myself, so what? I
just find it funny because Art fell into the. I want you to like tell your little contradiction, battle with me to Xbox, so he can also learn better because he also contradicted himself the same way.
Oh, please, come on, let's stop this person.
Where did I contradict myself?
Oh, hold on. Let's not go there. I mean, what's the point of this? Okay, so even if I contradict myself again, so fucking what? People contradict each other because they're tired, because they didn't think this through. This is a on-air live discussion.
Yeah, I admit that I could be wrong about something I said. I say wrong things all the time. It helps me to throw out, even if I have a stupid idea, it helps me to throw it out and talk about it too.
Especially considering that Mac has contradicted himself.
The difference between you and Art is that you will admit that, okay, yeah, I contradicted myself. Okay, I messed up. You'll admit that what you was saying, what you was. Oh, Nadia left again.
Yeah, for sure. If I see a contradiction, I am.
No,
well, you haven't proven that I contradicted myself actually at all.
You'll admit though that okay, my view isn't as complete or whatever the case may be because that did mess it up or whatever the case. You're at least humble in that regard. Art is not, and he will.
This is just an humble
dead snake. For
oh my goodness. Are you done with your hominem smack? Or you want to talk actually about the arguments or the
Yeah, I wanna get back to the arguments because when I was listening, I had a lot. I was gonna back up Mac, but I don't even remember.
And let me throw out there, since we had the wacky thing and needing spots. Anybody in here not talking? Would you mind backing out? And at least if you just want background noise, pull up the YouTube and go to the stream. McKay and.
I didn't hear anything from Max, so we can kick him.
What about the person with the cat face?
Yeah, Fud and we need two spots. We need one for Flip and one for McKay. They were both talking.
Fud hasn't said anything in a while, and I don't know if Michael is AFK.
Yeah, I'll give them a minute to respond. If they don't, then I'll remove them.
Michael, rise from the grave.
I am. I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Michael, if you're not gonna kind of contribute, have an argument, if you're just listening in, you might as well do that, from the YouTube. Just listen.
Yeah, there's a stream. If not, you want to put out the watch link, Nadia, over on the side? Do you mind? I can get to it if you need me to.
You can join it later.
There you go. Okay, put it over there.
Yeah, because I think we have people coming in who want to chime in.
I still want to chime in.
Okay.
Yeah, just kick Fud, because Fud hasn't said anything.
Yeah, Fud's probably asleep, and that's how I was getting.
Yeah.
He's on his dietary plan. He's probably busy. He's a fat cat.
Yeah.
And let him work. I mean, let him at least click the mouse button. We will help him with his diet this way. He'll lose more calories.
Help him lose more calories.
Anybody in the viewing want to jump in? Jump in. I know. What was it? Is Flip the one with your name is here or whatever? Is that who?
I just want to let you know I'm racist.
That's Bob.
I didn't ever know his name, so I didn't know. His account says your name goes here or something like that.
Well, your name here is named Bob. Flip is Flip. But I'm not sure what you're.
It was the one. It was whoever had the account that said your name goes here. He dropped out to let Nadia back in.
Oh crap! It's Steve.
Oh, was that? Am I supposed to leave or something?
No.
No, you was supposed to leave. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, do you think I should though, or not?
No, you're fine.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We were opening up spots for
we were just talking about you on how you don't know how to spell your name because you use 3's instead of E's.
Yeah.
Your spelling is wrong, sir. Therefore, your spelling is wrong, sir. Therefore, your argument is invalid.
Exactly. You are invalid.
Okay, you want to go back to it a little bit? I don't know where I contradicted myself, and I'll admit it if I see the contradiction.
Yeah, let's not go there. This isn't an argument.
No, we don't have to go into an argument. I want him to.
Let's get into
know
more.
so I can. if
the
I have
moral
to
discussion.
contradict myself, I want to get rid of it. I don't want to have a contradictory stance. So, can you think, Mac, just off the top of your head, where I contradicted myself?
When you said that we're trying to, okay, one, you said that we're striving for a perfect society, knowing that not everyone agrees with what you believe a perfect society is.
Right.
If it's based on human well-being, the only people who can supposedly, at least in your worldview, understand human well-being is what? Humans, right?
Right.
Not just
Okay.
that, actually, animals as well.
No, only
Well,
humans
Mac-
can understand human well-being. It doesn't
Well,
take
no.
away from the actual well-being is objective. An animal can see what the well-being of me is. They can tell when, like, an animal can see me die and know I'm dead. I don't know mentally would actually know I'm dead, but they can see the death.
It's not like they
And
can
Mac,
write a
you
thesis
have
on
to
it.
agree as well. Sorry, Art. But Mac, you have to agree as well. Like, there's an objective best thing to do for humanity. Just because humanity doesn't quite know 100% what that is yet, doesn't mean we can't strive to reach it.
Right.
Exactly.
No, but the problem with the problem with that is that our foundations are fundamentally different.
No, they're not.
In the sense that I can say
Yeah, they are.
100% that murder is wrong.
No. You can say God says 100% that murder is wrong. You can't say that murder is 100% wrong.
Are you
Yeah,
advocating murder?
you cannot even prove that God says
I mean,
this.
I'm already using the
Yeah.
I'm already using the basis of a Christian, so I can say
Oh no.
that murder is
No,
wrong.
no.
You're right. You can say, even in that, you still, even from a Christian worldview, you say that God says that murder is wrong.
Well, without any
That's
religious.
out in the
If I
Bible.
say- okay, if I say that God says that murder is wrong, what's the problem with that?
Because you cannot
If you said
substantiate
it.
that.
Well,
Because if you're looking from our worldview with the well-being and the harm and suffering, there is no absolute. There is no absolute on that.
Well, that's a problem then, because at the same time, that you might as well say that because at the same time, you might as well say that someone sleeping with animals or someone murdering someone else in cold blood is not wrong. That they can do what they can, that they can do what they want to do because it promotes their well-being.
Right. Intrinsically,
Well,
I can't.
again, like Xbox from the beginning is saying it's not about promoting one person's well-being, but promoting society's well-being.
Right.
but murder wouldn't
wait,
be
is-
good for society's well-being.
Or even human well-being. Like,
But
it's
not
Xbox.
not the individual humanity's, I guess, maybe well-being would be a better way to say it.
Xbox, when you guys talk about well-being, are you talking about physical well-being or mental well-being, or is it both?
For me,
I'd say both.
Yeah, but any well-being, promoting well-being and lessening harm and suffering.
So you think murdering? You
And
think
it can
murder
be
can promote
physical,
well-being?
mental. Say that again. Sorry.
You think murder can promote well-being for society?
I don't know.
in some cases, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's
in some
based
cases,
on the individual.
murdering is a lesser
No,
evil.
it's no issue with Nazi Germany. There we go. Yay!
No, how is that? How is that?
That's different. Like if somebody's going to kill your wife or your child, you should be able to kill them, right, Mac? Like that would be a good example of a justified killing.
Wait, say that again, McKay?
If somebody is going to kill your wife or your children, would you not be justified in killing that person?
Yes, I would be justified. But that's not murder. That's
right.
the difference.
Right, just like the lying. Murder is a subset of killing or
No,
death.
it is not. No,
Lying,
no, it is
hold on,
not.
bearing false witness is a subset of lying.
No,
there are.
No. Let me stop you right there. Stop. Because you don't go past go. Do not collect your $200. No.
No, go. Yeah, my state. Let me make this statement again, and then you can go to it. Murder is a subset of killing.
No, it is not. No,
I know. That's why I was just restating it so you could go back to it.
All right. It's not a subset of killing. The Bible said, Jesus said himself, if you hate your brother without a cause, it is that you have committed murder in your heart. Okay?
Right. Now you're talking about something different.
No, I'm not. No, I am not. I'm talking about the intent of a person.
I think it's just a misunderstanding of what Xbox is trying to say. Xbox is just saying killing, like you kill the person who's about to kill your children to prevent them from doing that. Like you would agree with that. Like you have killed them, but you haven't murdered them. So he's saying murdering is just a subset of killing.
It's not the same. No, that's what I'm saying. It's not the same thing.
He's not He's not equivocating those two things. He's just saying it's a type of killing that's unjustified.
Right. Right.
Okay. Well, with that, then yeah. I didn't agree with how you said that because I'm thinking.
I'm just saying, like in my worldview, killing is not always bad.
Okay, but at the same time, you might as well say that because at the same time, Xbox, you clearly told me that no type of killing is bad.
No, I didn't.
You can't say you yourself say you cannot say that.
Right. I don't say it. Yeah, I don't. I do not say an overarching killing in every. An overarching killing in every situation is wrong. Or bad. I don't say it's bad.
Okay, again, we kill people all the time.
Right.
So how in the
right? Assisted suicide is a way of killing that I don't think is bad.
Oh my goodness.
Under certain circumstances, maybe, but you can't just blanket. Right. You can't blanket that statement.
Right. I'm not trying to blanket it. That's the point.
But you're not trying to uncover it either.
So what's a scenario in which assisted suicide?
Sorry, go ahead, Wayne.
What's a scenario in which assisted suicide seems morally okay?
Morally okay.
If somebody has.
Sorry, McKay. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
If you have an instance where someone's suffering outweighs their well-being, if you're in a scenario where I was so in such bad shape that there was no up to be
reason
had
to live.
There would be not even reason, just no even opportunity to live. Like if all those have been taken from me, then all I'm doing by keeping you alive is promoting harm and suffering.
Okay, so I can see that.
On that life tube for all your life, because I ain't pulling it.
Well, yeah, no, and that's why the assisted suicide, just suicide itself, you can go to it. I mean, it'd be the same kind of scenario.
There would have to be.
If all I could do, if I was in that same scenario, and the only action I could do was be able to kill myself, then there wouldn't be anything wrong with it.
So the person suffering would have to be willing and participating and want it, and there would have to be like no.
Well, yeah, that's what he means by assisted suicide.
Yeah,
that's like he's not like retitling murder.
He's like, I think it would be best if you were killed. So
right, no, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying to show in my worldview I don't have these overarching things that are blanketing, like you said, that cover every scenario.
And I
don't think you do either, even though you're saying that, because like I said, with the standard of God, you lose your power of judgment if you give it to someone else.
Yeah, I mean, how can you say that God is good if you've completely surrendered the ability to, evaluate what is good and what is evil? You're just making a tautology when you say God is good.
Well, Art is 4-4.
Ah, sure, but that's not the same case with good,
so
because no. Okay, 4 is 4 by the impossibility of the contrary. That's just a demonstrable thing. That's just deductive logic. God being good is not. No. Hold on. God being good is not a necessary precondition, right? Because you can have a God that is evil. Just ask Commando there.
Just ask Commando there. You don't even believe anything Commando says out of his mouth.
Commando is a theist who believes there is an evil God, and he's not he's
falling in the same problem you have, Art. Yeah, none of you are able to
make sense. If he follows an evil God or a God that has the capacity for evil, then I have no issue with that.
This is the problem that y'all have. None of y'all have. I'm probably going to give Art the benefit of doubt. But as far as you people, and I know Commando's partly read the Bible.
What's that,
I
you
give him a
people?
bit of a doubt. But as far as any of you saying that God is evil, none of y'all even know
I
the
don't believe God's evil.
We're not saying
I wouldn't
God
say
is
God is
evil.
Hold on, I wouldn't say God is evil. I said if
I'm a
Commando,
Christian.
if Commando has an hold on, if
wasn't
Commando has a conception of God that has the capacity for evil, that doesn't. It would be from my perspective. I mean, my judgment on evil and good without God being the standard. I would look at it and say these were evil acts that God has the capacity for evil. Even most Christians will even get down to saying that from their perspective these would be evil acts if a human did them.
Okay, what's the issue? Because
There is
then
no issue with a God that has capacity for what we call evil.
Because again, you're again. This is the ignorance that I'm sorry, not ignorance. This is the arrogance that people have that they don't understand. You are a human being.
Not this crap again.
Right. I only can judge from my human perspective. I have no other means to
No,
judge.
you can't judge at all.
No, you're projecting there. I have no other means but being a human, from my perspective, to judge things.
No.
Hold on. Let me finish with my statement. You're giving that up to something else that makes the judgments for you.
No. Here's what's
It's
funny.
even worse than that. I mean, if Mac, if what Mac is saying
Can I
is true,
explain it first?
hold on a second, dude. Hold on a second. If we cannot judge anything because we're puny human beings, then you cannot. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You said that you cannot judge a God because you're a puny human being. Well, if that is the case, then you cannot judge a God and saying that he's good. You actually
Oh
have
my
to
goodness, that's not what I said. Straw man.
That's what it follows.
You've been telling me that a long time ago.
Clear it up.
Okay, for one, did not say that. You can't judge another human being as long as you're not doing the same thing and being a hypocrite. But you can't judge a human being that is being, like, for instance, if someone's a murderer, you can judge that, say that is wrong. You should not be a murderer. You should not be that way. You can do that.
Right.
Okay? You, as a finite human being, have no basis of any kind, have no ability of any kind to judge God, to say that he...
I agree. That's exactly what I said, dude.
I agree. None of us are judging God.
Yeah, no, he is judging God. He's saying that he's good.
Can I pull back to an earlier argument? I don't want to rehash it if you guys are already over it, but we were talking about Christianity and gay marriage or homosexuality, and McKay said, I think McKay was advocating towards, she said she was a Christian, but also supporting like maybe homosexuality or gay marriage. And then Mac brought up Romans 1, and I've read a good amount of the Bible, especially the New Testament, and it is pretty clear in Romans 1 that fundamental Christianity is clearly against homosexuality in any kind of form.
Only on an eisegesis reading, that's what I was saying. I would argue exegesis with you on that the Bible only talks about promiscuity, prostitution.
No, it doesn't.
No, it clearly states about very clearly in Romans chapter 1 states about homosexuality.
On a literal reading, yeah. That's what I'm saying. If you actually take it out of that, take it to an exegesis reading, being judged within the Bible.
So what I think is interesting is, I mean, to me it's been made up that Christianity and homosexuality are they're opposites. They're opposed to one another. So I find it interesting why people want to hold on to Christianity and bring in gay marriage into the church. Why not just join a religion?
Into the church. Nobody wants to bring it into the church. Nobody wants to bring a holy.
I thought they were gay churches.
Nobody arguing this wants a holy matrimony to include gay marriage. They only want state licensed marriage to include homosexuality or homosexual.
Churches.
I've heard many pro-gay Christians.
I wasn't married in a
pro-gay marriage and want to be married in a church specifically.
Yeah, some do. Some want to be married in a church.
I thought there was gay churches, but I don't know.
There are to the extent.
There's no such thing. It's called a gay building. That's all it is.
No, but that's
covered with rainbows.
There are some people that want to be married in a church, and that doesn't say that they want to force the church to give them a holy matrimony. They want the state. If some of them, and I would agree they're a minority in this, want to force churches to conduct a state-recognized marriage.
All I know is that in God's house, you will be
Right, they would never, in those instances, they would never be married in the eyes of God. So nobody's actually arguing that.
Never, ever.
Well, that's
Right,
kind of
never.
retarded.
But
That's not what they're advocating for. Even the ones that want to get married in a church aren't advocating for that.
Yes,
but
they
the
are.
problem is the Bible was written before they understood why gay people are gay. Just like back, yeah, you guys always bring this up. It's because God said, and I bring this up all the time. There are scientific data. Listen,
homosexuality goes way back.
Homosexuality is not a choice, okay? Maybe for some it is, but it's not. On the whole, homosexuality is not a choice. People don't choose homosexual.
It's right. It's not the acts that they hold on, the acts that they do, just like anybody. An act that a human does is the act that the human does. They don't choose the homosexuality. They might choose actions that are detrimental, but the actions aren't homosexuality.
Xbox. Yes, they do.
You see, Mac can't let that part go because
if you want to deny the facts of the case, then you can say whatever you want. But
Mac will deny it. Mac, let me finish, please. Mac will deny it until time ends because he can't let his Bible be wrong.
Well, the statement that the Bible was written before we knew more about like gay marriage or whatever is completely false because ancient Rome had male marriages.
No, but see, in the Bible, they think it's a choice.
They took it as contract. Hold on. If they had male-to-male marriage, which has happened in history, and female-to-female, it's only been a contract of who's going to get their property.
No, it was the same. There was lovers, male lovers married in Roman culture.
No, love was only brought into marriage rather recently.
No.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
They were doing this way before.
Hold on, ancient Egypt and such, like the not Cleopatra, maybe it was Cleopatra, but people like that were getting married to other women.
Love marriage is a relatively new concept.
Only the contract of their property.
No,
I don't agree. Oh, I don't agree. Let me put it forth. I don't agree with the argument that he put forth, but what you're saying is false.
What's that?
About the love and it being more than a contract, more than just a property rights contract kind of thing.
It is more than that.
There was Roman practices and Greek practices of homosexual love and male intimacy and marriage, and I've read enough to know that for sure. It's not even.
I agree with all that you just said, but the marriage was not based on love. The marriage was not about a relationship. It was about a contract, just like it is now with the state. Marriage now is.
I even read about.
Marriage now is still only a contract. Yes, two people that love each other get married, but they don't get married because of love. They get. I mean, some people probably may choose that, but it's only on the contract wise. It's only to do with the possessions and the rights that they have.
That's really hard to statistically debunk because we can't go back that far and see what was happening between two people. But I mean, I know a Roman emperor who got married to another man, and there's stuff like that. So it's really hard to say whether or not it was love based, but it did happen before and after.
Which Roman emperor?
Bible.
Which Roman emperor?
Oh, I don't know the name offhand, but you can find it.
Actually happen to know a little bit about this, and I don't recall any such Roman emperor.
There is a Roman emperor who.
Well, name them.
Well, I mean, it would take me like 10-15 minutes of looking, so I can start looking.
Yeah, we got time.
All right.
We can keep the conversation going.
I just find it interesting because Bob just contradicted himself, and it's amazing he can't see it. But then again, his arrogance for taking the Bible.
That to me, man.
Whoa! You finish. Now it's my turn.
Explain the contradiction
Let's
first.
go.
You accuse me of something. Explain that first.
Now he's got to explain.
No, he wants you to explain the contradiction, and then tell him the contradiction, and then tell him why it contradicts itself.
Here's the contradiction. Drum roll, please. One, how you gonna say, Bob, that homosexuality is not a choice, but to some people it is a choice. Really?
Some people it is. Some people can choose that.
I think. Wait, didn't you say that, Xbox?
Okay, I think I have the Emperor's name.
It's just those people. Everyone.
That doesn't contradict what he said.
Wait, did he just say everyone?
He
says
says
here-
homosexuality. That's every homosexuality. All of it is not a choice. But there are some homosexuals that can choose to not be homosexual no more. That is a contradiction.
I have my
can choose not to act on it. They can just choose not to do the action.
Oh my goodness, that's
Whichever.
Just like a straight person. A straight person can choose not to act on their sexual urges or their attractions.
That's the same thing that a homosexual does.
No, it's not. I pointed that out earlier. It's not the actions that make the homosexuality. It's the attraction.
Nero, a depraved first-century emperor, married at least 2 men. He wed Pythagoras in a formal same-sex wedding by first putting on a bridal veil that made Nero the bride. So he took the bride's position. So the emperor was Nero.
All right. So when the thing is,
you'd show that you'd have to show that was love and not a contract.
I mean, he had a bridal veil on.
The thing is,
like
that's just part of the ceremony.
Yeah, that's a really tenuous thing to argue.
The thing is, when Max says that they choose, is he's talking about the people who have gone through these pray the gay away things where they've gone through these camps and went in gay and come out straight. And I've explained to him it's lying because
that's why they're not accepted. Is because that's shown not to be the case. You go in gay.
Sounds like a straw man.
You go in gay and you come out and are conditioned to reject these urges. So you're still gay. It's just like being I don't want to use that analogy. It's just if you decide to act on these things, and it's not homosexual to just have sex with another man. That doesn't make you a homosexual in and of itself. Whether you ever have sex in your whole life, whether you get married your whole life, you would still be a homosexual or
not true.
Heterosexual.
Well, where do we draw the moral lines? Where do we say, okay, now homosexuality is moral, but pedophilia is
promotion of
evil?
well-being.
We say pedophilia is evil or incest is evil, but homosexual is now being accepted.
No, those aren't the same, but it's not. The line's drawn with promoting well-being and lessening the harm and suffering.
So it's okay because it promotes well-being.
well, no, homosexuality is between two consenting people, where pedophilia is usually with an adult taking advantage of a child.
But what if it's still consent?
It goes to a contract. Child and animals and all this other stuff cannot engage in a contract.
Well, we have an arbitrary.
A teenager that's still living with their parents, that's not an adult, can still have sex with a grown man, and they will call it pedophilia. Is it wrong?
Yeah, let's say this teenager is 17, because we draw an arbitrary line of consent being the age of 18. There's no great reason for that.
Yeah, and here there's a 3-year gap, so you can be 17 and be with a 21-year-old.
No, I'm talking about with a 40-year-old.
Yeah, let's say a 17 and a 35, 40-year-old.
Is it pedophilia?
Consensual.
Yeah, I've seen like a young man like marry a 90-something-year-old and just saw no problem. It's just kind of nasty. That's it. To some people, you know?
If there is no harm in it, and it's a promotion of well-being, but if there's no harm and suffering there, then there is no wrongness with it.
Okay. Hey, well, that
it's just kind of weird, you know.
That baby can't say that it's wrong or right. I find it distasteful. While it's getting raped, they can't really say, you know, hey, that was wrong that you did that to me.
What?
Whoa. Did you say rape?
Say that again, please.
That a baby getting raped, that it wouldn't necessarily be wrong because the baby can't say, no, that was wrong.
A baby can't consent. A baby can't consent.
Right.
Wait, why are we talking about babies?
I don't, because it keeps going to this weird emotion. It keeps going to this weird emotional level with pedos.
Because everyone's trying to.
I try to keep because
they're trying to draw an equivalence between.
I tried to stay away from that.
LGBT status and child molestation, baby rape, and all that.
Right. I tried to stay away. I tried to draw it earlier away from that because it's not what you want to hear.
No, but everyone here on this panel knows that pedophilia is wrong, and yet y'all don't say the same thing about homosexuality.
My only problem.
No, because oh my
Hey, hold
god.
on. Yeah, I see. I kind of see what you're saying, Matt. Because they've shown pedophilia as a mental disorder causes these things. There is nothing wrong about a pedophile that never does any harm, that never acts. There is nothing wrong. I'll say it again on anybody who wants to emotionally freak out. It is nothing wrong with a pedophile that has a mental disorder that causes them to have these urges that never acts.
I agree. Yeah.
So
that never acts in a harmful manner.
So I can apply that to the same thing with a homosexual. There's nothing wrong.
Right. If they act and they never do a harmful act, then there's nothing wrong with it.
There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, so as long as they keep it in there, well, no, because they still need mental health. I take that
Even
back.
with it, you could say it's abnormal because it's out of the norm.
Right, it is
There's nothing wrong with abnormal.
I agree with you. Homosexuals are abnormal. So is
right.
so
There's nothing wrong with.
yes,
hold on,
and
there's
I-
nothing
yeah, and I
wrong.
don't see
There's
anything
nothing
wrong.
wrong with being out of the norm.
Yes, there
Yeah,
is.
as long as
No,
you're
there's
keeping
not.
them on the same
Oh,
level.
You're just different.
So, Mac, hold on. So let's go back to Jesus' time. So when in the beginning of Christianity, was Christianity the norm? No,
It was out of the normal.
Yes.
That's your argument.
Hold on, you can't include that. You can't include that.
Why? Because it
You're
destroys the
destroying
point.
the- It's because it destroys the argument. That's why we cannot include it.
Because it destroys the point.
This is the
Right, and
ignorance.
Mark made a good point
This
there.
is the argument of ignorance that you're bringing up right now. Okay, one, people. Okay, let's go. Since y'all want to bring this up, because y'all gonna lose every single time.
Look how he's trying.
Let's go to. Let's bring it out. John 1. All right. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by Him, and without Him was not anything made that was made. In Him was life.
But they can't prove that.
Hold on, time out. In Him was life, and in the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not.
So now are you giving up the judgment to be able to judge what's normal and not normal and handing that to God as well?
Time out. I'm not the one who decided on what was normal and what was not.
Right,
God
you're right. You are handing it to God again.
No.
Judgment.
God shows in every single one of us what is right and what is wrong in our conscience that He put in us.
Right. So you're not making any judgment on it at that point. At that point, if this right or wrong paper that gives you a sheet where you can just check off if it's right or wrong, then you are not making that judgment. God is. You've given up your powers of judgment, your ability to judge things.
How have I given up my ability to judge things? God has told
because you're handing it to someone else. You're handing it to someone else to judge for you.
God has told us to judge what is right and what is wrong. The Bible says in Matthew 7:1.
Okay, so God isn't the standard then.
It's not
Hold on, then God isn't the standard then. Hold on, if God hands you a tool and you use that tool, the tool gave you that information, not God. So the tool is the standard. Now, if you're saying
the tool was created by God, He is the source.
Right. So if I know what is
right from wrong, like me going. Hold on, Xbox. You don't like me going into that realm of pedophilia, but you know it is wrong. And the issue that
I told you what
Wait, hold on.
I told you my quick opinion on it. I told you my quick opinion on it, and I told you didn't want to go down that route with me.
That's the problem.
Because you'll get emotional about it, and you won't actually hear the argument.
No, I have an issue with people who deny the truth and know that things are wrong, but don't want to say anything, and then say it's a norm. That's ridiculous.
As long as you're acknowledging it as abnormal.
You're gonna say pedophilia have that people who are pedophiles have mental issues, but you don't say the same thing about the homosexual community, which have the same problem.
I didn't say that the mental issues, I guess, without provoking the emotion. There is a out of the norm mental state.
It's a different mental state.
Abnormal.
Would you say you would say homosexuality
I have no problem saying they're abnormal.
is also abnormal as with pedophilia, but since there's no harm, then it's morally okay?
No, it's only if they act on in a way that's harmful. That's why I resaid what I said right at the end, that even with the pedophile.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Them just being a pedophile is not wrong. It may be abnormal, like I said. Them acting in it even is not wrong in and of itself, unless there is this harm that's occurring.
And you would apply the same rules to homosexuality as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fine. I don't see a problem with that then.
Yeah.
I just don't. But the thing that I want to say is that we say that that they need mental help. So does a homosexual. And if they're going to receive mental help, they need a standard, a basis in which to rely on. That only standard to tell them what their actions are as being wrong, that they are not supposed to engage in homosexual sex or engage in fornication or lies or stealing.
You would have to show the harm in some of that stuff. Not little cases where people were harmed by it, but the harm of it. Because whenever you're taking it to, because like anal sex would cause more STDs to occur. Well, then you've taken it just to anal sex. You're not talking about homosexuality anymore.
No, I said more than that, actually.
I know. I was just trying to simplify it.
Okay. Well, yeah. No, I said way more than that. Fornicators, people who, fornicators, for instance, fornicators, if they have a girlfriend and they're sleeping with the girlfriend, don't love them.
Say that one more time. I'm trying to stop those messages.
A person who is sleeping with his girlfriend, or you can't say vice versa, either way. A person who is sleeping around and they are not married to them don't love them.
No, I already told you my opinion on that. That doesn't mean that they don't love them. That means that means that they're not content with some part of their relationship.
All right, man. Have an open relationship.
Yeah. If they were content with a certain part of it, if they were wholly content in the way you were saying with a certain part of it, they wouldn't be doing that. If they're not content with it, then that's all you're saying there. It doesn't mean that I don't love the person. It just means I'm not content in a certain area. That's why I took it. That's why I took it, Makeda, that's why I took it to that pizza where like if I say I love pizza, and it's an analogy. I'm not saying straight over, but if I say I love pizza but I eat something else, doesn't mean I don't love pizza. It means I wasn't content with something that pizza was giving me.
But according to the Bible, if you're sleeping with that person and you don't love them, you're not married, you're actually causing them to sin. So if you're causing them to sin, which is to lose their soul, you in some form you don't love them, because if you loved them, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't help engage them lose their soul. I think that's what Mac's trying to say about that.
Well, he gave me the definition of it earlier, and he wanted to go off the content, that it means you're content. That you're content with something, meaning you're satisfied wholly with it, like completely.
Well, yeah. So I said that in the definition that I gave, that I was looking at before, called agapeo, is basically the greatest good for someone.
Right. Yeah, if you want to use a different word for it and take it out of being content and actually make it mean I want something better for someone else, I think we call that altruism.
That was the definition that they gave me, and I was trying not to use that one.
Yeah, no, I don't mind any one you come up with that we can either accept it or not, or show why I'd accept it or not.
Hey guys, I think Saka is guys, just a second. I think Saka is trying to come in. Maybe someone could give their stuff.
Yeah, I'll go again. I'm almost to work, and I'll just, when I get home on my laptop later, I'll try and get back in.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
Yeah, have a good day.
Yep, guys, we'll talk to you later.
All right. Hopefully, probably flag him down on Skype or somewhere.
I think I hear Saka in the external chat.
Yeah, Saka's been in my Skype messaging.
Was he bugging you as well?
Yeah, he was watching.
Like I was. Yeah. I was like yelling at a fucking screen, like, "Let me in!"
Hold on, was he the 11th person It did that again, Nadia. It let 11 people in here.
I think so, actually.
Yeah, no, he dropped
Right,
and
I'll see.
still 10 people in here.
Yeah, now there is 10, and he was here, and no one connected. So yeah, he was the 11th.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I didn't notice it, but I thought earlier, right before when I was trying to get people in, that I had the room full, and then he jumped in, but I didn't think twice about it.
Maybe it's some kind of bug now. That doesn't,
Yeah, so if someone doesn't mind that's not engaged or not too into this topic, want to just watch for a little bit, and then if someone drops, come back in.
Oh, actually, right, it's still full. So yeah, we need another person. So if someone is willing to fall on their sword.
I'll go because I'm not slightly chipping in. So yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Commander.
No, like, I added you to my circle, so you'll get invites.
Yeah, I'll see if I can join after. So yeah, in a bit.
You just grubbing right now, Commando?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'd like to hear Commando's story because I don't think I have a problem with the way he defined it out with a God that would have the capacity to do these things.
Yeah.
Like I don't have too much of an issue with the Calvinism thing. It only comes down to the premise of where you move off from that. But I think everything that you follow with that it follows. I think if you have the God that of the Bible, that's where you'd have to go.
Yeah. I was just say I'll try and expand on that in a bit if you can.
Yeah. Be great, man.
Yeah.
I think as long as the religion doesn't come down on me for being godless, communist, LGBT, or into BDSM, and then I think I give it a pass.
I've
Go
seen
ahead.
that godless communist mindset somewhere. Who did it? Because someone
was
had
me.
that same mindset. Oh, it was Stalin. Yeah. That was a good time in history, wasn't it?
You may not like the awesome great times. You may not like the awesome great times that humanity had under theocracies, especially the Christian ones.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't say theocracies are worse or better than.
I think that's why Sacco was trying to get in. He wanted to keep it on that game there. He had some pointers on it, and I wasn't going to repeat them because they're too long.
Yeah.
Well, the argument of like whether the world's better off without religion, people like to blame all the world's ills on religion alone. But if you look at communism and people like Stalin and Mao, there's far more atrocities without religion
The
being
thing is,
involved.
I mean, technically, Stalin didn't had a religion, and his government was technically secular. But actually, if you look at the behavior of that government and how they were treating people and how they were treating the government is exactly like a theocracy, right? Everything is absolute. The leader is like a god. He is the perfect being, essentially, and you cannot go against him.
That's
that
unfair.
kind of is what happened. No, that kind of is actually what is happening.
You know what's funny?
Just look at North Korea. North Korea is a perfect example of this, for example.
Well, the LGBT stuff's actually probably the part.
You know what's funny about the theocracy that the Jews had? The Jews never placed their ideas, their laws on the other groups of people. They never stoned them to death because they were pagans.
Have you read the Bible? Have you read the Mennonites and the Canaanites? You should tell this to the Canaanites and the Mennonites.
That was war.
It wasn't a war. It was an attack by the Jews because their God told them to take that land.
Okay, that's not a theocracy. That's not what their rules. That's not the rules of government.
Actually, it was because the punishment for worshiping false idols was death, and they were considered worshiping false idols. Therefore, the punishment of death was inflicted on the entire culture. So yeah, the rules did scale.
No, it was more than that, Sokka. Actually, so
Well,
you might
no,
wanna
that was it. That actually was it.
No, it
I
wasn't.
mean, the fact that their culture and society was different, that they had different gods. I mean, they even mentioned
Oh,
the
no,
different gods that they had.
It was more than that. You better research your history, bro. It was more.
I'm going off the Bible on this one.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, I don't even take the Bible
still
as
getting it
history,
wrong?
but I'm just, showing that that is what the Bible does say was the case. So,
Can you give me a scripture to back that up, sir?
Yeah, the whole tribe of Judah would probably be a theocracy.
In the meantime, Yeah, LGBT status is what hurts me. And that's what I end up going after religion most for.
But I just always want to, I jump into these stupid things where just like, where you try to relate homosexuality to pedophilia and stuff like that. It just,
I'm so sorry your feelings are hurt.
It's stupid because I mean, like, I don't understand how you don't understand this concept. I mean,
What concept?
well, the concept of contracts and consent and shit like that. I mean, your argument falls apart at the point where it's that the reason why we don't allow children and we don't allow animals and stuff to get into marriage relations or any sexual relations.
They really can't give consent.
Because they can't give consent. It's exactly the same reason why a dog can't be a co-signer for your house, or why a child can't go out, and why a child can't go, like a 4-year-old can't go out and buy a car.
Unless your dog, hold on, just a second, Mike. Unless your dog or a cat wants to get a degree in the same university as Ken Hovind had a degree, then it actually can sign and.
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple issue as consent, is that we consider people that don't have the full mental abilities to make consensual decisions with the full knowledge of the repercussions of their actions. We put those people under a protected group that stops them from doing stuff like that.
What about incest?
And you're right. Is that the age is arbitrary. We set it at 18 or 17 or 16, depends state to state, because there is kind of a gray line in there whether or not a 16-year-old can give consent or can an 18-year-old give consent. But nobody agrees that a 12-year-old can give consent.
Yeah, I would not say it's arbitrary. There's just a plethora of factors that change in societies. It's still objective, right? But it's just that there's so many variables that make it different for different.
Well, and they can give consent. They can't give they can. At a certain point, they can give consent, but it's not a fully
educated
informed. It's not a
right. Not subjective.
Yes.
And we can measure that. The prefrontal cortex in someone's brain is where decision making happens, and future predictions of where you can almost see around corners, kind of thing. That develops until you're like 25, 30. And then slowly kind of keeps going, but they're probably around there is when it's fully developed and you can make fully informed decisions and things like that.
What about kissing cousins?
Oh yeah, I'm joking. I don't know.
The reason these things get drawn, I understand where you're coming from. You're saying like, oh, people are taking homosexuality and go right to pedophilia, right to incest, but the reason they're comparable is because they're alternate sexual orientations or alternate sexual behaviors. That's why they have common ground and can be compared.
Well, that's why I said I would judge them the same in the way I was saying.
Who was it? Was it Sokka was saying about bringing up the consent argument?
Mm-hmm.
So what would you say to consenting like incest and a comparison between incest and homosexuality? Would you say that's unfair?
No, the comparison itself, generally it would be, but on the case let me finish what at least agreeing. On the case we're talking about, it would be judged on the same judgment,
which is
the harm and suffering and well-being.
Okay, so if there's no harm coming to, like, they're not going to procreate or reproduce, but they're some sort of incestual relationship.
All right. Yeah. If it promotes well-being and lessens the harm and suffering. Yeah.
You bring up a really good point. Is that the laws regarding incest? I mean, because when people think of incest, it's always a parent with a younger child. That will still fall under the pedophilia laws out there. But what about two people of consensual adults that are doing this? Yeah, you know what? A lot of the laws that we have are based purely on the society's sexual attitudes towards that from several sources.
Their feelings.
And that is it necessarily that is there anything actually wrong with two consenting first cousins having sex with each other? Well, I don't know. I guess from my point of view, I wouldn't go for it, but I couldn't think of anything actually morally wrong with it.
Right, exactly.
I believe cousins are actually legal in various states.
Well, yeah, in a lot of states. I think the actual for incest laws, the only incest law that is kind of universal through all the states is parent-child incest.
Right.
That is actually every single state has some form of parent-child laws against that.
That's wrong.
That's usually just based on statistics that their child are gonna have problems, genetic problems.
Well, I mean,
you're promoting harm and suffering at that point.
Not really. The whole genetic mutation argument about incest is actually bogus.
It is, but that's what it was based on.
I mean, through multiple generations, yes. In one generation, probably not.
Right.
Actually, parent-child is definitely for sure. Where I'm a little bit fuzzier is siblings.
That's what I said. Is that when it comes to toxic incest laws, it only most states have universal parent-child laws. There are states out there that apply do allow cousins to get married. I think Rhode Island.
Siblings.
I know most in Arkansas.
Siblings are the unanswered question.
Yeah.
But honestly, I haven't actually looked into incest laws that much.
I only know the little bits because my boss had found out he was married to his second cousin and didn't know it when they got married. He knew it way after the fact.
Whoa. I don't think that's illegal in any state, so I think he's okay.
It's not. It was about the moral part of it.
But the question is, like, why would it be morally wrong?
Yeah.
So the thing to judge this morally wrong is it's all getting blanketed into the same thing, not in a negative way, but like basically you're judging them all by the same criteria, which is good. You're saying nobody's getting hurt. Then it's okay. So then everything's getting an equal judgment. So that seems okay with me.
I mean, we have laws that are completely impacted by society, what society would prefer. Why we do, I mean, there are laws against, for example, what people can wear out in public.
Right.
Certain things regarding etiquette, certain things regarding, how much skin can a person show out there. What's morally wrong against that? Right. These are laws based completely on our certain evolution as a social species. I mean, not evolution as in biological evolution, but social evolution.
Right.
That has
most of those laws are based on like the provocation of emotions out of someone else.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Like, I mean, there's a lot of laws, and a lot of understanding about how we, like decency laws that are still left over from like Victorian England, time, like that, and a lot of the laws that we have for decency are spun off from that concept there. Prior to that, there wasn't as strict of it says laws out there requiring people to be dressed.
Right.
Now I'm curious as this whole consent mess because I'm just wondering. This, I don't think Art answered the question, but neither did Xbox. When I asked it to him, if a dog humps a woman and the woman likes it and she's the one consenting to it, is it okay?
The dog is not doing anything.
The dog
wrong.
doesn't love the person.
If that's what you're asking, like
he likes the feeling of his genitals, bro.
We don't base the moral what a dog does. Like, are you asking if it's wrong for the dog to do that? Or are you asking if it's wrong for the person to like it?
No, I'm asking if I'm asking because you're saying consent that animals can't give consent when the reason why bestiality is wrong is because animals can't give consent.
Yeah, but this is actually how laws are structured. Is laws have to be able to go every way. There can't be exceptions within the law, depending on what was the motive and stuff like that. Is that we base the laws off of the actions themselves, not necessarily the motivation behind the actions. So when they start say something like when they label something as like bestiality is illegal, they're talking about bestiality as simply the act of a human having sex with an animal of some sort, regardless of who the instigator was, regardless of what the feelings and emotions or motivations behind it were, is that the animals are the protected group. They have this law in place, and it's a blanket law that covers everything.
Okay. So what?
Well, that's how laws work. Is laws have to go be universal in that way.
But answer the moral part of it.
We're not talking about laws.
Sokka was still. Hang on, Mac. Hang on. Sokka answered on the moral level.
What is
not the legal level.
Exactly.
You want to answer on the moral level?
Yeah,
That
that's
would
what
have to
that's what
be.
he's asking. That's what he's asking is about the morals of
That
it.
would turn into the
That's why
same
I say,
thing.
what exact question are you asking? Are you asking if the person liking it is immoral? Are you asking if you're asking if the dog doing it is immoral?
That it was not okay.
It goes back to the whole thing that the animals are a protected group. I mean, regardless of what the moral issue is, like, let's say you had a kid from a young age that you trained up as a sex slave. You know that kid, their entire purpose has been a sex slave. They like sex, and that is their only purpose. All they want to do is be a sex slave. And when they're at their happiest, when they are acting as a sex slave, do we just rule it out now, or do we just rule out the fact that that this person's still under a protected, is still considered a protected group?
Shoot, that's in y'all worldview. I don't have that problem. So
no,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't
matter.
matter.
It's not a problem. He just showed how it was an easy solution.
The fact that you could train up a dog and maybe the dog enjoys it doesn't take away from the fact that the dog's still part of a protected group, man. Come on.
Yeah. And you are saying in your worldview, I would agree it's not a problem because you're not making the judgment. You're giving it to someone else to make the judgment for you, and then just going with that. So it would never be a problem for you. No situation would ever be a problem for you if you hand it off to someone else to solve it for you.
Oh my goodness, Xbox. The reason this is the problem that you have.
I don't see him having a problem at all.
I'm not talking to you, Sokka. This is the problem that you're missing, Xbox. God is the source of all that is good.
Right.
The fact is,
whatever that means, you're right.
Anything apart from Him is evil.
Right. So
I thought
the only judgment you're making is if someone is apart or something is apart from God, or if something is alongside with God. That's not making a moral judgment or any kind of judgment.
It's not, because I mean, what do you have to look for now in any action in order for you to distinguish whether it's right or wrong or moral or immoral? Do you just pull out your Bible every single time to say, oh, I'm not sure what to do here? Let's say what God said.
That and your conscience, which testifies.
Then your conscience.
Okay,
then your conscience is the standard, not God.
Yeah, then your conscience. Thank you, Xbox.
Sorry.
No,
I was trying to make that.
Whoa! Where does your conscience come from?
It doesn't matter where it comes from. That's why I said if I make it. Hold on, listen. Let me try this analogy. You might can understand.
Wait. I want to hear him.
If I make a chair and give you a chair, and you sit in that chair, the power comes from the chair, not from me by creating it.
Okay, that's a false
sit in that chair comes from you sitting in it.
That's a false equivocation.
The problem, Mac, is you're holding two different views here. Is that yes, you are. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. On one side, you're saying that God is the moral standard, and God says to decrees what is right and wrong. And then on the other side of your mouth, you're saying that, but I also have a mechanic to decide what's right and wrong.
No. That's why I asked you the question. Where does your conscience come from? That's why I asked. That's why
I don't know.
It's the way we evolved. Pretty much, man.
Yeah, wrong.
But no, wait. I'm sorry.
It's the kind of creature we are.
I'm sorry. What do you mean wrong? I'm saying that our consciousness is a result of our development as the kind of creatures that we are.
Your conscience comes from God.
No, it doesn't.
No, what if you take God out of the equation?
Hold on a second, Mac. No, it doesn't. Our
conscience.
You have to prove he exists first.
Yeah, our conscience.
You're right. God.
Our conscience comes as the result of how we evolved as the type of creatures that we are, and it functions in that way.
So, Sokka, give me. I want you to give me some science basis here. What in the world? What material? I would say, can make something immaterial.
Nothing's
immaterial. How can the material?
Give me
nonsense. That's what y'all were asking.
Need a physicist.
I'm sorry.
We're asking that last night. It's nonsense.
Yeah, it's a nonsense question.
Wait, let me hear it again.
How can the material world make the immaterial?
There is no immaterial world.
There is no immaterial world.
There's nothing immaterial. I mean, can you give me an example of something that's immaterial?
Let me get this straight. There's nothing immaterial.
Yeah, I mean, can you give me an example of something that's immaterial?
Your thoughts.
No, they're not. My results
They're
are
not.
my thoughts are the results of a natural process.
Your
The
thoughts are
way
not
that
immaterial.
They're just the arrangement of the chemicals in my brain.
yeah, your neurons align in a certain. Your neuron.
All I know is that we can measure it
Hold
and
on
we
a
know
second.
it's there.
Yeah,
So.
I'm sorry, Mac. Yeah, our neurons align in a certain way that it holds thoughts, form beliefs, or sorry, holds
I know
beliefs,
that's hard to
forms
get,
thoughts,
but that's what
all
happens.
this other stuff. That's all it is, and we can measure it. We can actually measure the natural occurrences inside of our brain when we are doing things like thinking, and
And here's a good analogy for that as well, is my computer. If I turn it on and I have a microphone in it and I have a recording program and I tell it to record my voice, there's nothing immaterial in that process, and now that my computer has the thought of my voice, it holds a reproduction of my voice in it because of the way the electrons are aligned in it.
I mean, I understand why you're trying to go towards the immaterial here, because I mean, sometimes it's really hard to understand that everything is just natural.
No, it's just foolish with foolishness.
No, it's not foolishness, because I just gave you a perfect example of how you're wrong when you think that thoughts are immaterial. So I mean,
How
unless
am I wrong again?
yeah, you're wrong, because it's a natural process. Your neurons align in a certain way, and that's how we hold beliefs, create thoughts, and this is all measurable through machinery.
Whoa. All you're doing is telling me the process of how your thoughts, of how...
yeah, I am telling you the process.
Wait.
No, hold on a second, Mac. And I am telling you the process, and the reason why I can tell you the process is because it is a natural process.
If it was immaterial, we wouldn't have been like, finding it.
Exactly. If it was an immaterial thing, then I could not I could not even begin to demonstrate what the process is for it. But the fact that I can demonstrate the process using naturalistic my worldview, as you want to say it, shows that it is a natural thing, not immaterial. It's not based off of some type of like spirit. Or
you're
anything
inserting
like that.
an extra.
Yeah. So
okay,
again,
stop it. Now I'm gonna finish what I'm gonna say because I'm getting tired of.
I know, but before you finish, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, great. So now tell me how I'm wrong. So tell me how I'm wrong.
I'm gonna show you how you're wrong.
Okay, go for it.
All you're telling me is the process between A and C.
Right.
But you're not telling me how A even got there.
The same way that you just pass it on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I am telling you. I'm telling you it's completely a natural process. Yes, I am. And I've explained to you about the way that I mean, if you really want to go into this and read this, you can. I can link you some stuff for some papers on a material mind if you want. Or some articles and stuff, but I mean,
we're not talking about the same thing.
Yes, we are.
Your ideas.
How the heck is it not material?
Mac, the ideas and stuff that pop into your head were put there by the same mechanism that you're expelling them to somewhere else. They came. And he just described the way fully material that it's expelled to someone else.
Yeah. So again, the question is, can you give me an example of something that's immaterial?
Your thoughts.
No, they're not. You're again.
He just laid out. He just laid out, and I did with that computer analogy with the voice of my computer having a thought.
Listen,
would be the same thing.
The fact that you can't understand
how that's not true.
That it's
immaterial. Give an explanation of how that's not true.
Okay, go for it.
Ask that one more time, Matt.
How in the world can a material mind, have something immaterial?
You're adding that in there.
It doesn't.
You're trying to add a nothing in there.
It's thoughts. Let's put it this way. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Your thoughts are the result of a process. Your thoughts are a process. Okay. The same way that running is a process.
Right.
Okay. I can't show you I can't show you a bucket full of running. Okay, it's not material, but that doesn't mean that it's immaterial.
Right,
okay?
it's neither.
It's the same thing. Thoughts are exactly the same thing in that sense, where they are a result of a natural process. So for running, it would be the process of your muscles contracting and stretching in certain ways, combined with the rest of your body and thinking and balance and all this other stuff that goes into it that forms this whole image of somebody running. But that does not mean that running is immaterial. It just means that running is not natural, in that sense. No, sorry, it's a result of
material. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it is the material process.
So you're saying that that thoughts are immaterial, but they're not. Thoughts are just a process of a result of natural processes.
So why are they not? So why are they not material? What you're thinking?
Why is running not material?
It's the same question.
It's an action.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly.
I think that's what we said.
What do you think thoughts are?
Thoughts are an action. Hold on. Thoughts are an action.
Yeah, thoughts are an action, man. That's all it is. It's just
If
that
you're
one
talking
is-
about the
We can
data,
measure it too.
if you're talking about the data that I hold on my brain, that is just the arrangement of those chemicals. And like you said, the synapses firing.
First off, Xbox, you're talking about the material process
Right.
of what's going on,
Right,
but
that's
the
thought.
thoughts themselves are only a manifestation of they're a manifestation of what is going on in the actual physical world.
Right. The arrangement of the arrangement of the chemicals in my brain.
Yeah, that
When
doesn't
you
make
look
that
at
doesn't
a
make it
house-
immaterial.
When you look at a house,
Right.
and you say and you're picturing in your head
Right.
that I see this house being blue. It's not physically blue. The house
Right.
is directly in front of you, but
Right.
in your head this house is blue.
Right.
Okay. Why in the world do you not have a house growing outside of your head if your
Because
thoughts are
hold
material?
on, because it's not actually. Hold on, let me answer this question. When you look at the house, I don't put a house in my brain.
Yeah, you're missing the point. Is that it's the same thing? Is that what is running? Okay, answer the question first. So, what is running? Mac,
It's an action.
It's an action. Okay, what is it? What are the naturalistic explanations for running? What is your body doing when you're running?
It's using various muscles, bones, veins, blood.
Right.
All kinds of things. It's using the whole body. What about it?
Right. Do you think is there a naturalistic explanation for running?
Yeah.
Okay. Now take that to the brain. Okay. Is that the thought to think, to have consciousness, this or that, is the result of natural processes in your body? The way that neurons align, neurons align and fire, the chemical makeup, all these other things lead into the process that we know as thought, the concept that we know of consciousness. It does not mean that thoughts and consciousness are material, but it doesn't mean that they're immaterial. They are the actions. They are the result of a natural process.
You cannot say that because
Yes,
that
I
will
can.
make it material by default.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
No,
it wouldn't.
there is a I was trying to tell Russ that last night. There is a neither state.
What neither?
Because you're putting it in the wrong. You're putting it in the wrong category.
Between the immaterial and material.
You're putting it in the wrong category. Hold on, you're putting it in the wrong category. You're putting a process in the wrong category. You're putting it in the category of action.
Yeah, Mac, you're thinking that the opposite of material is immaterial. It's not. Okay, it's material or not material. Okay, running would be an example of something that is not material. Because it falls under a different category.
If
Something
I
that
ask
we can call as action.
someone why they're running,
Thoughts and process, for example, the thoughts and consciousness is not material. Why? Because it has a different category. We call it, the result of it's an action. It's a result of other natural processes. So just because something is not material does not mean that it is immaterial.
if I ask someone, why are you running? And let's say let's say they're training for a marathon and ask them, why are you running? Because I think that I'm going to make it to the finish line. Okay?
Right.
That whole process, okay, acts as a motivational movement to for the physical the material for the material world to process the movement of the body.
Yeah, this is like a Deepak quote.
I'm sorry, Mac. The thing is that at this point in time, I don't understand why you're still arguing, because you're not arguing against any of the points that I've made. I've explained it completely. Can you demonstrate first? Yes,
No, that's what I was telling you last night as I
sorry,
had
Mac,
to go with it.
Again,
I wanted it to sink in with you, man. I don't think you're actually listening to our responses.
Your failure to understand does not mean that I'm not explaining it, because I am explaining it to you. Okay, you're just kind of blocking it out here because you want to stick to this idea that thoughts are immaterial. I'm not sure whether you read this or you heard Matt Slick say this once or something.
You're playing a cognitive dissonance card.
Yeah, that's the problem there. So what I'm saying is that I've explained to you that thoughts and consciousness are the result of a natural process. Now, if you want to challenge me, I guess probably the first thing that you'd have to do is, can you explain to me what your definition of immaterial is?
I have a friend that brought up a good point that might help out Mac's argument. This isn't for me, but this is my friend. He's listening right now. He would like to get in, but there's no room. He said gravity could be maybe an example of an immaterial thing that exists.
No.
And maybe you could even go with time, gravity, space, stuff like that.
No, that's not. Gravity's not an immaterial thing.
Gravity's not immaterial?
It's not. It's non-material,
right.
But that doesn't mean that it's immaterial.
See, that's just ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous, because I don't think that you know what the difference between non-material and immaterial is.
Right. Well, there's no definition of immaterial been thrown out, so I don't think...
Right, because I mean, I'm explaining it as non-material, and I'm telling you that non-material is a perfectly good way to describe it, but the thing is that we don't define things by what they're not.
Right.
Okay? So...
immaterial means spiritual rather than physical.
Exactly. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Is that
then how are you using it? May throw that, Mac. Throw out how you mean immaterial when you ask us about it.
Immaterial is things that
doesn't exist.
Immaterial is things that you cannot, I would say, sense by your basically 5 senses as you have.
Okay,
you're thinking of non-material.
Yeah, then you're meaning non-material, but if you're going to say that, then I would agree with you.
Yeah, gravity. You can feel
I just
gravity.
think you have the wrong word, but okay.
Yeah, but the thing is,
less than confusion, say non-material.
Yes, but non-material does not imply spiritual. Okay, the reason why you want to sneak immaterial in there is because immaterial would imply some type of spiritual essence to certain things, but that's not true. Is that because we have no demonstration of anything that is immaterial. We have a lot of things that are non-material, but we don't describe them as, we don't describe things by what they're not. So.
Say that again. Right.
You have a lot of things that are immaterial.
Or non-material, yes.
No, we have a lot of things that are non-material, but and non-material by the definition that you gave for non-material. But your definition of of immaterial actually meets the definition of non-material. But where does that where does that get God? Where does that get any type of spiritual idea? It doesn't.
You just get a feeling from it.
God reveals Himself through 2 lights: creation, as well as
which is not proven.
Conscience that is placed in you. That means
but again, I've told you that consciousness is the result of a completely naturalistic explanation. In fact,
it's not something naturalistic. It's
not.
You
haven't shown how it's not.
You get that in a material world.
No,
you haven't shown how that's not settled. It's not settled. You haven't shown that.
Yeah, it's not settled. And the other
Wait,
thing,
what do you say?
It's not settled. You haven't shown the case you're making. That
Wait, what do you say?
And also, I mean, again, your definition of immaterial is incorrect. So, I mean, if you want to keep on, the reason why I'm trying to correct you here, though, is because if you want to go off and start saying that it's immaterial, and and then try to equivocate to other things that are immaterial, like your God. Well, the problem is that you haven't demonstrated anything that's immaterial to begin with. All you've done is demonstrate things that are non-material.
Right, which we agree that there are non-material things.
Right, and the other thing too is that
like
a lot of things that are.
Sorry to interrupt you, Sokka, but
Sorry.
Mac, you would you're fine. I'm interrupting you, but Mac, you would agree that gravity isn't spiritual.
Isn't gravity just a relation
make it-
between
Actually,
space? Wait, what is
I would
this?
agree gravity is spiritual.
Of course he would.
Well,
Wait, what?
Wow.
I thought it was just a tension.
No,
in
I would
fabric-
agree.
in the
I would
fabric
agree
of
with that
space-time.
because the scripture says that God is the one who orchestrated gravity. He's the one.
Yes,
Then
yes.
you've lost your
Wouldn't it
judgment.
make
You've lost your
everything
judgment again to judge that anything is not spiritual. Everything to you is spiritual.
Without God,
everything comes from God.
Here's the foolishness in what you're saying. Without God, okay, who is spirit.
Right. There is no spiritual.
Hold on. He's immaterial. So without him making the material world, you cannot exist.
No, you're making that doesn't logically follow.
That doesn't logically exactly.
That does not make sense.
Because if you go by you don't go by the Bible, and that's
No,
your problem.
Here's the only thing that follows from that, Mac, is that if everything is spiritual, you've lost your distinction between spiritual and non-spiritual. And without your God, and in that scenario, logically following, hold on. In that case, if you follow that, then without God, there is no spiritual, not material. There's still material.
Yeah. See, the idea is that when you go with something by definition, and by something that is immaterial is defined as something that is spiritual. Okay, so
Okay.
that's
weird.
Immaterial. Spiritual rather than physical, intangible, incorporeal, bodiless, disembodied, impalpable, inferior, insubstantial, metaphysical.
Those are synonyms for it. But yeah, that's the thing is running. Let's replace the word immaterial then with spiritual. Okay, is running spiritual?
Oh. Well, yeah, he said everything was spiritual because God gave it, because God created everything.
No, I'm saying it's the source of it.
Okay, so is running spiritual?
Running is an action of the body, which is produced by the consciousness moving it.
So is thinking.
Okay. What's your point?
No, I think that's it.
Did he disagree with us?
No, that's it. So Mac, yeah, you agree. So
Yeah,
you don't think that running is spiritual. Okay, so you don't think that running is immaterial. Okay, and I don't think that running is immaterial either. I don't think that running is material either. So what does that mean? If it's not immaterial and it's not material,
soul.
Okay, hold on, Mac. Let me finish my point.
No, you're misrepresenting something.
No, hold on, Mac. Let me finish my point because this is good. Okay, because I think we can make progress on this one here. Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Is that running is immaterial? Okay, we agree that running is not immaterial.
Okay.
Sorry, we agree that running is not immaterial because running is not spiritual. Now we also agree that running is not material. There's no kind of physical sense to it. It just running is also not material. So we label that as. So now what do we label running as? Well, if it's not immaterial and it's not material, we can call it non-material. That's just what it is. It's not material. It's an action.
Right.
Okay. Now your thoughts, your consciousness, okay, are they material? I would say no. I think that you would agree, right?
Yep.
Right. But it's a result of processes inside the head, which means that it would be not material.
The only way to try.
But what you're trying to put it as is you're trying to now say, no, it's immaterial. It's spiritual. Consciousness and thought are things that are spiritual. But the thing is that there's no difference between the processes that would go into somebody running and the processes in going to somebody forming thoughts or having consciousness. These are all just now.
We label consciousness as a group of actions, of a group of processes. That's just a label we put on it for a group of processes.
Right. See, I think that the thing that you want to think is that with this is that when you look at the definition of the immaterial that you put out there, is that's spiritual rather than physical, is that something for it to be immaterial has to be free of any type of material causation. Okay? Now, the mind is not free of material causation. Is that the mind is dependent completely on having a physical brain. It is dependent on the material for that sense.
Well, let's try to get a little bit closer to spiritual. Because
I know, and that's what I'm trying to do here. So if you think that, and by your definition of spiritual, that spiritual still has to have result on a physical process, on something that is physical, what is that at that point in time becomes a contradiction to what the definition of immaterial is.
Well, let's try to define what's spiritual, because we've clearly defined what immaterial is. And I think the closest way to do that is like a subjective opinion. It's like a personal feeling or emotion, like when one listens to music, they could call it spiritual. And try
I would have to show that.
I kind of don't like that.
I would have to point it out that it's irrational to go off of a feeling and say that is the case.
But that's what spirituality, when people use it, are usually referring to, is a type of emotion.
That's why I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, by most understanding of spiritual is it's something that is going to be affected by something that this goes back to the causation type thing. Okay, something that is caused of some type of entity like the soul or the spirit, as opposed to something that is physical like the brain would be an example of something that is spiritual. But and this is where we get into the problem, because no one has actually ever demonstrated anything to be immaterial or spiritual. Now this is Mac. This is this.
It just
No,
becomes
this is this is
You know how
this.
ridiculous
Hold on.
No, it's
No.
You know how ridiculous that sounds right now?
Mac, real quick, and then you can go. It
I
becomes
mean,
a
that
thought
falls in the
experiment.
same category as metaphysical.
Mac,
That's-
hold on. That is. Hold on.
reality.
Hold on. When you say spiritual, you engage in a thought experiment at that time that you can't show relates to reality.
Exactly.
Right, but
explain reality to me.
State of what is.
I'm just trying to redefine spirituality and get away, because we can't prove it's material, obviously. So it comes down to me to a subjective, pretty much emotion or personal feeling.
We also can't give a demonstration of anything that is spiritual. I mean, any definition or any example of something spiritual that Max is putting out there is completely begging the question.
But what if we throw it into a category like happy? What if we throw it in a category of emotions? How would we define happy?
That's why I
as a
don't like it.
material?
It would all become out the same as what we're saying.
Exactly the same thing. I mean, emotions are based purely on chemicals. That's why we can change emotions with things like pills. We don't give people spirit pills full of essences in order for them to change their
ecstasy,
emotion.
LSD.
Okay, right. Those things are chemicals, and those chemicals affect the brain.
Every day.
Those things are chemicals that can affect emotions.
Right.
So
Just a brain state.
So at that point in time, if you can take a look and realize that, by ingesting certain chemicals, that you can now simulate emotions because of that, well, that basically rules out any emotions
Right.
being anything more than a result of another natural
But
process.
I'm not saying
Here's a good
I'm
one,
not
William.
arguing.
Like if I have love, I say my wife comes home and I feel love for her, right? She leaves and goes to work. The next day she comes back home and I feel love for her. That is not those exact same chemicals. There wasn't just this love floating there waiting for me. It's just a little bit different range of different chemicals the next day.
Oh, I'm not a moron. I realize that what you're describing, it's a dopamine, it's epinephrine, it's chemicals. I understand that chemicals make a
Oxytocin.
feeling.
Right. And the
Sure.
influences are environment.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just trying to put it more to the subjective experience of these feelings, as opposed to an objective outside idea of what these feelings and how are they materially being made.
And
I'm
I think
just
we're
saying the
arguing
person in the
out of that. I think we're actually. That's why I think we've stayed on the other.
Oh yeah, and
it's subjective because subjective says nothing to the truth. And
I actually agree with what he said. Is that how we have these feelings and what we feel them for can be subjective completely to the individual.
Right.
But we can measure them in an objective way that shows that they are natural. I mean, that's regardless of what it is. I mean, but we could also explain why things like dopamine, why we experience these feelings. We can go back on through evolution, through the way that we've developed it, the way that any animal really develops, and show that how dopamine is something that is beneficial to the creature that has it.
Right, but why does jazz give this person a surge of dopamine, and jazz or metal gives this person a surge of dopamine? It's all preference and it's all subjective, and it's
okay, but yeah, it's subjective to it might be subjective to the individual, but it doesn't get away from.
I was going to briefly point out that both sexual orientation, gender identity, political ideology, and also religiosity versus non-belief are dependent on the structure of the brain, as determined by various neurological studies.
Right, and yeah, environmental causes. I would agree.
Actually, while we're on this topic, tonight on Deeper Than Dogma, the show that me and Xbox do, we're going to be talking with Dave S. over the psychology of belief, by the way, which is going to probably cover some of these things as well.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to watch that.
Yeah. The channel's called Deeper Than Dogma, just on YouTube. Search that.
Yeah. But it's I mean, they're good questions. I mean, Mac's asking good questions, but the thing is that none of this stuff leads to the spiritual or the immaterial, because to these concepts, well, we can understand the concepts as we put them out there. We can't actually ever demonstrate something as spiritual or immaterial.
Metaphysical, Sokka?
Can I explain the metaphysical?
Yes.
I think by definition, I don't think anybody can.
Yeah.
Exactly. So if you're already coming at the plate saying that the that something metaphysical does not exist, how in the world can you say that you're going to prove?
I'm not saying that metaphysical doesn't exist. What I'm saying is that you've yet to demonstrate anything metaphysical. Or
we're talking about the spiritual world, and you clearly said it does not exist.
Right there, Mac, right there. You've taken it out of reality and gone into a thought experiment.
No.
Hold on, listen. Hold on, listen. You've put out this idea. Now you said supernatural. You're putting out these ideas, these thought experiments, and then asking me to define them. I don't know what. That's why I was talking last night. It's incoherent to me to do that.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, in this case,
regards a rather different set of assertions from, well, what you're dealing with. You really wanted to talk about the supernatural, where metaphysics, of course, is essentialism versus existentialism, realism versus skepticism, naturalism versus supernaturalism, philosophy of mind, ontology, identity, and so on. It's not. The quote-unquote metaphysical is not a synonym for the supernatural.
Right. No, he said supernatural at the end right there. So it's, even talking that, you're jumping into just a thought experiment at that time, and yet to show that it actually relates to reality.
Yeah, I mean,
Which is fine. I don't mind that conversation, but just to start off, it doesn't relate to reality.
Okay, again, Sokka already admitted, as well as you, Xbox, that you cannot explain the metaphysical. Do you know what else?
No. Okay, because I think
just asked you the question. What the heck?
Because you're trying to conflate metaphysical with like all these other concepts here. Like it's I can't just define metaphysical in the way that you want me to. Okay, Nadia just gave a good explanation of things that are metaphysical. What do you want me to explain?
Reality.
The state of what is, the state of affairs as is. What we have in reality is naturalistic explanations for everything. Can you give me something within reality that we require a supernatural explanation for?
Reality.
You don't.
Now you're just begging the question. Okay, so.
No, I'm asking you from a naturalistic point of view. Explain reality.
What do you mean explain reality? I'm just saying that reality is the state of what is.
Everything that you're experiencing, everything that is.
Yeah, everything within reality.
Explain everything that is for him.
Well, reality has to be agreed upon. I mean, like, is the reality of like an animal or a skunk the same reality as ours? I wouldn't think so. So who reality? Which is which?
No, you can take the subjective out of it and be objective and see objective reality.
No, you can't.
Well, we can only do human objective reality. We can't do, like, if there's some other life form or some other shit, or if humans didn't exist, how would you define reality without our own consciousness?
It wouldn't matter. It would just be what the state, whatever the state is. That would be reality. It doesn't take an opinion to make reality.
So reality would still exist beyond human existence?
Yeah.
It can define as what the state of it is.
Nothing would know about it.
Yes, without any brains, there would still be reality.
Okay.
But nothing would know.
Nothing there to judge it. Nothing there to call it.
It's hard to say that it's there without being able to say it's there, you know?
I know.
I didn't say it was there. I never claimed that it was actually there. I'm just saying it would still be the state that is.
Well, what about when people die? Like, obviously, they're not part of reality anymore. Their physical bodies are still here, but they're not part of our shared reality.
Just like me burning a match. I mean, like I burned the match. The match is not here anymore.
No. Like the consciousness of someone who's deceased.
That's why I said the consciousness is just the description we give for a group of processes, of physical processes.
That you cannot explain.
So you don't really feel like there's a person.
Sorry,
don't feel like there's a living energy or a person within a person that disappears upon being dead. It's just a process of action.
There is no person within a person that is, like, when I burn the match, there's not some essence of a match still there that went anywhere. It's just changed states. It's just a change in states. If you were looking objectively from it, you would just see arrangement of molecules changing state. A slight bit.
I mean, when I asked the question,
I know it's a hard, cold like reality, but that's just what the case is. I don't make it. I mean,
I'm just saying, when I ask someone to explain reality to me, it sounds like a whole bunch of question begging right now.
What do you?
Well, you were doing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're doing the question begging there at that point in time.
How am I doing that when I ask the question?
No, when you try to deposit that reality has to have a supernatural, that reality is supernatural.
It is, by definition.
No, it's not.
What the fuck?
No, it's not.
It is. Hold on. It is if you go into your thought experiment and add something else into it, other than what we know in reality, and you're adding something else into it, then maybe we could follow down that route. But like I said, you have to show how that would relate to reality before we can actually talk about that.
Explain how reality is real in any sense of the word.
Without supernatural? Are you saying define reality without the supernatural, which we did?
No, define reality, period.
Which we did.
Okay, well, just redo it, I guess. Because I might have missed it too.
I can't remember Sokka's exact wording, but it's the state of what is.
Yeah, the actual state of things.
The actual state of things. There you go.
It's the natural state of
Are you
things.
going to hear the definition, Matt?
Yeah.
The definition is the state of what is.
Okay.
That seems
Explain to me how something is the state of what is.
That does seem a little vague.
That was an ill-formed question.
Yeah, that's bad.
Explain to me how the experience that you have, the entire world, the universe itself, explain to how any of this is real. That this is not something in your head, that you're not dreaming this.
Even if it was still in your head, it would
you
still be
want us to
reality.
disprove solipsism? Okay.
Yeah, I can't do that. Yeah.
Question.
That's why I am a solipsist.
Well, I'm not. Which is fine, of course, for Xbox. But okay, Mac, if this is a valid question, then you should have a solution for solipsism as well.
Right. If you have solved it, please, because I do not want to be in this.
And go get your Nobel Prize in philosophy.
Yeah.
I just want like the answer.
Well, no,
it doesn't matter if I like it or not. I accept things that I don't like.
Yeah, I mean, reality is, and unfortunately, reality is a.
I'm letting you know now. You didn't accept it before when it was presented to you, but okay, God.
Hold on. Just like you said with death, I accept that it's just a change in state. That's cold and hard. I don't want it to be that way, but I accept it because that it is what I see.
Okay, God.
Yeah. No.
Why would you say
thought
that?
Experiment where you're gonna have to show how that relates to reality for me.
Yes.
Because God is the source of what is real. He's the only way. He's the only way that.
Can you demonstrate?
Hold on. Can I explain here?
Oh,
what the heck?
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
God is the only way to where you can know if something's real or not. Because once you go, my goodness, really.
Well, I mean, it's really hard when you start off on a premise like that, because like what you're doing now is you're getting into presupposition.
That's why I tell you.
And I did ask you I did ask you a specific question of show me how that relates to reality. And you started with an assertion.
You said how God relate to reality?
Yeah, no. The thing is that what you need to understand is that you're starting off with an assertion to give an accounting for something, but not actually demonstrating.
Without God, you cannot know anything.
Okay, that's the assertion right there.
Yeah,
now, can you demonstrate?
No, that's not an assertion.
No, that's okay. Mac, that's the assertion right there.
That's not an assertion.
Yes, it is. It's okay.
Here's your problem.
Hold on. Let me try to explain why it's okay. Because you're starting off with this assertion right there, but you fail to actually explain why it's necessary.
And I can't do that with you talking.
Well, let me add one real quick thing, Mac, and then please explain it. Because I'm asking, I'm asking you a specific question to show me how this relates to reality. And all you're saying is there's something else. Hold on, you're saying I can't. None of this could exist. I couldn't have reality. I couldn't even be here talking if something else didn't exist outside of this reality.
Exactly.
That doesn't answer my question of how this relates to reality.
Without you.
Show me how that. Show me how without God or without that I could.
You could not know if any of this. You could not know if anything exists.
That's an assertion.
Like, show that to me.
The reason why is because Xbox. If I asked you to explain reality to me, you are a solipsist for that reason, because you cannot explain if any of this, anything that you experience, any person that you're even talking to, is in fact real.
Right, I can't, but that is the reality. The state of what is the reality. So even if
that's question begging, you're using reality.
Even if it's a place all in thought,
You're using reality to go back to reality, and that's question begging.
What?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I'm not doing that.
It's what it might be is if you want to know what like reality is, okay. I mean, it might be just our opinion on reality is based off of properly basic beliefs that we have. Okay. Yeah. There has to be certain presuppositions that we hold, about reality before we can come to any other conclusion about anything out there. For example, like I presuppose a mind-independent universe. I presupposed that there are other minds in this universe. X doesn't do that. Actually, X stops at the mind-independent universe for the most part, without actually assuming that there has to be other minds in the universe outside of his own. But that's just his presupposition.
That's just me specifically.
Right. Now the thing is that when we hold these beliefs, these are still considered properly basic beliefs that we have, because they create a foundation of how we can know things. Now the thing with you is what you do is you move the goalpost and you go back and you basically say that that if you presuppose God, this stuff makes sense. Well, the circular logic that you have for God is no different than the circular logic that we might have to explain mind-independent reality or other minds in the universe. Regardless, if you really want to get down to this stage, we're both really reduced down to circular reason to explain things. But the thing is that you have to assert your position in there first off and say that it's true. So while you might have an accounting for something, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, and it's nothing more than it's an assertion on your part.
You haven't shown that it's necessary, like you said a minute ago. You've just shown it's sufficient.
I think the reality just comes down to, I don't want to say opinion because it's probably more than opinion, but whether or not you think it goes past perception. Like me personally, I think like reality is what I perceive, and once I'm dead and I fail to perceive things, there is no more reality for me, and I can't be outside of that. So therefore, I don't put it past perception. But that's just subjective opinion. And
well, that's what I say. Even in my universe, and put it out there. Sit on the side for y'all. Put it out for the audience. I don't think we're only in our thoughts. I just can't show that it's not. So I wouldn't even attempt to.
Right.
You can't really get far. You can't get too far past that, really.
Yeah, Xbox is not a hard solipsist, it's an epistemological solipsist. I think he claims that we cannot absolutely prove that we're not in a matrix, or we cannot.
Yeah, I can't know that. I can't know that I'm not that.
Absolutely.
I can't know that I'm beyond thought.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case, but that's why I can argue in the same state that y'all are, because even if it was all thought, these things still apply.
Yeah,
it's not like special rules
is that
like a dream.
Yeah, and the thing is that nobody can really get past that hurdle. Even Mac in his mind, if he thinks that he can deposit God in there, as a solipsist.
I can't. I couldn't ever show that God is not in my thought only.
In fact, doesn't actually get past that.
In fact, Christian theism does solve.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is even if I had even say that we are a state of nothing but thought, and I am in my thought. If God is in that scenario, he cannot show me. I cannot show me that it is outside of that thought.
I fail to see how God applies to
he's subject to all those same rules.
No, not. You just choose not to believe.
Damn it!
I don't like this.
No, this is just rationality, right? You're saying that you have this perfect standard, this perfect being who gives you this knowledge. The problem is you're dirty. Your works are dirty rags according to your own standard. You're a fallible human being. So what you're doing is you're pouring pure holy water through a dirty filter. What you get in the end is dirty water because you are fallible. You cannot know for absolute fact that it is a God. Hold on a second. You cannot know for absolute certainty, using your terminology, certainly has nothing to do with knowledge.
All I could ever know, following Art's thing, all I could ever know is that God told me that these things are the case. I would never actually know that they were the case.
No. You cannot even know that it's a God. You can know that some being told you that he is God, and he has revealed something to you. Well, how do you know it is actually a revelation of something that is actually the case?
Yeah, I was granting him God. Sorry.
You can. You just choose not to believe.
I'm granting you God in that
Choose
case.
not to believe the story
I'm
revelations.
completely granting you God in that case.
No, I'm talking about the ones who don't.
And telling you that I could never. He could give me the knowledge. He'd give me a box of it saying that this. All I could ever know is that he gave me this box of this thing and it says this. I could actually never know the actual state. I could just know the knowledge of it, what he told me. I could never know what the actual state was.
Right.
This
Unless you
assumes
start
quite a few
asserting
things,
that-
just like
that
Art's
God
problem
said it.
does. This assumes that God either A, isn't all-knowing, or B, cannot convey something to you. That's true.
He can
So,
No, he can. He can. There could
No,
be
he
a
can.
God. There could, in fact, be a God that has revealed things to you, right? The problem is, there also could be a God who is lying to you and deceiving you. There's tons of different possible gods who can, make you feel like. Heck, there are even lesser being than gods who would have the ability to put something in your mind and in that sense make you think that he has revealed something to you. It just doesn't solve anything. It's just an assertion.
And the other thing too is that even if we granted God in this thought experiment, that God doesn't get around the fact that schizophrenia still exists in Mac's worldview. How would be able to distinguish himself between revelation from God and schizophrenia? In Mac's worldview, where hold on a second. In Mac's worldview, where a God exists, demons also exist. How could he know that there wasn't demons? How could
but
he know
if
there
Mac's
wasn't
revelation is basically confirmed through if his revelation is consistent with the Christian scriptures, then I would consider that legitimate, and it wouldn't. Listen. Let me explain why. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that's just inference.
No.
That's just inference. That actually doesn't.
But I was about to explain. Man, you guys are fucked up.
No, I'm saying let him finish.
This is why presupposition doesn't work.
Because you don't let people talk when they try to justify their statements. When I get to the point,
please go,
why?
Shane.
No, fuck you guys, man. Enjoy your comment.
Go ahead, dude. I was saying let him finish. I was saying the other guys let him finish. My goodness.
That's the way the
I think it's my fault.
No, it's the way the room's gone this whole time. You just got to have a little bit of patience in here. I mean, we're letting people. Mac would say we've let him get everything out. Maybe we've talked over him 3 or 4 times, but we've let him get his stuff out. And he's done the same to us. I agree.
Well, okay, I would actually gonna help Mac here a little bit, right? So, Mac, what you could say is that God, being the good God and had revealed something to you, is your presupposition, right? You could say that. That's okay. Humans can presuppose virtually anything. The question then is, do we have to presuppose the same thing, right? Is it really necessary for us to presuppose these things? Is it also necessary for you to presuppose these things? And you would have to demonstrate that is a necessary presupposition.
The short answer to that is no.
Yeah. The interesting thing is what you're doing, Art, is you guys are a bunch of thieves. A lot of you atheists.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, here we go. Borrowing.
I think I've heard this before.
You're borrowing from my worldview. You know what? It's like a script because he has no idea that we're not. It's just like, he's just assuming that's where it has to go.
And the irony is that he doesn't realize that he's borrowing from our worldview, because in our worldview, logic is absolute. External reality exists. So when he presupposes those things as well, he borrows from our worldview.
Because we all have.
Hold on. How can you get anything in the absolute? Something that does not change, something that is immaterial, something that does not depend on on the human mind itself. Like everyone has this.
Again, it's not immaterial. It's non-material. Just want to point that out again.
It's just it's a
non-material abstract
assertion. Mac, you're trying to challenge our axioms. That's an external critique, and you're denying the same thing for us when we want to do the same thing to you. You're being inconsistent. Right? You have a double standard there. If you ask us why our axioms are the way they are, right? What's the story behind why logic is the way it is? Why is reality the way it is? Well, I can do the same thing to you. Why is God the way He is? How do you know that He's the way He is?
He is.
You're just asserting that.
Oh no!
It's your presupposition. That is fine. I'm also presupposing.
That's not a presupposition.
Wait, how is it not?
How is it not?
I cannot believe this.
In the way that you're presenting,
Just say that's what you assume.
yeah,
I mean, is
in the way you are presenting this, Mac, the way you are presenting this is you're presenting it as a presupposition.
No.
Yes, it is.
Right. So just like Sokka said, just like Sokka said, you have to, Mac, you have to understand it from their perspective. From everybody else's perspective, it is a presupposition. You can't use anecdotal personal evidence as, evidence that it's not a presupposition. It still is for everybody else.
Right, and it's not just that. It's the fact that this school of thought that he comes from, or what he uses, actually admits this, that they are actually presupposing God's existence. And Mac is just, I don't know, not knowledgeable enough about this. He's not knowledgeable enough about this to even realize this, or I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I changed the word for him, because even if he's doing, I think he sees it as a dirty word, and it's what it is, Mac, is to follow your logic. I would have to assume this God first. That's all they're saying when they say this is a presupposition. You have to think from an atheist perspective. I'm starting out, and you're saying I have to assume this God first, and then all this stuff follows.
Yeah, you're jumping from evidentialism to presuppositionalism. Back and forth in these two things. So, I mean, what position do you hold? If you don't start with the presuppositions like you're saying here, if you start with the evidentialism, okay, well then what is the evidence that you have? And then okay, well the evidence that you have, and you lead back to presuppositionalism, which I don't care what your presuppositions are.
The problem I have with you guys is that no matter, I mean, I already understand biblically, but no matter what I present to you, even when I show you that your worldview crumbles apart,
no, it doesn't. Wait, oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! It doesn't. Okay, so now you've gone back to presuppositionalism. Are you a presuppositionalist?
I won't call myself that. No.
Then how did you? Okay, then how did you demonstrate that my worldview fell apart?
I demonstrated that your worldview fell apart because you're telling me that the material world has things that are immaterial.
I never said that.
Who said that here? Dude, what the heck?
You have abstract concepts like logical, like
they're not actually, dude, they're not actual entities. Logic is not a thing that is somewhere in this ethereal realm, whatever you're thinking. No, logic is a description of a behavior of how things in existence or in possible existence behave. That's all that it is.
And they're not immaterial. They're not spiritual.
So they're not So they're not spiritual. Okay. Yeah. So you're telling me you can explain how existence behaves.
We explain this all the time. Actually, you could look at this universe. We have explained this universe and its behavior, and we call that laws of physics.
Laws of physics explains the universe.
No, that's the explanation for how the universe behaves. That's what you ask.
Laws of physics is the explanation of how the universe behaves.
Yes.
Yeah, it's part of the explanation. Now, Mac, you're a guy of God. Like I see, you were born in a Christian family. Probably you grew up with this. You have to understand that some other people don't come from the same place as you. And as a man of God, as a Christian, you have to follow the same thing that Jesus. And Jesus was not acting like this. He was understandable. He tried to understand what the other people thinking, and he was taking this, he was acknowledging this, and he was trying to understand where they come from. And you have to do the same here. And it's not because they don't agree with you that means they're wrong and their whole world is crumbling down or whatever.
Quickly, can I just say real quick?
Definitely.
You have some great audio quality.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Sexy voice.
Cut me off every time you were talking earlier.
Yeah, sorry for my English. I'm French, but
right on.
I can speak a little.
I have French as well. I wouldn't call myself French. I would call American.
French people don't exist. I presuppose them that they don't exist.
No starving French people.
No starving French people.
No true Frenchmen. There's no true Frenchmen. As long as people understand that. But that's just what I'm just trying to these are what we're trying to explain to you, Mac. And I think that I think that you think that you have the easy answers. Okay, but the thing is that what you are positing as these answers here, they're not actually easy. They actually have to be more better thought out than what you have, in the way that you're presenting them.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I mean, Satan, even the Satan version, like he presents it, is fairly easy to, poke holes into. What you're doing is a very poor kind of, representation of what Satan does. I mean, there are different types of presuppositionalists, like, what Jimmy, James Great, Jacob, they have a much better case there, right? But still, there is holes in these arguments in presuppositionalism.
We need to get a theist to debate without the presuppositions and assertions, because we do need a better. There's a weak argument on the side of the theists.
Agreed. Oh, good hangout, guys.
Well, that's good that I'm not theist.
You're not theist?
No.
Do you know what theist means?
Yes.
What the hell?
I'm like, okay, Mac, are you sure? Can you? I mean, come on.
All of theist is that.
No, but it's okay. It's okay. Let's not make fun of Mac too.
Mac, do you believe that there are any gods that exist?
I believe that there is only one God.
Okay, that's enough. One God's enough.
I don't like that because that would imply that other gods exist.
No.
I don't use that.
No, theist is just someone who believes in at least one God.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just means you believe in God or a God.
I don't like that idea. I like the label of just being a Christian.
No, that's okay.
It's the same.
Christianity is a subset of theism.
Right. Art's
But
right.
you're Christian, and what do you think about the Muslim people saying that they have the exact same God as you?
They don't.
But they say they do.
They don't. And you can look in the religion.
I don't think Muslims believe that.
And it's not the same thing. Wait, what'd you say, McKay?
I don't think Muslims believe they have the same God as Christians.
They in the Quran, it is written that the same God as Jesus, the same God that brought Jesus to earth as a
Not the same God as. No, they believe in the same Abrahamic God, but they do not accept Jesus as the Messiah.
They believe Jesus is a prophet, definitely, 100%.
And right, doesn't take it away. Muhammad, but they don't worship Muhammad or Jesus.
They worship Jesus, 100%.
No, they
no,
don't.
Absolutely not. You are wrong.
They do worship Yahshua.
They don't worship.
They do worship Yahshua. They do worship Yahshua.
I didn't see Yahshua.
Yeah, the name of Jesus in the Quran is written way more than Muhammad.
Yeah, but it's not a good.
That's not a problem. What the heck? Oh, that was Sokka. Never mind.
In the Quran, there's over 10 prophets that are written in the Quran, and Muslim people believe in all of them. The same prophet are written in the New Testament and the Old Testament, and Christian people believe in the same.
But it's not a new Messiah or God. There's a difference between prophet and Messiah. They believe the prophet Jesus. They believe he's just that, though.
A prophet, yeah, definitely.
Baha'i is also monotheistic and acknowledges Jesus Christ. And welcome, Floyd.
Wait, who is it?
Hey, Floyd.
I think Floyd had audio issues. So he had to bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Muslims are not worshipping like literally the same concept of a god because they believe that their god has done something different and said something different. But in essence, it's the same God as what the Christians and the Jews.
No, it isn't. No, it is.
Welcome,
mess on, please. Because I don't like dealing. I don't like dealing with you when you try to group Christians and you don't even know the Christian. You don't even know the biblical God. That's the problem.
I read the Old Testament and the New Testament, the Quran, the Torah. I know about it, and I can assure you.
Okay, quick. I'm gonna show you how dumb that sounds right now. Okay, in the Quran, you can go to it, and I'm gonna try to pull it up while I'm on my side. But you can go to it and hold on, and it'll tell you that one that they don't believe in a triune God, that the same way Christians do. Even though
neither do Jews. Neither do Jews.
No, not all.
Why is that a problem?
Well, Floyd, they're trying to say that Muslim. Well, I'm not trying to generalize anybody, but a few people in here are trying to say that Muslims and Jews and Christians all believe in the same God, and I would disagree
And
with
Baha'i.
that.
Baha'i too. Baha'i is fourth.
Well, they all,
Yeah, I mean,
all believe in the
So
Abrahamic
I mean,
God, but
they believe in the Abrahamic
how come
God.
in the New Testament it does say that it's the same God is the same person is the same God that brought the Old Testament, and then the Quran is saying that the Quran God is the same God as the one that brought the Bible.
Well, they would have to have a very, very specific distinction because in the Bible, Jesus is the Messiah returned, right? Jews don't believe that and they don't worship Jesus. They believe he's a good man, just as do the Muslims, except they hold Jesus in a higher regard, as of Muhammad.
But
They do not
Christians
believe
do believe in
Muhammad's a
Moses.
god.
But Christians do believe in Moses and do worship Moses as a prophet of God.
No,
The
no,
same
no.
God
Christians
as
don't worship Moses. You're confusing worship with just respect. We respect Moses. Just like, and of course, Muslims hold Muhammad and Jesus to a much higher respect level than Christians do Moses and the like. But no Christian worships Moses. I mean, sure, Catholics might worship Mary to an extent,
Peter.
but that's certain. Right,
Well, they
and
don't
that's
worship
certainly
Mary.
different though than Muslims worshiping Jesus. They don't worship Jesus.
Yeah, Muslims don't worship Jesus nor Muhammad. It's actually haram to worship someone else except God.
You do know that's a lie from the pit of hell, right, Art?
What is a lie?
That Catholic, well, I would say at least the Roman Catholics.
Yeah, they don't. And Epi has explained this, I think, to you and to many other, Protestants here, that Catholics don't worship Mary. They ask Mary to ask God to intervene on their behalf.
Art.
What do you mean mediator?
Who's the mediator between God and man?
Mediator in what sense?
Who is the mediator? The scriptures clearly tell who is the mediator between God and man.
You're talking about Jesus, and that is about salvation.
No.
Yes, that's
No.
in regards to salvation.
Now,
am I really defending Catholics here? Damn it! Look at what you made me do.
Worshipping is reverent honor and homage paid to God or a sacred personage. Now, isn't Moses declared as a prophet in the New Testament? As a sacred prophet from God, not a normal human being?
I mean, all well, I wouldn't say all. They were false prophets, but Moses as well as Elijah, all of the various prophets in the Old Testament were significant, but they don't amount to Jesus Christ in any way. And
They were sacred people. They were sacred people. They were not considered as normal human beings, normal people. Sacred people with power, with different miracles.
They were people that God talked to and instructed to do certain things.
Yeah, so they were not as normal human beings.
God the Father, Holy Spirit, whatever, the three, the Trinity. It's not the same. I think they were normal human beings that were just instructed by God to perform certain tasks.
Yeah, they were just chosen and blessed by God.
Yeah.
God could have picked anyone. He just happened to pick them.
Yeah.
It's not because they had unique powers or abilities.
Yeah.
God made a donkey talk, right? So it's it's God. It's God's doing the power, not the person.
It's amazing you still left Christianity and you still haven't figured that out right now. But still, hold on.
Seamus is kind of losing his shit in the external.
No, I know. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I see it.
He wants he wants anybody that might cut him off to leave before he'll come. But it's just the nature of this. I feel for him because that's my button too. That's my only time I flip out. But I was trying to tell him, I mean, this way these rooms go, you got to kind of inclimate to the mood of the room and stuff like that. I mean, like I said, Mac would say we let him get every point out. We might have cut him off constantly, and I got cut off constantly, but we all eventually got our points out. I mean, it was.
It's just the nature of the beast here.
Right. I mean, it's just the nature of a group debate. I mean, like, even people who agree with each other cut each other off because they want to make a point.
Right.
Yeah,
I think
you
it
have a
would
room with 10 people. I mean, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think it's happened to him over and over in all these past few days, but it goes through swings with the same with me. I mean, some rooms are calmed down, just depending on the topic and the people. But that is my button. You'll hardly ever see me flip out. Maybe 3 times in this whole year or 2 that I've been talking in here that I actually flip out, and all of them had to do with being interrupted, and my case not being heard.
I would like to see the recording if you flip up.
Yeah.
You're
Usually,
always so nice
usually
and
I do what
friendly.
Seamus did. Usually I leave, but I understand the nature of it. Like it's frustrating sometimes, so I feel for him completely. But calm down. It's fine. Nobody had any ill intent. And we're trying to shut him up.
Yeah, that's what people kind of confuse, Just that everybody wants to chime in, and just because he's interrupting you doesn't mean he doesn't respect you or
I thought we actually had a good discussion. Even with all the cutting off, it got me to look at with the morals and all that. I mean, it got me to look at my system. Max looking at his system, and he was poking at ours to see if poke holes. That's what I want. I want someone to poke holes in my stuff and correct me.
Oh,
I can't see everything.
I'm stab him in the
I have.
No, I'm kidding.
I have the trouble that I'm all too patient. I will apparently let people go on almost indefinitely before, and maybe you never actually get to respond.
Alright, well, I have to head out anyways, so if that other guy wants in.
Yeah, hang on just a second.
Because we dislike you, Steve, because you don't know how to spell your name.
Yeah, hang on, William. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna open your profile. I just moved one of my circles.
What about me? What's that?
I think he thought you were William, Steve.
No, I didn't think he was William. I know he's not William.
Who the heck is William? I'm William.
William's the guy who's leaving. Mac.
Oh.
Yeah, William's leaving. I grabbed your profile.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I was confused.
Yeah, thanks so much, man.
Yeah, great discussions. Good debate.
Yeah.
Take care, Will.
Alright, I'll see you guys later.
Catch you later.
See you, man.
I will, Pharaoh.
You know, I've met 3 or 4 people today that are Christian and actually that talk, and I think if you don't have to remote emotions from this stuff, but when you take the emotional element, I think emotions play a part in all of it. I think if you remove that element out of it, the discussion becomes a different discussion, and that's the discussion I like.
What is William?
William was a
He is
Christian.
some kind of theist.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. That's what I was trying
think he
to
is
say
still.
earlier. Because that's Seamus' first complaint was that everybody was attacking the Christian, and they were all outnumbered. I was like, there's 4 other Christians in the room beside you. It's just they were interrupting as well to make points. I'm like,
well, no.
Yesterday we were just a few atheists in a
say anything at all.
So what?
McKay is one. Williams was one.
No, really.
Commander was one.
The only person that was talking more than, well, at least was talking a significant amount other than me was William.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, I got you. I got what you're saying. But we weren't cutting anybody off. We weren't trying to cut them off so they couldn't make their point. It was just to finish everybody. I think the only interruptions really that took place were if I was trying to make a point and got cut off during it, like I would finish making my point and then you go like that.
Well, that's because
I never tried to cut you off to make you not make your point.
That's because no one likes Xbox. I'm
You
sorry.
know,
I'm just a PS3 fan.
that's the funny thing that I've never played one. I don't know.
What?
All I ever do is I hack them and I'll repair them, but I mod them. Say it again.
Never mind.
Yeah, no, I mod them, hack them, repair them. I work on them. I've never actually played one.
It's kind of ironic. I mean, your name is Xbox. You never played an Xbox game.
Right.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, Floyd. He was talking
Xbox.
about to
What
work
is
on
the F
the
for?
show tonight.
Next to the Xbox.
Say that again.
What is the F for?
Oh, the rest of the name is Fiend.
Oh, okay. Because he was
Google
just the
made a
Xbox guy.
space in there for some reason, and you can't see the rest of the name on it. I get Xbox Friend all the time because of it, but it's Fiend.
Well, can't you change it?
I don't know. I don't want to at this point just because everybody knows me as Xbox.
Oh, well.
That's the only reason I kept the name. I don't want the name, trust me. You can call me Nick if it's better.
I can ask Quickie, are you a Muslim by any chance?
No. Definitely interested in all religion, but I don't define myself as a specific religion. I think it's interesting why there's so many millions and billions of people that believe in this. So very interesting for me. But as me worshiping or practicing, or no, not really.
Well,
oh, Dimitri, I would love to hear about the your examination of that mortality study as well.
Got a chance to move on mortality of gay population study. Okay.
Are you there, Dimitri?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, I should probably be including Baha'i in my list of Abrahamic faiths. Now, strictly speaking, it incorporates Dermic faiths as well. Oh, I see, Dimitri.
Is Dimitri, are you? You're not there. You suck, man. Oh.
Yo, Nadia, is those cigar you smoke or blunts?
They're just
Cigarellos, I think that's what they're called.
They're just clove cigarettes.
Oh, I thought you were
Jar,
rolling
like
your
brown
blunts.
paper, like flavored ones, maybe.
Yeah, jar clove flavored.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, flavored
There you go.
with that brown paper, and then if you see anybody just smoking little ones like that, they're called cigarellos.
Cigarellos. Oh.
I've never heard of that.
Interesting. Stylish.
The little cigar, I think, is what it translates to.
Ah, good news on the diet front. Soy milk sits very well with me.
Right on.
I've literally never tried it before.
Hey, Dimitri's back. So, Dimitri.
Yeah, hey, Dimitri. I'll be right back. Art.
Could you expand on the study that you mentioned there about the gay mortality?
I think he's asking me if I looked in it.
Yes, I can. So let me know if you guys have trouble hearing me, because it's a little noisy here.
I was hearing a little bit about the homosexuality discussion a little bit earlier, and a lot of time we were just bringing man and man. What about women and women?
Well,
I guess it's the same.
This specific study, so it's called Modeling the Impact of HIV Disease on Mortality in Gay and Bisexual Men. And the study, and there's actually several studies like this, and it comes to the result that due to HIV, right here, thank you. Sorry guys. So due to HIV, essentially the mortality rate, the life expectancy drops anywhere from 8 to 20 years among gay men. Or if you look at the British study, it would be men who have sex with other men. So that involves bisexual as well. But all of these studies admit that they focus on centers of population that are heavily affected by HIV. So they specifically focus on bad areas. And on top of that, all of these studies focus on like the late 80s to early 90s, which is when essentially access to healthcare and the general attitude towards both gay and HIV infected individuals was worse. If you take HIV out of the equation, and one of the studies, the one by R.S. Hawks, said that basically if you take HIV and suicide out of the equation, then the life expectancy for gay and bisexual men actually equals to that of any other individual, of other men in American Europe. So that's pretty much it. It really comes down to the prevalence of HIV among dense population centers in the gay community. And I've actually been reading a little bit about it, and unfortunately, in the last decade or so, it's while things got better, unfortunately, the rates really plateaued. So it's not really getting any better in the last while. So there we go.
I would briefly mention the whole men who have sex with men affair has a little bit of stealth, transphobia in it, because basically what they do is, call trans men. And trans women are actually affected by HIV at a vastly higher rate than gay men, or cisgender men. Well, socioeconomic circumstances, by and large, survival, sex, and whatnot.
Right, like you can look at straight communities as well, and if their socioeconomic status is lower, their HIV rate is also higher.
Yeah, exactly. It's due to lack of information, increased drug use, and
better diagnosis.
Worse access to healthcare.
Like better diagnosis plays into that as well, right? Like more people coming forward.
Right, right.
Put a link. I put a link on the side
Right.
for
access. Yeah.
Yeah, transsexual status itself is actually a barrier to healthcare.
Right.
Where in some respects HIV would be covered under some insurance plans. You throw the trans in on top of it, and there were at least historically exclusions. I believe the ACA eliminated most of those, except in states where it was the Medicaid expansion was rejected, which is enough states to actually not really do a whole lot about the problem.
Yeah, I don't think it's on their radar as, and maybe on their radar, but it's not standing out to them as much as the other stuff they're doing.
McKay, what did you say
There
the year?
are so few of us. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mac, what?
What did you say the year was for the studies that you said that they were not peer reviewed?
1994 and 1997.
Okay, this one is showing the one I put in was computer 134 children minutes. Wait, that's not all right. Okay. Ah, dang it! I can't find the freaking year now.
No,
Well,
I see it. It's a different study, the one that you have than the one that I looked at.
oh, okay. Well, thank you. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about, because it's funny how, and I'm not even sure if they're still doing it. Because I think they had to stop. They stopped doing homosexual mortality rates, or at least statistics on homosexuals. I believe after 2005, maybe. It was at some point they had stopped doing it because it made the homosexual community look bad. And I thought that was kind of interesting because they really do not want to. They really do not want to share that.
Accurate that would be.
I'll show you a 2014 UK study on that, actually. That's from the government of the UK.
Oh, okay. From the UK?
I would say the action actually being wrong there would be the people ignoring because of how
There's an element of coming out. There's an element of coming out. I mean, when people essentially are told they're going to die anyway, I see a lot less risk to coming out.
No, yeah, no reason for
someone
you
who
to die.
could go on being in the closet and so on will live effectively as long as anyone else.
Yeah, beyond social.
Does see risk. Yeah, they do see risk and they refrain from doing so more often. Go ahead.
That's what I was going to ask. Beyond society telling you or telling these people and making it not a good environment, what other factors play into them acting this way or doing this? I mean, I don't see any standard that they're putting forth beyond that. But
Wait,
like
what are you
stigmatize,
talking about,
like they
Xbox?
stigmatize people because they just feel something icky about it, or they don't like it, or
It's not the case. No.
scares them, or things like that. That's what I'm asking. What other
Are you
factors
asking
play
me,
into that?
like, as far as my worldview, I think.
No, just
homosexual-
anybody. What other factors do you think play into that?
Well, one is killing them.
Right,
There's
but why don't I have the right to kill myself?
Well, in my worldview, because it's not your body. Your body belongs to God. But
Whoa.
Right, so you
but
personally,
hold on. But,
right, so
1
you
Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19.
You personally wouldn't like
bring that up.
that's what I'm saying. You personally wouldn't like it. Beyond that, what else is there?
But beyond, it's okay. Do you like poison?
I don't.
You don't.
If for me, I mean, for other uses, yeah, it's
I
fine.
mean, the taste of it, or what are we?
We wouldn't purify, hold on, we wouldn't purify water and such that we could drink if we didn't have poisons that were too.
No, I'm not saying. Okay.
Hey, Bob.
Do you like poison?
I don't like.
If someone gives you a bottle of poison like arsenic,
Right. Right. I don't like it. I don't like to ingest it. I'm saying there's nothing wrong with poison.
Grape flavoring in it, like mixed it with Kool-Aid or something. Would you? I mean, really? Like
now you're talking about murder.
Question: do you like poison?
Hold on. Now you're talking about murder. You're not talking about just poison. You're talking about someone giving me poison that I ingest.
Oh my goodness, no. Do you like poison?
Yes.
Like if you
Poison
know
is
something
poison is beneficial.
you inherently ingest it into yourself.
Now you're talking about me ingesting it. I don't like ingesting it.
No, if it kills you, then no.
Okay.
Me personally, I don't like ingesting.
You know, you don't like it because you know it will kill you. Okay, that's my point. A relationship, a homosexual relationship, is basically poison.
What's wrong with
what's wrong?
How is it bad?
I don't agree that's the case, but just for this, even if that was the case, why should it? What's wrong with me poisoning myself?
You say you don't like poisoning yourself.
Right. Me personally, I don't want to be poisoned and just poison. But I said poison overall.
This comes to, I think we can relate this a little bit to drugs, because homosexual, let's say they get pleasure out of the act, and you're saying it's poisoning in some ways, but taking LSD is poisoning myself, but the feeling is good. The person loved it. Smoking weed, the person likes to get high, even it's poisoning yourself.
That's why I'm just granting. I don't think that's the case that this is equal to poison. But I'm agreeing with you. Even if that was the case, why should I have a problem with someone else taking poison?
What the heck?
Wait, how is it poison? I'm
There
really
should be
confused.
no problem if the person is not hurting anyone else.
I know, I'm granting.
Yeah, a good correlation for Xbox.
Hold on, just for his argument, I'm granting him. Okay, it's poison. What's wrong with letting someone take poison?
Well, yeah, I was gonna equate that with smoking, for example.
Yeah, I almost did too, because I'm sitting here smoking.
I would also point
There's
out
nothing wrong with it, I think, if you're not harming anyone. Like if you're not raping
You are
anyone.
harming yourself.
Right. What's
Yeah,
wrong
but
with
if the person want to harm, if the person want to harm himself, just say, if the person.
That us Christians are like the warning label on the
Right.
side of a cigarette that's telling you, do not smoke this, do not kill yourself.
I know, that's
And
wild.
But don't make it illegal, though.
Okay, that's wild. That's what I'm asking. Why are you getting this right to tell me that? Like to tell me how to? You can tell me this is poison. You can tell me it could be detrimental.
Do you think someone loves? Okay, no.
Mac, in that case, they will just go to hell because they kill themselves according to you and according to religion.
No,
that's
that's
it.
probably a wrong choice.
Right.
Okay,
That's
would it
it.
make sense? Okay, would it make sense if you saw someone in a burning building and they was yelling out, "Help! Help!" They can't get out, and you're just watching them. Okay, maybe they just want to die.
Well, no.
Right, you can tell.
Not if they're asking for help.
Hang on. Hang on. If I may, Mac. So if you run into that building to save that person, aren't you putting yourself in danger and therefore, in essence, having a chance of killing yourself? So how is that really any different?
Right.
Hey,
Yeah. That goes
hold
on.
on, Dimitri. here's what you're missing. I'm putting myself. I want to put myself at risk.
Right, but you're not allowed to because you're sacrificing your body.
Because you are the one in need of help, and I'm willing to put myself at
offer it.
arm's way.
Hold on, you can. That's where the line is drawn, Matt. That's where the line is drawn, right there, where you said you can offer me help. That's it. You beyond that, you can't force me to do something.
But you're saying that's a problem.
And if he doesn't want any help, then he'll just die.
I think he's saying imposing legality is the problem. Like telling him it's bad isn't bad.
Right. Imposing it.
Okay, I'm not doing any of that. Even when I said that, you guys are saying, why are you guys equate that with imposing your beliefs.
No, Mac, just like, you're saying that being homosexual is wrong because it's killing yourself and bringing yourself HIV and all, okay?
Right.
Now,
if
the person want to be a homosexual, okay, you as a religious person, like you're talking, your only duty is to tell him what you're saying. Hey, dude, being homosexual is bad. That's your only duty. If the person want to keep staying homosexual and killing himself because of it, according to religion, he will get his judgment from God and go to hell or heaven or whatever. And we should not judge that ourselves.
Wait, because I'm not doing anything different from that. I'm not stopping a homosexual from doing his acts. I'm telling him that he's wrong, and that's it.
100%.
Let Nadia get a word in edgewise, please.
Yeah, I was unfortunately speaking in paragraphs in multiple sentences, so I didn't quite get the last sentence into my last point.
Sorry.
Which was that I personally had no intention of ever, quote-unquote, coming out until I had a heart attack. My quote-unquote plan, so to speak, was to, well, amass a large lump sum and then go into a sort of shotgun extensive surgery routine to avoid ever having to disclose. Go ahead.
And was it your thought? I had a minor heart attack once when I was like 16 or 15. And is that what you're saying? Is like maybe the thought of not being there, not finishing things, or not actually being yourself that ran through your mind?
Well, saving up all the money for the surgery, cash down, up front on the table, was likely to mean I never made a move until after I was dead. So.
Right. So it made you think about that. I got you. That's yeah, and I can understand that. That would not. It wouldn't skew the numbers, but it would keep the numbers from being as accurate as it could be.
Yeah, there's also a sort of element where.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the going out and searching for gay people, a lot of times won't have, say, people seeking healthcare unless there's something wrong with them.
Right.
And at that point, you don't even get to ask them the question of whether they have HIV or not.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about the stigmatism of it. That's why, beyond that stigmatism, I'm not sure what actually restraints get thrown out there, and the stigmatism just comes from the way people feel about it or think that, or maybe have been taught and brought up to think certain ways. But if you take an objective look at these things, what I was talking earlier, remove emotion from it, just look objectively at these things. I don't see the issue. Not with the stigma. I don't see the issue beyond stigmatism. Once that's removed, what else is there? And the stigmatism brings on a ton of extra crap beyond it, but I don't know what actually brings it. That's why I was trying to say, Mac, even if I don't think it's poison, but even if I grant that, even from your worldview, you're supposed to offer this help. If they don't, you're supposed to dust your feet off and move on.
And that's what I do. What's the issue?
I don't have an issue with that at all.
No, but okay, but what was the point of that last part? Because that's exactly what I do.
Because you were saying something wrong with someone killing themselves, so you're gonna force them in a situation where they can't kill themselves.
No, I'm saying you asked me the question. What is someone was to poison themselves? What's wrong with that? And I said if a person is in a burning building saying help,
right,
you will most likely be the one saying I guess they want to kill themselves because they're still in the building. I will be the one putting myself.
But they're not
screaming help.
They're not saying they want help.
I would offer if in my ability and all that. I mean, I would offer to help. I would try. If they refuse,
Right,
it puts me in danger.
Mac isn't saying that he wouldn't help people or he wouldn't tell you something is bad if he thought it was bad. He's saying he wouldn't impose his morality on you and say, okay, that's illegal for you to do that now.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood, and that's what you're up to. Because if you're not wanting to force your will on these people and make them live certain ways and make them not, just any group, and make them not kill herself or whatever, I have an issue with that.
Well, of course, I can't make anybody do anything. Heck, I mean, that's the whole point of your free will.
Yeah.
It's just the idea that you're
Well, you can force people into crappy situations using like the law and using the society against them.
Okay, Christians don't do that.
Some do. That's what the issue with all this other stuff. If you're not making that case, then I have no argument with you at all, and I misunderstood you, and I apologize.
You're talking in the name of all Christian now. You have to be careful. This is really generalizing now. The first thing that a Christian should not do is judge, and most Christians judge.
Wait.
Well, it was on twofold. We were judging each other.
Yeah, and I thought the judgment was actually just the judgment. You're not supposed to judge on whether someone's going to hell or not, or whether like you can make judgments on people. I mean, I don't think the Bible even goes against you actually making judgments on people.
Yeah, there's a book called Judges, for heaven's sake.
No, we can definitely judge what is moral and not, and go with our judgment saying, okay, a kid should not fight another kid in the park because that's not the way we act. But talking about judging who's going to hell and who's going to heaven and who's going to die and who's going to be judged as a liar or as a thief or all these.
This is what I do because I stopped doing it at least for a little bit just to get my act together before I go back out there. What I would do is I would go out on the street in my neighborhood or in the intersection that's like really close to my apartment, and I would take a bullhorn or even my own voice, and I would yell out that if you are this, and that from various scriptures, that you're going to hell. And the thing is that people don't like that. They think that
they emotionally react to it. I understand that because I've been told that it doesn't actually provocate an emotion in an atheist that has at least thought about it because it's a threat from something they don't believe in. So
yeah, and also imagine take a person who's 30 years of his life he was a sinner, and the next 30 years he repented and became good, and you judge him when he was like 25 years old when he was a sinner. How do you know that this person will not become a good person and will not deserve heaven later on? Like you don't know all these things.
That's what Matt's trying to do, though. He's trying to get you to that point where you repent.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. This is my strategy to push you in that direction, or at least show you the door, or show you the path.
What I do and try never ever to do is I'll always base anything that comes out of my mouth based on what the Bible says.
No, yeah, you worded that a minute ago really well when you said with the bullhorn. I would go out and tell people that if they do these things according to my religion, you're going to hell. That's a good wording, at least if you're listening to what you're saying. That's fine to me. Sorry to cut you off, Mike.
No, you're fine. Cause no, I can't even get my thought.
Don't rage quit on me.
I dislike you, Xbox.
No, I actually like the way you word it, and we probably agree on more than we disagree, and I think sometimes people get over emotional, and I'm cold with that because of other issues, but I remove emotion from a lot of
well, I'm just trying to. I want to, the gay thing. I want to try and say it in a way that won't tick them off, but it's Mac is thinking that it's a choice, and I just don't understand how he can't understand it that a man can be born with a woman's brain and is going to be attracted to men. Like Nadia, she was a man body, a female brain.
Right.
But you can show him all the scientific evidence you want. All there is that shows there is a difference.
Right.
But he ignores it because somewhere in his book it says no, it's a sin.
Wait. Did he say that it's always a choice?
No. Nobody said it's always.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes people do choose to act in certain ways. but the difference is what your name is saying is, as developing, your brain develops a certain way, different from your physiology. Like
Right.
it deserves with different direction, I guess would be a good way to put it to take life. You have no control over that.
Well, there's one way to explain it. It's like conjoined twins. We know about the chimera thing with conjoined twins, where there's two eggs in there, and sometimes they join together. And this is kind of the easy way to explain it. So these two eggs join together, and only one person comes out, but they have parts of the other person in them. Well, transgender people could be the same way. They could have been twins that formed together, where they have a female brain, and maybe the chromosomes of the female, but it's a male body. So their mind is going to be attracted to men, and that's just the way the female brain has been evolved over time.
Yeah, that's not every case, but that is a good example.
But for them, they want to act on it. We should not impose our thoughts on them, that they can't act on that. Maybe change your body features, or just find a man to love and get married to because of a book that didn't know about the science. Okay, it's just like the book didn't know about bacteria, and we learned about that. So
yeah, that's the issue when you start going through laws and such like that to force these beliefs on or your system on them when you didn't sign up for that system, kind of thing.
I'd say it kind of really sucks being in a very wrong body, irrespective of whether guys like me or not.
It's just that Mac is afraid if there's something wrong in his book, it's going to make his whole book wrong, and is God not real? And that's not going to do it.
Last time, Bob, I'm going to say this for the last time.
What?
Okay. You seem to be hard of hearing. I can give testimonies of people who were in that homosexual lifestyle and no longer practice homosexuality at all. And you, Bob, will not accept that. So again,
and Matt,
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Wait, Matt.
Haven't finished.
Expected.
The problem is that if I give you something like that, you automatically have this assumption that, oh, they were pressured into being a heterosexual. They were pressured. Oh,
do you really have to say it in that voice? Do you really have to be condescending and say it in that voice? I don't
yes, he does.
Yes, he does.
He does. That's what he does. That's his.
Yeah, but just try to not get so mad about it. He just does that.
All right, now go ahead and explain your point without the condescending voice.
Really? Because you're the same one condescending my Bible. So I haven't, and you don't want me to be condescending? You are condescending with the Word of God, and you don't want me to be condescending to you? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, because homosexuals exist. And Warlock doesn't. So
no,
behave, you guys.
Damn.
The thing is, Mark, is we can.
But like, what you're presuming. Mac, what you're presuming with that argument is basically you're offering these people, and what you're saying is they exist, therefore for everybody it's just a choice, right? Is that what you're trying to say here? That hey, look, there's this set of people who thought that they were gay, and it turns out that maybe, therefore it's a choice for everybody.
What did
you cut out a little bit
because
you cut out toward the last few words.
Okay, no problem. So, Mac, what you're saying is that you're presenting these individuals as evidence that your orientation can be a choice, but that doesn't mean that it's a choice for everybody, does it?
Yes, it is. Just like a liar has the choice.
Oh, so you do? Oh, I knew it.
So now you're equating
so you do think that.
That's the point, Mac. Is some people choose to act in a certain way. Some people choose to not be attracted to, but to go and do these acts. Some people are born with this attraction one-sided. It doesn't, just because someone has a choice doesn't negate that or dictate that all people have this choice, and that's the only way it happens.
Can I add on to something?
I got a question. Can a person, if a person is attracted sexually to animals, does that mean that they cannot stop being attracted to animals?
Right, they can't stop that.
Yeah.
If they mentally that's how they were born, they couldn't. But some people actually grow up and they develop an attraction to it and make that choice that I'm going to act on that.
Yeah, I mean, if you can change your sexual orientation,
That doesn't mean you still have attraction to the old one.
That's like choosing your belief.
Yeah,
Doesn't it just mean that you're bisexual?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, kind of. But I'm not sure.
That's why I said
An animal, Annabelle, really? An animal?
No, that's why I said it's the attraction, it's not the actions.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were referring to whether you as a human, you change your attraction from a man to a woman back to a man to a woman. I'm sorry, I didn't realise that animals had anything to do with homosexuality whatsoever.
Oh yeah, no, we did that, and pedophiles came up too as well. And
Oh yeah, I heard. It's
we
ridiculous.
showed really,
I mean, it's everywhere. Absolutely.
we
You've
showed
only
him
got
really.
to use Google to find out that paedophilia has absolutely nothing to do with homosexuality whatsoever.
Are you sure?
Right? No, it's a good. No, wait, hold on. But that was a good point to make out of it, because that's what with Mac earlier we made a really clear distinction of what he was saying, and that it's the attraction and not the actions, and the attraction without the actions is not wrong. It's just at best it's abnormal, which does not mean bad.
I did hear you say about paedophiles. You know, if they don't actually put their feelings into action, then they haven't done anything wrong. And it's a difficult subject for me, as some of you may know. But however, I actually sat there and thought, you know what, you're right. If a paedophile does nothing, absolutely zero, with his feelings, and works at not doing anything about it,
right, no harm.
Exactly. Then of course there's no harm. Absolutely. I mean, there's sometimes, there are times when all of us have, feelings about perhaps somebody that's, hurt us or taken money from us or something, where we are really angry, and we for just a few seconds we might think, oh, geez, I just, but you never do it. You don't follow through.
Right.
Mm.
Right.
And I'm sorry, equating that with homosexuality is absolutely
I don't want to give y'all scripture for that, because that would be very bad in y'all favor. But
no, it's just how we judge these things, Mac. It's just that's what I said. It's our foundation on how we judge. We would apply the same standard of judging of that between the pedophilia, on the actions, on the harm that it's creating, not on the actual them being a pedophile or being gay.
I just find that interesting, because a murderer would be judged more harshly if he actually planned this out. He goes through with it.
Are you talking legally or emotionally, or like society?
No, I'm talking about legally.
Okay, I step out.
Yeah, but it's not.
I think the system is funky, so I don't mess with the law part of it.
Yeah.
Can I just chime in here? Okay. Yes, the legal system does make the punishment harsh for someone who plans a murder, right?
Why?
But it doesn't mean that it's punishing him for thought crime, because it's legal.
You sure about that?
To actually, yeah, absolutely, because it's actually legal to plan a crime and not do it.
You do know what premeditation is, right?
Yeah, it's when you do something and you premeditate.
You're talking laws on how emotional someone gets over this thing. Like you're adding that back into the equation.
If someone kills someone out of emotion, that's manslaughter. That's what it is. But if
society is judging these people, that's how.
Because you can premeditate an emotional murder, because you can plan to kill someone just because they've cheated on you or whatever.
Well,
yeah, but it's not emotional, really. It's
take it to this, Mac. How would you judge if you have that mindset? If I were to create a 3D model on my computer and I make an exact image of my room and my wife coming in, and it looks identical to her, and I make myself in this 3D thing, you kill her. I mean, would you judge this the same way?
I would.
Or are you using the same judgment we are and just not really seeing it, that you're basing it on this harm and well-being thing?
Excuse me. No, I would judge it. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I would judge it on I would judge it on the intent, because if you told me I really hate my wife and that's why you created the game, then yeah, I would say that in the Bible you will be a murderer by definition.
Wow.
If your wife just wanted you to make just a type of game like that, to where she's being, I guess, I don't know, she would be being murdered.
You're being consistent. That's all I can say.
I mean, that's what the Bible says that we should do.
Right. Hold on. That's a perfect example then of why I say you actually don't have any way to judge. You're passing it off to. You've given up your right to judge anything. You're letting someone else judge this and just going with it.
Your answer to everything, Mac, is the Bible says. You get everything from a book. Everything from a book. You don't use any of your own intuition or your own empathy or anything. It's all from that book.
That sounds like a lie from the pit of hell, and I'm glad you don't.
Every single answer comes
from that, though.
Yeah, but I don't see
every single answer comes
from really. Just a second,
Well,
Annabelle.
yes, you are using.
Annabelle, I think she's breaking up.
Go on.
Annabelle, you're breaking up. While
Sorry,
you're breaking up, I just like to say that doesn't really. I don't think it's a problem for Mac to use his Bible as the standard, because he believes that it is the standard. It is the word of the perfect God.
That's what. Yeah. Can you hear me better now? Is that better?
Yeah. And
That's what I was trying to say. I was agreeing with Xbox in that he doesn't use his own intuition, his own empathy. He looks to the Bible or to God to answer any kind of query or any kind of concern.
Yeah. When you added God on the end of that, I agree with you completely.
But he's allowed to do it. He's allowed to do it.
The problem you don't understand about this, Annabelle, is that the fact is I've used my own empathy before. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. I'm sorry about that, but it works for me. I don't need to.
I'm glad you see how flawed it is then.
Well, why is that flawed? How is that flawed?
Mac, you can't say that. I use my own. You can't say I use my own consciousness, my own empathy, and I use the word of God.
No.
Only one of those is your standard. Hold on. Only one of those is your standard.
No, I
would also take into consideration that God is your standard.
Okay, guys.
Mac, you're missing one point.
You're representing me.
I think if Mac want to take the Bible as his revelation and he want to use it for everything, he's allowed to do it. I don't think he's wrong.
He is. That's what we're saying.
Well, I'm not saying he's not. I didn't say he wasn't allowed to do it.
Right, that's the standard.
Yeah, she didn't say that.
He's given that standard to God. He's not judging it at that point. He's given it to God to judge for him, and then he just goes with whatever that says, or whatever God told him.
Okay, let me clear this up. When I was talking about I've used my own empathy and it does not work, I was basically saying that from the point of view when I was not a Christian.
That's flawed.
But I did my own thing.
Emotions to make judgments.
Say what?
I said that's flawed. We don't make I don't make my judgments based on emotions.
Wait.
I told you my standard. The harm and well-being standard. Those aren't based on my emotions. The harm happens whether I care about it or feel about it or not. It is not. It's not dependent on my emotion. Do you understand at least what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I was going off of what Annabelle said, and I was.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Sure, we've been talking for all day, so please.
Well, hang on a sec. No, I'm sort of slightly confused, Xbox. So, what I'm talking about is when you're in the middle of an argument and you get angry with someone and you feel the urge to lash out, but you don't. You hold back because it's just not right to lash out.
Right.
That's because you don't want to hurt the person that you're angry with.
Right.
So instead of using a fist or slapping them, because you feel that urge, because you're so frustrated, you use words or you walk away because you're using empathy and you're using your instinct and you're using your intelligence and you're using your common sense. None of this has anything to do with a deity whatsoever.
Right. I agree. I agree.
The interesting thing, though, that is hilarious about that is I could. The funny thing is that you and I both know that if I can just go by the 10 Commandments alone and not you or anyone on this planet can follow that standard by itself, and that's the purest standard on this planet.
We can't
I agree with you.
Some of them are not even
very
freaking
hard.
moral standards.
We can't attain our standard as well. I told you that earlier. We go for
I
what-
don't know the Ten Commandments to know what between the difference between right and wrong. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the standard we go to. We can't ever attain the perfect society like you were saying. But that is the goal we follow. It's the same scenario.
I agree. Okay, I would agree to you to some point, Xbox. I'm gonna get back to you though, Annabelle. What you need to understand though is that when you say I go by empathy and things like that, the Ten Commandments are the basis for your little empathy.
No, they're not. No, sorry, wrong.
When I say that you don't follow the Ten Commandments,
Prove it.
have you ever stolen from someone?
Nope.
Have you ever lied to someone before?
We've had this conversation, yes.
Okay, where's your empathy?
Because that's why I lied.
Well, no. We cannot say no one lied ever in his life, or no one did hypocrisy in his life, or whatever. That's impossible. What are we? We're not a superhuman right now. No.
I never wrote the clarification.
Clearly said no one.
I just want to clarify, Matt, so I know I can follow your argument. I just want to know how empathy came up as a standard.
No, that's Annabelle's standard, not mine.
I don't think empathy is Annabelle's standard
Not
either.
a standard. It's what makes me the person I am. It's not a standard.
Oh, but you don't even follow it, because if you had empathy for the person that you love,
It's not a standard to follow. It's not a standard to follow.
Exactly. You're not listening, Mac. Or you don't understand.
This is like saying if you got angry on your mom, that means you don't like her. You never liked her.
These go in the process of me reaching my standard, but they aren't the standard, and they're nothing.
I do not have. I've never ever followed the Bible, so therefore your Ten Commandments are irrelevant to me.
They're irrelevant, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I told you that earlier. How these are broad swapping.
And
things.
there are also, can I point out, just to
not
change
always
the subject slightly, there are also billions of other people on the planet who do not follow your book either, who are quite happily getting along with everybody and living quite in civil society. So your theory that without the Ten Commandments no one can be moral is absolute nonsense.
That's a lie.
Unless that's a skewed version.
I love it when you accuse people of lying. It's hilarious.
It's a skewed version of what you're calling morals. That we wouldn't call that morals following the Ten Commandments, because we showed you earlier how lying is not always wrong. How killing is not. Hold on.
Wrong.
How killing is not always wrong. That's what we call this our moral. Hold on. That's what we call our moral system. But you're calling morals something else. You're calling it following these Ten Commandments. So by your
looking at the commandments.
By your standard, we would never be moral.
And not to mention, the first 4 commandments are how to worship the God. That it's like
I
ridiculous.
was just gonna say that right now. I'm looking at them right
God,
now.
I don't
How is
even
this
believe
anything
in
good?
So our standards, we would never be moral by your standards.
Xbox. Murder. What is that?
A subset of It's a subset of killing.
The definition, please.
Of the act of murder?
Murder. Just the word murder. Definition,
act of murder, because I just said it's a subset of killing. It's a version of killing, just like bearing false witness against your neighbor. Hold on, just like bearing false witness against your neighbor is a subset of lying. It's a kind of lying. Murder is a kind.
I can give you an example of murder. How about the 42 children that your God had slaughtered with 2 bears because they were taking the mickey out of somebody? That's a good example of murder.
Annabelle, what standard are you using to judge God on anything?
Well, my own standard.
Ours. We showed you.
Right.
Guys, hold on.
Yeah, right now.
What other standard do we have?
Guys, hold on.
Back to you, Xbox.
Hold on.
Art's got something.
Yeah, please. This is a typical question whenever an unbeliever presents a dilemma for the theist. He will say, "Well, what's your standard?" Right? He's now forcing us to adapt a burden of proof to prove that there is a moral standard. We don't have to do that. We can use his own standard, and we have to provide him with a dilemma there. So unless you want to say, Mac, that it is good to kill kids when they make fun of someone, you have to solve the dilemma. You have to explain to us How was it good for God to do this?
Because you have no right to judge God on anything.
I'm not judging him at all, dude. What did you say?
I am.
Hold on.
Just a sec. Just a sec.
I think he's pretty stupid, man.
I definitely see I definitely see where Mac come from. Now Mac is saying, how can we judge God? Because if we're talking about God, we're talking about the all creator, the one that create.
Yeah, but I don't believe that.
That's the problem right now. Just a second, please, guys. Just a second. Now, this is the problem right now. The problem is, you're saying God do not exist at all, and I don't go with that. And
we
Mac
don't say that.
God do exist. And
No, we don't say that, or I don't say that.
no, but Mac is saying God exists, right? Mac is saying that God exists.
Right, and I'm
Annabelle
saying,
is no.
I'm saying I don't see a God-shaped hole in anything that I need to explain anything.
Yeah.
So he needs to show me why I need this thing to there, and then show me how it actually relates to reality.
Yeah.
Xbox, if you're going to say...
Well, if you want to go back to the murder real quick, murder is killing another person without justification or valid excuse.
Alrighty then.
Well, except apparently taking the mickey out of somebody is a valid excuse in Mac's world.
Yeah, I don't know that I follow this. I don't know that I even buy this, but he asked for a definition, so I found one.
All right. So
I just wanted to see where he's going to go with it.
Okay. So in a sense, well, actually, it's kind of confusing things now because Annabelle was saying something, and I kind of wanted to get back to what she said.
Yes,
but read the definition one more time, please.
Okay. Murder is the killing of another person without justification or valid excuse.
All right.
And it is especially unlawful and blah, blah, blah.
The interesting thing about that is that you do realize that the Bible, that is the same standard for the Bible, right?
I don't care about the Bible. I'm not interested in the Bible.
You sure about that, Annabelle?
What was your question? I don't know.
100%.
Because murder because the word murder is used as the same definition as in the Bible that's being used.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with it? Like why?
Okay, now
murder was around long before the Bible existed.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah.
Why is murder wrong?
Damn it!
Murder isn't always wrong.
To ask that question, there's something wrong with you.
Murdering someone on justice is wrong. Now you have to put the variant on there. You can't just say we cannot murder. That's completely shit. That's like saying someone will get in my house, rape my woman in front of my eyes, and I will let him do it. Like,
right. You can't blanket. You can't blanket these things, Mac. That's the issue.
You have to put the variant. You have to put. You cannot take everything literally, man. There's a lot of.
By my standards, right? I don't blanket all these things. I weigh them out on the harm and the well-being. I take each instance differently. I mean, there's not these things. I mean, we just like earlier, we just classify these things with these names so that we don't have to come up with 50 million different words for each different case.
Okay, Xbox. Okay, it's real simple. You gave me the definition of murder, right?
All right.
It's it's basically the unjustified killing of someone,
right?
Without justification or excuse, basically, right?
Right. I don't. Yeah. Right. That could still relate in the well-being, not to that person that I killed or murdered. Just because I don't have a justification for it doesn't mean anything. Just because it's unjustified doesn't mean the objective fact of it caused better well-being.
Xbox, you have the patience that I could never ever have with this man. Honestly, it's truly magnificent.
Thank you.
I applaud that.
He is a diamond in the rough.
Yeah.
If I kill someone, if I murder them,
you're killing me right now.
It's not self-defense. It's not like this is an accident.
Right.
I killed him in cold blood, basically. I saw him in the back alley, took a knife, stabbed him in the neck.
Right. Just some random person. I got you.
All right, guys.
I could care less who he was. I killed him. Okay.
That was a great show. Thank you very much for letting me join in. I hope to see you guys later in the future. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks
a lot.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Now we need.
Have a good night.
I want Von Helton to come.
Oh God, no.
No, Von Helton would be a disaster. Yeah.
Would he? Sorry, Maddie. I just thought it would be, a bit.
It'll answer your whole scenario where you're.
He always is. People like watching the train.
You can come
People
up
like
with
watching the train wreck.
Sorry, Nadia.
So, I was saying people like watching a train wreck though.
Yeah.
Train wrecks.
Well, he is funny. It's not so much a train wreck. It is just very, very amusing.
Yeah, some of it. Me and Von Elton have had some fun.
He's upset with me at the moment, but I actually enjoy him immensely. Perhaps for the wrong reasons, but I still enjoy him.
Well, I think anybody, even the fights and stuff, can be fun. But if you know the person doesn't really actually have some crazy ill intent towards you.
I don't think he's got ill intent. I just think he's
I don't either.
a little bit, you know.
A loon.
I didn't say that.
Oh no, I did. I've got it. I've had it out with him once or twice.
I'm much braver in the comments.
Oh, you cut out there, Annabelle. Are you typing maybe and it's muting or something?
Much braver in the comments.
You're cutting out,
And
Annabelle.
I know. This keeps happening to me. I don't know why.
Might be.
Maybe it's my internet connection, but it doesn't normally happen.
Yeah, I've never heard you have issues.
Hey, Mark.
Real quick, let me the murder thing. All right, Mac. I don't care.
No.
No. I'm just answering the question. We can move on. I just wanted to answer the question. There's cases where murder, even unjustified murder, would be towards the better well-being rather than the harm and suffering. Just because, and there are cases where it's not. There's cases the opposite as well. I just wanted to answer. We can pick it up later.
Xbox. How do you, as a finite human being, make that distinction that you just said?
Again.
I think the key thing about murder.
Harm and well-being.
The key thing about murder is it's about premeditation and malice of forethought. That's the key.
Which the Bible says, but okay.
Well,
go ahead.
I laid him out a definition. The definition
the Bible says, "Thou shalt not murder." Doesn't.
No, because Jesus said more than that, actually.
Oh, it's the Jesus said now. Sorry.
Oh,
Not
Jesus.
We were going. Hold on. We went off the Ten Commandments. Is where we were. If you want to change it,
Let me throw a spanner
If you
in the
change
works.
it to something else, the scenario might change. My answer
No,
might change.
Xbox. What the definition of murder is
I'd
the
murder
same.
somebody, Mac.
I'm about to murder Mac.
No, seriously, I would murder somebody, Mac. Mac, I would murder somebody. Do you want to know what? Do you want to know why I'd murder somebody?
I could care less about your intent. You're wrong, but you know.
So let me just let me give you a scenario, okay? I'm walking along a dark alley, quite minding my own business, walking home, and a individual jumps out at me and has a knife, threatens me, and says they're going to rape me, and I've got to keep quiet. And I get an opportunity where I get hold of the knife, and I'm terrified this individual is going to kill me. I would attempt to murder that person.
That would be manslaughter, though, on the basis.
Yeah, that wouldn't be murder anymore.
No. Here,
Wouldn't be
the
murder.
definition. Let me throw the definition, Annabelle, because you're on the right track. Because it's with the one that we were basing it off of, and I agree more with Mark's. But this is where our argument came from: without justification or valid excuse.
Yeah, but if you say follow on what it says after that, though, especially.
Yeah, no, it put in especially lawful killing or another human being with malice and forethought.
Yeah,
isn't Matt trying to say that any murder is bad? Isn't that what he's trying to tell us?
Unless God did it.
He's saying
blanketing.
He's saying blanketing murder is always bad, and I'm saying
in America you have first-degree murder, second-degree murder, etc. In the UK, it's murder or it's manslaughter.
Yeah, I was trying to stick out of the actual law part of it. Is why.
Well, that's what murder means basically. If I was angry with something my next door neighbour did, and then I set about planning to kill him, wait until he was on his own and there was no witnesses, that would be murder. If we had an argument in the street and I pushed him, he fell over, smashed his head on the pavement, and as a result died, that would be manslaughter because I didn't mean to kill him. I just pushed him away.
Here was the rest of the go off the whole thing. The rest of it can be that and included in murder. The rest of that paragraph is this state of mind may depend upon jurisdiction distinguishing murder from other forms of unlawful homicide such as manslaughter. Just like you said.
Yeah. So I think that's the difference with. I mean, Mac's gone as well. I just wanted to. Damn.
Oh, he's here.
No, Mac is here. He just had a different icon today.
Yeah, he's got a little Chinese man now with his icon.
Oh right, that was just. I just wanted to pick him up on the Jesus said bit because he was going on about gays earlier. Jesus actually said that people are born gay.
No, he didn't.
He did.
Oh, really? What?
Well, the terminology used in that ancient time to describe homosexual men was a eunuch.
No, it was.
It was. I'm sorry, but it was. And Jesus clearly said in Matthew 19 that there were 3 types of eunuchs. Have you not read that the one who made them at the beginning made them male and female? For this reason,
Give scripture.
I just told you, Matthew 19, 10 to 12.
Okay, Matthew 19. All right.
Not everyone can accept this teaching, but only those to whom it is given. For there are eunuchs who have been so from birth, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are eunuchs who have been made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. So here Jesus identifies 3 classes of men who should not marry women, taking the categories in reverse order.
Did you read that in context, or did you just spit something out of your mouth?
Let me finish, you might find something out, Mac.
Oh, no. Here's why.
I'm explaining the context. If you just be quiet a second. Taking the categories in reverse order, there are those who have made themselves quote-unquote eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven, i.e. those who forswear marriage to better serve God. Second, he mentions those who have been made eunuchs by others. That's a reference to castrated males. But Jesus mentions a third category, eunuchs who were born that way. He clearly says those words. Some might argue he was referring to males born without testicles, but that's extremely rare. So thereover, that interpretation ignores how the term born eunuchs was used in other literature at the time. And so, I mean, even as reflected in the Talmud, natural or born eunuchs are not associated with missing testicles. They were associated with stereotypically effeminate characteristics, like as in gay men. So clearly Jesus was telling you that there are people are born.
All right, Mark, I'm about to shut you down faster than you can say wow.
Wow.
Here's the definition of eunuchs in Greek. A bedkeeper, bed guard, superintendent of the bedchamber, chamberlain, in the palace of
Yes,
Orient.
I already explained that. I already
Who
explained the
support
3.
numerous wives,
Jesus mentions 3.
superintendent of the women's apartment, or harem, an office held by eunuchs, an emasculated man, a eunuch. Eunuchs in oriental courts held by other offices of greater, held by Ethiopian eunuch mentioned in Acts 8, 27 through 39. 1, naturally incapacitated for 1, marriage, 2, begetting children. 1 who voluntarily abstains from marriage. How in the world did you get homosexuality?
Right. I just explained to you. I explained to you. Jesus identified 3 classes of men who should not marry women.
Go to each one of them. It's still the
moving over
same
to the new hangout.
I already explained to you. Sorry you don't
This one's
understand.
about to go off there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice, man. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, if you could, Dilby Talk, it'd be a good idea to move over to the new hangout because this one's about to go off air, like in seconds.
Okay.
Pathetic, man. It's ridiculous. It is, and it's funny you laugh because I'm trying to figure out what's so funny about you just misinterpreting something so easily. I don't know, defined.
Mac, can you see the new hangout link?
Yeah, I already got it. I'm going.
Okay.
I can never see it, so I just leave from here.
Okay. I'm not sure.